In this world, the power of man is determined by the chosen class: a sword, a magician, a priest, a fighter, a knight, a warrior, or a hero. But even so, no one has no idea that in fact the most powerful force in this world has a common peasant. History begins with an extremely tragic event. The man is knocked down by the truck. He dies in the accident in the middle of modern Japan. However, his life path does not break. Death gives him a second chance, and he is born again. This time, in an unknown, completely alien world. So, he received an ordinary human profession. He was called Rudo McClin. Is it not unfair, after reincarnation, be a common man in the body? Ryuto did not even know if he could get used to the life of a simple peasant. While he plunged into his reflection, the young man skillfully cut the firewood. After completing the difficult thing, the guy sighed with pleasure and felt pride in what was done. If everything is so simple, why not rejoice in the ordinary peasant? Thought. But suddenly a stranger turned to the guy, behind him were a girl and another guy. Ryuto immediately recognized his friends, Moses and Cordelia. He wondered in surprise why they were with him. The girl, as she smiled warmly, reminded, did he forget about their arrangement to meet the three? In the end, it turned out that he really forgot. Cordelia vigorously grabbed his hand and pulled it sharply, cheerfully cheering. They say, hurry. The sun was about to disappear behind the horizon. Ryuto was convinced that truly unique and not prone to any rules was a girl who was born only 3 days after him. Her name was Cordelia Oldstone. The girl squeezed his hand so much that a loud, crunchy crack. Frightened, she immediately released the boy and rushed to apologize. But Ryuto lifted his palm, urged not to worry, and with a smile assured that everything was fine. They say he recently, and so much cut that hand into a tree. After this incident, Cordelia kept a decent distance from the boy. Inconvenient silence in the air. Within a few minutes, no one dared to break it. Moses finally coiled as if trying to relieve tension, and reminded everyone about the need to discuss the abstracts of lectures from a magical conference. Cordelia mentioned it, and was a little surprised. She inadvertently came to mind whether there would be no notation from that teacher in the big hat again. From now on, in order to avoid troubles even during the usual fees, the Ru will have to make efforts to control yourself. For 15 years, Cordelia won the honorary title of Hero, Cold Tussin. In general, the appearance of a hero in the country is often a decisive factor in the end of wars for the whole people. But Moses has a class Butterfly, which allows him to skillfully own a weapon of long-standing battle. Another character whose abilities can impress in the heart. They are considered a true pride in the country, unique detachments, even among those who were able to reach the highest stage. It was this exclusiveness that caused a deep sense of okye. Despite the difference in the position, they were able to maintain a sincere friendship. Unexpectedly, the guy hugged them, which caused a slight surprise. He was quite surprised by the unexpected question of the cause of his employment. Ryuto was indignant at how much they are going to discuss topics in which he is not versed. In response, he was dryly explained. It is allowed to talk solely about the cases concerning the school. Ryuto thoughtfully wandered Cordelia. And although the girl tried to convince herself that everything was calm, the alertness did not leave her, because these surroundings often became a refuge. This issue has caused mild anxiety. Even with the glory of the winner of the dragons, Rudo could not completely get rid of anxiety before meeting with the average monsters. The girl smiled, and asked with a slight irony if he was really so scary that she was even afraid of getting out of the village. Rudo only sighed and quietly replied that he was just a regular peasant, and he had no choice. Suddenly, Cordelia's ears came rapid, unknown noises from the depths of the forest. The girl listened to unfamiliar sounds, while Ryuto still talked about the case with someone like him, which happened in these huts. And suddenly from the trees, something jumped on them. From surprise, the guy scratched for all his strength. Cordelia reacted instantly, rushed forward, and put a point with one lightning blow. Blood drops were still shimmering on her face when she smiled, cheerfully suggested that tomorrow in the morning prepare stewed pork. Suddenly everything returned to the tragic event, and it turned sharply. Meanwhile, Cordelia rapidly wiped blood from his face. Ryuto suddenly realized that he was no longer able to keep everything under control. It was through him that he broke out. A wave of shame engulfed him for his own words. The girl stayed on his side, and it was then that she wondered if he wanted to know why she brought him here. She confessed that she sought to reveal his true essence, the one he probably did not notice in his native village. Meanwhile, Cordelia could not restrain the excitement, solemnly saying that she is now part of the Night Order and begins training. When she is 16, she will become a special student of the Royal Academy of Magic. That is why the girl sought to find out what her true essence was. She was already going to ask something how suddenly Ryuto interrupted her, asking whether Moses was watching all this. The girl subsided and, holding her breath, looked at him with her eyes full of anxiety. In a moment she explained with caution that she was turning to him and worriedly wondered why he was behaving so easily, although they were no longer destined to meet. Having embarrassed and flashed with a blush, she added, "Does it really mean nothing to you?" She thought if he really had nothing to say. The young man only looked at her silently, without finding a word in response. Having realized this, she became silent with surprise. But at the same moment, someone shouted Rudo, asking to approach, because to wash something in such a student weather was a real torment. Louding out that he was about to appear, Ryu returned to the cordel and asked why she had fallen so much. In response, the offended girl shrugged. They say, she did not understand what had happened, and then impatiently ordered him to hurry up and take his place. She turned to a guy who was already moving and added, he, as a real common man, would not hesitate to help her if he came across a monster. The young man was convinced that he had known about it for a long time. Like a guy from a peasant family, he had no opportunity to influence circumstances. Moses apologized for helping. The guy with a smile replied that there was no reason to worry, because such work is better to trust ordinary peasants, not scientists. Moses noted in response that everyone had already elected Ryuto in charge of the kitchen and washing. Ryuto noted that this girl only gives orders. She does nothing. Moses smiled and nodded. Yes, Ryuto, you are right. A little time has passed, and everyone has already coped with washing. Moses apologized again before Ryuto, but he just waved his hand. But nothing, don't worry. Suddenly Ryuto asked if they were really three of them. At the same moment, the guy released a bowl of water into the river and felt every disturbance around. It was instantly fainting and powerlessly fell to the ground. The smile slowly faded on the face of Moses. In his gaze, a shadow of distrust flashed. Does Ryuto really call them friends? With an ironic smile, Moses threw, as if a dagger. Friends? And who is here with whom? And without restraining, he added mockingly, maybe you mean a friendliness between a simple and a sage. He noted that this joke was not funny at all. His face was noticeably shuddered when he added, finally the medicine began to act. Without realizing what was happening, Rudo asked Moses why he did so. Moses explained that he, Cordelia and Rudo were born in 1 year and grew together, dividing the same joy of childhood and joint education. However, among all the boys, the girl was distinguished especially by Ryuto. His class is a sage. Only one person of tens or even hundreds of thousands receives such an exceptional gift. Moses, putting his hand on his heart, he sincerely confessed. He also managed to endure the reincarnation. But casting a short look towards Ryuto, he added that the conversations about reincarnation remain as incomprehensible to him. Pressing the guy's hand to the ground, he said that there was nothing extraordinary. In the end, Moses had not only wisdom, he had something truly exceptional. He was genuinely surprised, because he perceived it as a real miracle. A girl who seemed like a real angel suddenly appeared in his life. A few years passed, and he sought to make this dream to life. He said the lived Ryuto that he was no longer worthy to be near her. Such was his answer to her question. Moses did not notice that he was turning to the person who became a level. He came to the man with contempt, emphasizing that everyone should remember their place. Therefore, Ryuto hit all his strength, and he found himself in the river. It was at this moment that something strange suddenly hit the Cordelia on the head. She turned rapidly, trying to find out where Ryuto disappeared. The guy was in vain tried to breathe the air, fighting in the water element. He fought in vain with the waves, they only tightened him even deeper. Before his eyes, Rudo flashed the image of Cordelia for a moment. It was at this moment that he was ready to say goodbye to life. Suddenly, a girl appeared in front of his eyes, who was calling and begging to answer, asking if everything was fine with him. As the guy saw her, the water began to rage unexpectedly. The girl was genuinely surprised when she noticed Ryuto, and the guy smiled gently in response. Only when he could apologize to her did he become a little easier in his soul. With his eyes full of tears, Cordelia rushed to him at the moment as he slowly plunged into the water. The new moon suddenly began to pale in his eyes when he suddenly noticed a small pebble. Meanwhile, the little Cordelia and Ryuto walked nearby, and suddenly the girl skillfully knocked out a stone with a sword, after which her carefree laughter raced her. The young man clearly saw the memories of his childhood. They were all imbued with happiness. Every time she spent time with him, her face shone with a joyful smile. Ryuto guessed that this is the light at the end of the tunnel, which they say, you see before death when life swept before his eyes. He was in a hurry to catch up with Cordelia, but she went ahead quickly and confidently, without even looking back. His appearance caused pity. Stretching on the ground, Rudo plunged into thinking about how himself he seeks to become stronger. Closing his eyes, the guy saw a real dragon in front of him. The monster was thought to say that he would still not realize whether this young man is a failure, or conversely, a lucky one. One thing was obvious. The current picked up the boy and brought it to him. Barely coming to his senses, Ryuto barely audibly said that he has only one request to the dragon. Ryuto mentioned that he had already heard about it. The inhabitants of the dragon lights really have a great deal of power. The dragon confirmed his guesses, adding that many people hear. Among the heroes is a long-standing legend. If a simple person is wedged with the fate of the dragon, she receives an extraordinary power that turns it into a true hero. Ruto sincerely turned to the dragon with a passionate request, begging him to give the strength that he so dreamed above all. However, the dragon, thinking for a moment and sadly sighed, replied that, unfortunately, he was unable to fulfill this desire. He explained that there were two reasons. First, restrictions are established. Only orphans or slaves under the age of 12 can be selected as dragons. Ruto wondered what the second reason is. The dragon explained that the man had already died. Half of his body just dissolved in the air, as if someone was unnoticed by his hand to erase it from reality. The monster carefully lifted half of the body of Ruto. The young man has frozen with a void view, unable to realize that all this really happens. The river wondered what would happen if he still managed to fulfill all these conditions. The dragon, without hesitation, replied, in this case, the dream would certainly come true, because he was used to keeping the word. The guy smiled slyly and asked if it could be regarded as a promise. He explained that his main purpose was to protect the dragon and protect the way to the majestic library of the Dragon King. The amazed monster lifted the boy in front of him and, not hiding the surprise, asked where Ryuto learned about it. However, instead of long interrogations, he decided to look into the guy's thoughts immediately. Suddenly, he saw a little boy sitting opposite the bodies of the dead. It was then that the man came. This meeting with Ryuto was far from the first. The whole picture was in a single mosaic, and it became clear. What unusual and alarming thoughts have raged now in Ryuto's head? The dragon noted that if the events unfold in accordance with the plan of this cunning guy, everything will go completely differently. Thus, the cherry man managed to get a dreamy word from the dragon himself. In a moment, the guy was in an infinite white void. His body became holistic again. Rudo raised his arms and legs, carefully moving them. In a few seconds, he rose up, full of insurmountable curiosity. He smiled cunningly and confidently stated that he would be the winner in this dispute one way or another. Nearby, the creature in the mask smiled mysteriously in response. The girl noted that Ryuto had to endure a lot. The guy agreed with that and then thanked for his abilities. Changing his words a little, he added that these forces had chosen for himself from God, and after his death, he returned. The girl noted that the real meaning of returning after death is that many people find in this benefit for themselves. However, if you believe the words of the Rue, in fact, not many desperates dare to take this opportunity. The young man noted that there was no one left among the available forces who could be resurrected and wondered if he could make a new choice. The girl replied that it is impossible. The maximum that he can get, it is 2 abilities. She already emphasized. Every force is allowed to choose only once. She launched a large screen in front of Ryuto and suggested to choose 2 more abilities, except for the first, Return from the Dead, and the second, already chosen by him, Wisdom. The guy with annoyance noted that it was unfortunate, because at the subsequent reincarnation he had a chance to get more abilities. The second attempt in his dangerous game was also a success. However, his class will still remain at the level of a simple peasant. The girl also added that the place and circumstances of his new birth will be recreated again. as did last time. Having made the decision, he stopped at two abilities: cutting out of endurance and farming. The girl immediately realized what the first one needed, but the choice of the second ability caused her sincere surprise. The meaning of this was absolutely mysterious to her. The young man noticed that the girl is indifferent to the flowers. Among her daily coldness, he sought at least a gift bouquet to cause a smile on her face. The girl, smiling charmfully, confidently assured that she was well understood. She endowed him with the abilities that he chose, and finally wished a happy and successful journey. A dazzling light suddenly broke out before Ruto, and in a moment it moved to another place. However, soon he will be in this abandoned hut again, where he should be born again. The ordinary peasant, deprived of power and wealth, finally felt the outbreak of hope. Now he had a dreamy promise. It was thanks to her that he dared to step on the trail to win. Drawing strength in his own simplicity, the man carefully prepared everything necessary for the future trip. The big family sincerely welcomed a little Ryuto with the second birthday. The holiday raged on the full. The guests joyfully had fun and sincerely shared their joy with each other. People sincerely welcomed McLean on this occasion. He thanked everyone who came to support them that day. Putting his hand on his heart, he turned to the audience, pointed to other parents, and solemnly proclaimed the birth of a new hero. To her birthday, which was approaching 3 days, Lady Cordelia attracted everyone around her incomparable beauty. She was often compared to the angel because of her delicate charm. Not surprisingly, many people have already imagined her in the future next to the son of some respectful kind. Suddenly another kid broke, and his crying his whole yard. Cordelia's mother calmly noted that their baby seems to be hungry. She carefully lifted the boy in her arms and asked him to press the specified place. Returning to McLean, she asked to allocate a separate room for his wife. The husband willingly agreed, noting that his wife was already inside. The girl was feeding the boy. Going to the room, she caught her grandmother, who was breastfeeding. She was somewhat surprised that she was breastfeeding again, but her mother seems to be not worried at all. The girl noticed the careful look of Rudo. In her thoughts, she was a guess. It looks like a guy also wants her to start breastfeeding. Macklyn's mother denied this, gently putting his palm on her son's head, and once again assured that he did not need it. She hugged him firmly, feeling sincere pride, because she saw he was really happy with her. Her heart overwhelmed with joy when she heard him confessing to her sincere love for his mother, because it was a real, boundless maternal love. She took the boy in her arms and wondered if the girl wanted to hold the baby a little. But the woman cautiously warned, when a baby takes someone else, he immediately begins to cry. However, once the girl cautiously accepted the boy, he remained as calm and restrained. McLean was in surprise. What was the matter? She carefully took Ryuto in her arms and wondered. Why so? She asked who he loves harder, his mother or this mysterious woman, or perhaps she only dreams of her warm embrace. The frightened McLean was quietly added, "Why don't you cry?" She immediately rushed forward, determined to immediately take him to the doctor. McLean tried to stop her, asking where she was going. In the silence of the night, when everyone was immersed in sleep, Rude thought thoughtfully. Mom and Dad remained the same as always. The guy raised his hands and called on a familiar winding of wind. If he continues to try as hard, he will master this strength as a child. He tried 4 times, but all the attempts were in vain. The desired one could not be achieved. He has already laid the whole world on it. Rudo thought, why he is doing this at all? Because he has already made a decision to become stronger. During his first rebirth, he told how the ability of wisdom will help him to become stronger. This unique ability allows you to discover and test any knowledge below B, acquiring them from other people's thoughts. The library stood behind the boy's back. Due to his wisdom, he was able to dive into the treasures of books from all over the world. In his past life, when he was a child, he discovered the unique power of wisdom, which made it smarter. Page by page, book by book, he tirelessly searched for new knowledge until he came across a story about the magician. It was there that he learned in detail about the way to preserve human experience. They organized an experiment to find out how to strengthen magic as a child. Particular attention was paid to the abilities and hidden potential of the child, persistently inducing it to master and develop magical skills. The infant has incredible fragility and vulnerability. The greatest leap in development is possible when the magical power is just beginning to form. It is during these most tender years of life. The whole childhood period is devoted to deep immersion in the knowledge and improvement of skills. However, in order to strengthen their magical abilities, a person has to practice spell daily, completely exhausting his own energy. In adults, this is often accompanied by unbearable headache or even powerful nervous shock, which corresponds to their level of preparation and can cause madness. Although Rudo understood how to accomplish it, he did not manage to realize his plan. However, this time, thanks to the ability to stability, he managed to withstand. Due to the unique ability to expand the boundaries of one's own consciousness, magical power can increase to infinity. This is especially rapid in childhood. Then its development is accelerated hundreds of times compared to the usual pace. Ryuto was a common peasant, and at least he wanted. Some peaks remained unattainable for him. But in the end, he decided. If so, let others try to get closer to him. Now he became the person who will try to level, the strongest among all. It has been 2 years, and for the 4th month after birth, he first visited the village priest to use the status plate. The guy looked at his indicators and realized with surprise that he had grown much more than expected. He liked to wander alone, feeling a new confidence. Now, he has been 4 years. He alone goes to the mountains, as if to collect wild herbs and vegetables. But those generous gifts, which he then is willing to share, actually buys at the bazaar. He was not in the mountains, but he had enough money for purchases. But the case was completely different. Cordelia resolutely stopped in front of Rudo and announced that she wanted to accompany him during the collection of vegetables. However, the guy refused to her without any hesitation, noting that he did not intend to bring her with him. Cordelia suddenly broke and began to complain that Ryuto did not want to play with her. The feeling of loneliness engulfed her, and she was very upset. The young man effortlessly stroked her on her head, promised to lose with her next time, and then he sincerely apologized. Cordelia looked at the guy indignantly and left the company annoyed. She threw him a sharp one. He no longer wants to hear his voice. Ryuto decided that he was safer to stay away from the house, so that this would never happen again. Wherever he finds himself now, his mind was constantly returning to money and a future trip. Standing among the forest, he activated the ability that enhanced the physical capacity to the 4th level. On the outskirts of the city, among rural settlements, the guy found a job to earn money. Ever since childhood, thanks to his skills, he has easily earned decent amounts. The Ryuto was constantly training, seeking to gain even more power. While in the city, the guy eagerly helped the local residents, healing their ailments. Thankful people were surprised by his skills, and were genuinely admired by the fact that even at such a young age, he had a unique gift of treatment. Magical energy flows have always been erupted around Ryuto. His peers were already able to use simple healing charms. It was not surprised. That is why the guy joined the merchants and opened his own shop, where he healed the guests. Even now, the volume of magical energy has increased, but this process seemed terribly boring. Having spent a considerable amount of magic, he deliberately interrupted the treatment, so fatigue looked more plausible. He vigorously uses his magical power, making a living on busy streets near city hotels. He hid his savings under a young tree. When he counted a new profit, it seemed that he had already collected considerable wealth. At the same time, his heritage increased quickly. Returning, he noticed the Cordelia cast a dissatisfied look at him. He stopped and asked what happened again. When Rudo asked how she was doing, Cordelia turned away from him even more annoyed. The girl said she was upset because of him and did not even want to hear his voice. She emphasized that she was standing here in the morning. In the meantime, Rudo took his bag and began to get some things from there. He lifted sandwich to Cordelia on a crispy salad with a juicy bacon, a real traveling souvenir. In her eyes, a spark of joy broke out. Ryuto suggested that he eat right here, and she gladly accepted the idea. The young man sighed. In his soul, I am convinced that this time everything will cost as easy as always. Enjoying the last pieces of sandwich, Cordelia reached out to him and assured that the insult was behind. She frankly recognized her defeat, and without hesitation, gave him a hand. They walked holding hands, sharing the most striking impressions of the last day, and unobtrusively woven the cozy details of daily life to the conversation. A year has passed. Together, they were slowly walking with a fragrant alkali. Cordelia leaned to the guy and thoughtfully wondered if he began to be bored here. She wondered again if he liked. The guy nodded silently, although in fact he wanted as soon as possible to escape. because today the shopkeepers brought with them many little things. They traded goods brought from the farthest corners of the world. Their village was small, so every arrival of merchants turned into a real event, which has been talking about for a long time. During the walk, Cordelia asked the boy if his family would appear. He replied that his parents live modestly and not as poor as they may seem on their purchases. Recently, the weather is just unbearable. One family almost went to a desperate step. It was a step from selling their baby. Meanwhile, Cordelia asked Ryuto to repeat the word tan 10 times in a row. Then she wondered what the chicken was carrying. The boy immediately replied that the chicken lays eggs. Rudo noted that it was too early to try to deceive her. The girl confidently stated that this time he would certainly catch him. She asked him to say, "I hate," but immediately changed her demand, encouraging to say, "I love," with love. While he said it, she hurried after him. When Rudo tried to find out more, she was overwhelmed by her sincere joy, hearing that he treats her indifferently. No other thought flashed in her head. Gently holding her hand on her hair, he noted something very touching in her words. It was a baby girlfriend, a younger sister, a daughter, and maybe even a niece. He never perceived it as an object of love. However, he understood how much she was. Together they plunged into the world of a bright trade quarter, and Cordelia with enthusiasm noted what incredible beauty prevails around. Ryuto wondered if she had any goodies. The girl asked the boy to wait a little, and then rushed away. Soon Cordelia returned with shopping and stretched out something really appetizing. She explained that she was making some small penny, and Cordelia reminded him. Today the boy had a birthday. He forgot about it. He had no idea that his birthday would come so unexpectedly, so he saved the trophy for her until her holiday. Stretching the flower, he said that it was instead of her coins. However, 3 days ago, he greeted her, barely touching the flowers in her hair with a gentle smile. The girl reached out to him. She easily touched her mouth, and immediately on his cheeks a blush. When he asked confusedly why she did so suddenly. To which Cordelia explained, "Mom and Dad intentionally behave in order to demonstrate how harmoniously complement each other." Suddenly Root realized that he accidentally hit her nose. He was convinced that this kiss did not mean anything to her, and later realized that he was wrong. The girl turned slowly, thinking about whether this flower was not in vain. Ryuto assured her that the choice was wonderful, and carefully asked if they were not going back. He wondered if she had forgotten something important, because it seemed that it would be necessary, literally, everything. The girl remembered the treats, bought honey deliciousness, but never tasted it. Ryuto asked her to wait a minute. Later the girl will joke that she has a separate stomach for sweets. And the next day the guy will wander the forest in search of something unusual. It is rumored that a mysterious grandfather lives far beyond the village. It was he who went to him. Overlooking his skills, he realized that he was not really standing still. But all his achievements were only to improve magic and expand his own opportunities. In such a growth, he did not find a deeper meaning. With these thoughts, he knocked on the door and headed for an old, abandoned house. He was definitely lacking in the mentor. It was then that his gaze accidentally stopped on an old man. The man expelled Rudo, because he was not even going to take his studies. The young man reported that he had taken something interesting with him. He began to get things out of his backpack. Grandpa assumed that the guy may want to exchange something. The new moon turned using an old name, and wondered if the water remained in Bernard. Once upon a time, Bernard Arbowski was considered the right sword of the kingdom. He was born in a difficult peasant family and grew up in his native village, where he married. Despite poverty, fate gave them a sincere and lovely love family harmony. This event took place 3 years after his daughter was born. The brutal monster mercilessly cleared his whole family, destroying everyone to the last. He lost everything and disappeared from the village. It took 10 years, and suddenly appeared unexpectedly at the city fencing tournament. He joined the Triumphal Knight Order, where he soon headed the detachment as a new captain. Since then, he vowed to eradicate the orcs from the face of the earth. It was for this unwavering determination. Grandpa noted that Rudo had already grappled everything, so there's no point in teaching him. After that, the young man pulled another thing from the bag. It was a real life-giving essence, the only salvation left with Bernard. He could not understand where such big money came from. The young man unfolded his status card, giving the old man to see her. Although he earns treatment, this circumstance prefers to keep secret. The old man could not decide. Who was this guy? The devil, or maybe the gift of the gods themselves, because his achievements were simply impressed. But Ruto just smiled in response and said that he was an ordinary man. the same peasant as Bernard. The old man wondered, why the peasant whose power exceeds tens of thousands become his student? Grandpa noted that if the boy is attracted to magic, then it is more appropriate to enter the Imperial Academy. The guy confessed that he was an ordinary peasant and has no strength to master the magic of the highest level. Bernard only nodded silently, and Uto said that he should become stronger, though he did not find other words of support. However, the thoughts about the death of the old did not give him rest. He did not want such a finals in any circumstances. Bernard got up. Rudo felt somewhere nearby a hidden room was hidden. The old grandfather bowed in prayer near a few left things, the only one that remained from his family. He trimmed and moved to Ryuto. There he thought about how to do him in this situation. Ryuto also assured that he was still a masterful knight. 6 years have passed. Rudo has already turned 12. His daily workouts continue for 273 months in a row. A week before the village, a flock of goblins arrives. Cordelia will become defense, and although it will desperately resist, the enemy's advantage will be devastating. The village will be destroyed. However, despite all these events, the dragon will appear, and Goblin will be mercilessly destroyed. In one of the past lives, this has already happened. Rudo decided to leave his native village for some time. First of all, he visited the den to see the dragon. He was expected to be of great weight that had to be resolved as soon as possible. The first woman did not break her mother. She immediately rushed to her son to kiss him. Rudo gently asked her to calm down and listen carefully to what she would say. He wondered if she could no longer kiss him every morning. He noted that he was 12, so her kiss was only a 6-year-old boy. The woman humbled at surprise for a moment, and later admitted, "He is right." After that, she tried again, but Rudo stopped her again. She ran out of home in tears, lifting a real fuss. In fact, Reth still kept for his relatives to some extent, but felt that there was a moment to retreat from his family. Only 7 days remained before the attack. His thoughts were constantly returning to the dream, to ride a dragon and fly away from the village. Bernard assured that his medicines would be enough for this period. 7 years ago, it became known that Ryuto sought to master unusual technique, the capture of a body that gave him a new power, other than a banal increase in physical capacity. Ordinary amplification makes only multiplying natural data, and for the average person it is already a great gift. The steel body significantly expands your capabilities. However, if the initial parameters remain low, you will have to pay tribute. Bernard emphasized that a strong steel body is a key to the development of physical capacity. Rudo noted that he had already learned to increase his physical abilities, and therefore lifted the old one effortlessly. Bernard, having been on the ground, asked in surprise how the boy managed to strengthen his body. The young man in response said everyone was capable of such if he is not afraid of pain. Rudo noted that this gate of demons was very similar to him. Bernard noted that the guy is clearly aware of the forbidden arts, demonic gates. Their power is so powerful that they are good to dissolve the aisles themselves and open the expensively directly into the den. The old man wondered where he learned this in Ryuto. The young man replied that he met him after his death. It was there that he took up his knowledge. Now, the abilities associated with the strengthening of the steel body and increased physical capacity are no longer operating. When the sorcery energy is exhausted, the demonic gate begins to devour the soul until it remains from it. Bernard wondered if I realized that it would suck all my life forces. He wondered if the guy really wanted to get to know it right now. Ryu wondered who he was talking to, because his power has long exceeded 10,000. The old man confirmed these words. In this case, he will be able to engage the demon of the gate on full power. He assured that Rudo would surely be stronger. The guy confessed that he simply did not have another choice. In 12 years, he stopped for hundreds. It was only a week to end. On the first day of the 4th month, Cordelia's parents reported that it was time to grasp the laws of knightly honor. In these 2 years, she will really be able to gain the necessary experience and become a knight as 12. However, for her, these assurances only sounded as empty promises. She will be sent to the order, where she should play the role of a regular shooter. However, thanks to influential acquaintances, she will gain unprecedented authority among all, and yet from the first days, he will find herself in the very whirlwind of fierce fighting. She should not be afraid, but the thought of depriving someone of her life has inspired her true horror. Cornelia wondered if it was fear. In response to her reflections, the girl did not restrain her tears, because this request was heard for her for the first time, and perhaps the last time. It was unfair, even despite their financial support. The father wondered if she really was experiencing fear, because the hero is not an empty title. The man noted that Cordelia noted the oracle himself. The mother tried to get up, but the words did not break from her mouth. Cordelia assured that it is not covered by fear. She was convinced that giving up the gift is the best way out of the situation. She apologized and promised to return to her room. However, his father insisted that her daughter would be near, because he saw that she was bad. The girl assured that everything was fine with her, and tried to repel him, but did not calculate her own strength. She felt that her forces were finally exhausted. Her father fainted and lay near the wall, and everyone around was in vain to bring him to his senses. She felt their frightened glances. The Cordelia, full of confusion, ran out of the house, without shaking what was happening around. At that moment, she dreamed insanely for someone to appear and save her. She remembered that the holiday of flowers began today. The central square of the city was buried in bright colors, solemnly greeting the arrival of spring. Usually the streets were raged with a variety of exquisite dishes and colorful trading malls. But this year, the holiday was cancelled for unknown reasons. Staying on the bench, she plunged into sweet memories of past times. Ryuto approached her, wanting to show something. She wiped tears and sat down carefully when it happened. Sewing opposite, he sighed and noted that this year's flower holiday was a real failure. She agreed quietly, almost whispered by saying the words of consent. Rudo reached out to her, inviting him to join him. Although they were peers, Ryuto looked much older. She felt next to him, as if her longtime friend was an older brother. Once his back seemed much wider, she was already aware their paths were about to dispersate. Despite the fact that they were still inseparable, now everything had to become different. Cordelia confessed that she even thought about it, but she was not sure whether it was right. Ryuto reassured her, emphasizing that such thoughts were quite natural. The poor girl considered herself a heroine, but Rudo only shrugged. "If you do not like it, why should I take it at all?" The girl froze in indecision. Ruth suggested to escape together where no one has no idea that she is a heroine. He has not fully realized his own feelings. Even if 2 children fled from the village, they would have almost no chance of surviving. But with him, she had hope. They could stay together. She almost agreed to his proposal, as suddenly he reported, "They got to their destination." "Where exactly did you manage to impress with the unearthly beauty of this region?" "Sakura flowers were full everywhere. Rudo said that he planted these seedlings 6 years ago." For Cordelia, this meeting with Cherry Blossom has become the first exciting acquaintance. She wondered that it was a place in general, and Rudo replied that he had created it. However, Cordelia never realized what he meant. He explained that the girl admires the flowers, so he did it all for her. Cordelia froze from surprise. She realized that she had received a new power, but this ability belonged not only to her. Here, for example, the farmer Rudo grown plants at incredible speed. In this world, everyone chooses their role. Everything looks too simple. In her veins, the war of the warrior and the courage of a real hero, capable of standing up to the protection of dear people, are in the way of any dangers. She sincerely thanked Rudo. Cordelia wondered how much time it took to grow such a tree, and received a response from staff, about 7 years. It was necessary to start careful, with the simplest. Cordelia remembered that someone said that this year the flowers would not sprout. Suddenly Rudo warned, "There may be great trouble." He noted that he was feeling as if the essence of the spirit of the earth had changed, and its form exposed. Perhaps it is only a whim, but she still couldn't understand what it was. Instead, Cordelia confidently stated that everything was clear to her, and if circumstances have changed, she will remain on the side of his protection, because the heroine never retreats. On that day, he only left silently to watch her powerlessly irrigated tears. 2 years later, Cordelia stood up for the village. Monsters were moving on all sides, surrounding settlements. In the village where Ruto and Cordelia grew up, life always left a trail before her, which she could not bypass. Fate pushed her forward. Cordelia tried not to give up, because she had to protect Rudo. The young man rapidly raced the narrow streets of the city, cleverly bypassing the goblins that pursued him and sought to destroy everything in his way. Suddenly, the guy stumbled and whispered directly into the mud. With his eyes anxiety, he saw that the monster had already been back close. Goblins were already preparing for the attack, but it was at this moment that Cordelia had time to help and destroy the threat. The girl cast a look at Rudo, radiating the joy that he remained alive. Suddenly, the guy noticed. Goblin stolen behind the Cordelia, intending to attack her from her back. The girl immediately turned and repulsed her enemy blow with her sword. However, she has almost no strength. Cordelia assured that everything was fine with her, and came here to put all the dots above and. Ryuto was convinced that he was deliberately delayed. He needed every effort to make the events of his past come true. If he applied his abilities and defeated Goblin, the course of history could change irreparable. If the red dragon does not appear, Rudo does not overcome the entrance to his den. However, suddenly the guy noticed something completely unexpected. Dark magic left on her left hand a rotten, incurable wound. A brand that would never disappear. Ruto wondered why she did not shoot long sleeves even on hot summer days. The guy tried to reassure himself, convincing that it is unlikely to be inconvenience. He wondered, why did he get stronger? He was not interested in the glory of the hero, and the prospect of joining the Society of Heroes did not lure. It was not his way, and not his dream. Why is he silently clicking the fangs? Isn't it for such decisive moments? As soon as the monster had to grasp the Cordelia, the guy rose up. He was convinced that Izumar would definitely appear, whatever the situation. He involved all his skills, strengthened the power of the body and endurance, became as if heated steel, and also called for the help of demonic gates. Rudo gladly realized that he managed to bring the plan to life. He was lightning and skillfully straightened with the goblins one by one until the Cordelia froze in place, watching it silently, not even able to move. From the hands of the boy, blood flowed generously, and the goblins, covered with horror, did not dare to even approach him, not to mention the attack. On their distorted muzzles, real panic and animal fear of Ruto were read. Ruto himself, despite the activated endurance, acutely felt a piercing pain. He remembered how everyone sought to bring her to the role of the heroine, put an unbearable burden on the young, fragile shoulders, sacrifice it for a high purpose. All these adult expectations struck the soul of a girl who had no chance to prove herself in this world. He returned to Cordelia and assured her that from now on, she could only count on him. The girl begged him to escape because, as a simple man from the people, he has no chance of resisting such a terrible pursuit. Rudo smiled sinisterly and stated that he was the most powerful common man in this world. Initially, the peasants were confused, not understanding what was happening, but later their gaze fell on Rudo, and they immediately realized his appearance next to them. Hearing this, the oldest of McLean immediately grabbed the pitchfork and rushed to her son, but others stopped her, restraining firmly. After all, her father struck the girl so much that she fainted. The senior McLean was increasingly suspected that Ruto was thinking of something in his soul, but could not understand what reason. The young man did not stop the desperate fight against goblins. He immediately realized that their weapons were extremely fragile. Rudo turned this weakness against the enemies that ruined the city and the villa, and now destroyed them even more skillfully and decisively. He thought that as the chief artisan of the village, he would be glad to have such a weapon in his own home. Pressing a siphon in his hands, he strongly waved him, lightly destroying the goblins. Several monsters with bows were numb in place, and then released arrows. Ryuto used the ability to grow a crop, and high stems grew out of the ground. Rising up with them, he rushed to the monsters. But later, he realized that this ability is not too effective in such a battle. Suddenly, Ryuto collided with a huge monster and wondered interested in whether it was the main thing here. Goblin did not delay. He rushed forward. Ruguju immediately understood. Before him, a rival of extraordinary power and lightning speed. The situation on the battlefield changed into one blink. The young man found himself under a crushing scaffold. Despite the pain, he patiently took injuries one by one, but when the monster tried to press him, Ruguju skillfully snatched the pitchfork and strongly inserted them into the enemy. Cordelia, along with the peasants, froze from surprise, not believing in their own eyes. Meanwhile, as soon as the monster tried to get up, the guy instantly applied another extraordinary ability. At the same moment, the monster was scattered with bloody porridge. Goblin roared on the ground, and in a moment he was crushed by a huge leg. A dragon was put in front of them. He announced that the oracle's prophecy had come true, and the events were deployed. Looking at the abominable company, the monster warned that small creatures are waiting for the time of trials and dangers. He noted that everything was not going as expected, and wondered what had happened. Rudo suggested that the monster look directly into her opinion, so it would be much faster. The creature replied that the guy was promised, so she could not retreat. She should return to the dragon's den. Revtov laughed, emphasizing again, "The word is the word." In response, the dragon confidently assured that the dragons could not lie. In the meantime, the guy thought interestedly, will the dragon persuade him to stand on his side? Cordelia wondered where he was going. The young man promised to go to the dragon's log and return only 5 years later. She asked why he was doing it. Rudo noted that Cordelia was a real heroine. Although she is already ahead of her, it may well be lost in a year and win. She wondered if he would turn into a real mighty monster, whether the village would leave, or, while remaining a simple peasant, would help the hero. Rudo replied that he could not do otherwise. It was his fate, because ordinary people would not cope with the role that he was intended. Cordelia noted that everything became quite obvious. The peasant turned out to be stronger than the hero. He skillfully hid his actions from all until she guessed it. He did his actions quietly, not attracting the attention of the environment. And here the question was a question. Why does he compare himself with her? She asked herself why she could not protect him. Tears choked her, and she pleaded with despair. Can he really stay like that? Her heart has broken hatred to think that he would not see him for many years. Rudo rushed to meet him and hugged firmly. He assured that he would definitely return. After that, he waved his farewell and jumped on the back of the dragon. She realized that the guy was only guided by his own beliefs. When he returned, Cordelia exclaimed that she no longer intended to listen to him. To keep his promise to Cordelia, Rudo decided to become stronger and only then return. He resolutely headed simply to the dragon's den. Dragons of shelter. In the center of the continent, among the impassable thickets of the giant forest, there were no unknown corners. Within their den, all dragons acquire human likeness. They seem to be reincarnated to equip your home and cut their clothes. However, the library of the Dragon King is striking with its grand, almost boundless expanses. The girl confessed that she liked the one who appeared the day before. The Ryo mentioned that he was supposed to meet with the Dragon Choral. The old man reminded him that he would now turn to him as a bishop. This grandfather, in the human face, was the embodiment of the red dragon with which the Rayan arrived. The young man voiced his desire to meet with the king himself. The girl, in response, said that the Lord among all the holy peoples of Nog would only appear before the Chosen One. Ryuto was embarrassed that he did not quite understand what it was about, and asked her to resolve this issue. The ominous girl introduced herself to Lilith, clarifying what her parents call her. Ryu was going to ask. The girl noticed that he was already 12. Only those who have not reached this age could live among the dragons. There was no place for the Ryu, and his stay was forbidden. He has not yet paid for the bracelets. They respond to its features. One of the 5 rings begins to glow. Ryuto realized that in order to get to the audience to the king, his indicators should be much higher than the average. He asked the girl to view his card, but she studied her carefully and reported that he was allowed to meet. The old man was surprised and began to guess what kind of meeting it was about. The grandfather looked at the map carefully, and the surprise was written on his face. Ryuto, seeing this reaction, did not resist the question. What struck him so much? Because he was so clear what he thought. The grandfather was surprised to find an energy barrier. It seemed to him that even the king himself could not penetrate his thoughts so easily. In other words, it was almost impossible to impose magras guided by the power of thought. Rudo considered this property surprisingly valuable. Therefore, he no longer had to break his head over the choice of skills that could protect against unusual states. Rudo sincerely thanked Lilith, and he went away with the tired grandfather. Soon they were already sitting with the owner. He allowed Ryuto to raise his head. The owner instantly realized that he was a reincarnated person before him, because his abilities left no doubt. Ryuto wondered if there was someone like him. The Lord replied that he has a friend who is very reminiscent of Rudo. He also assured that Ryuto would undoubtedly appreciate his unique sense of style. The young man noted that these outfits are best aware of the Lord. The king thanked him, noting that the costumes are surprisingly modern for this world. Ryuto agreed and asked where the owner got such things. The Lord replied that everything happened by accident, just as with Ryuto himself. For travel, he took 5 suitcases with him, taking them almost randomly. Noticing this, Rudo thought that with such luggage, you could go around the whole world as a true master of his business. The ruler allowed the boy to turn all the books stored in the royal library. The old man solemnly stated that he was now taking responsibility for the young man, but confessed that if Rudo caused disasters, he would not be able to withstand such a burden. The king solemnly stated that this time he would personally take all responsibility for himself. The owner of 5 gold rings receives the same privileges as the dragon himself, or can be solemnly given to the dragon. The raid wondered what these words mean. The old man explained that this is a unique healing method that has never been used before. Instead of condemning it for a sin, they can take it in their circle, on an equal footing with dragons. Suddenly, the owner stated that he did not allow the old man to put his head. After that, he kneel. Riko's fate was the victim of the lightness of the vain king. He could get rid of Rudo in an instant, but was not going to give up his usual style of communication. He wondered why the Lord also went on the road. The king replied that he had two good reasons. The first reason was some strange, distorted energy of the guy. Only his magical power exceeded even the power of Lord, and this is what aroused respect for him. Ryuto struck such sincerity because Lord explained that respect arises from those who are stronger than you. He thought if he became the second attempt of this guy in this world. Ryuto confirmed his assumption. Lord noted that he had another reason to behave. He wondered if you understand, token, that his actions were leading the world to death. It really impressed the guy. He wondered if the death of the world had indeed come. And then the king realized, even this moment he did not notice. Everything was reduced to Cordelia. In this world and the era, only one of the four heroes of the Oracle bursting becomes a key figure that protects peace and stands on the protection of humanity in the face of terrible disasters. The ruler confirmed that the heroes are intended to cut the swords of the hopes of darkness. Then he asked, "Are those who, full of courage, are ready to stand up for the weak?" Rudo wondered in surprise what happened. Lord thought, how will the events return if the peasant stands up for the hero? From the moment when the root reflected the goblin attack, the whole story has rolled into a whirlwind of madness. Cordelia was injured, rescuing Ryuto. She did not want to rely only on the promises of the hero, but firmly decided to make every effort to become stronger. Lord noticed that this is what he feels now. He shared his desire to become stronger to protect the dear people. This idea was more powerful than any other incentives. It was thanks to her 15-year-old girl that won the dragons. So he asked Rudo, does he believe that someone really is able to go for such just for the sake of another, rejecting their own interests? The goblin's attack could be a turning point that would stir this evil, but Ryuto managed to prevent it. He saved his rescuer, giving rise to a number of confusing and contradictory events. The fate intended for this world has changed. Now they were waiting for a mysterious and even threatening trail that was lost somewhere in the unknown. The legendary hero named Dragonslayer devoted himself to a grueling workout and sacrificed his best to prepare for a great adventure. The ruler could not predict all possible events and did not imagine what darkness would appear. The only thing he was convinced was the world already immersed in the abyss of death. The ruler did not hide his disappointment, although it seemed illogical to him. After all, Rudo's actions were aimed at turning the world. Ryuto wondered if the crust would lose the title of the heroine in the near future. The ruler replied, "Now Cordelia is no longer able to overcome the dragon for the second time, and this time she will die." Rudo wondered if she was just stronger, but he replied with firm confidence, he chose the path that leads to the power that exceeds even a real hero. The owner smiled mysteriously, imagining how a regular peasant curbs the February dragon. Rudo assured that he would be a complete replacement of Cordelia, and assumes all her duties, hoping that the hero would allow him to be vulnerable at times. The owner wondered if he would be able to become an unwavering defender in all circumstances. The young man confirmed this, and without spending time, asked the ruler to give him as soon as possible, I quote, "divine protection of the Dragon King." The lord grabbed his head, hesitating, or not too much. However, the young man replied, "The path of the dragon really gives impressive fruits, but he will not betray his chosen path, even if he has to give his soul to the demons." The lord wondered if Ryuto was really aware of the meaning of his words. The young man assured that if everything was wrong, he would not try to strive. That is why he bowed his head, showing consent. But the ruler was in no hurry to believe. In his heart, there was confidence. The boy only dreams of returning home. With an ice smile, the owner thought, interested in whether Ryuto believes that he would leave those who have made an agreement with the demons. He added to his words, "If the Ryut has the latest requests, it's time to express them." That guy said that the king liked the fun. The man stroked him gently on his head, confirming the truth of heard, and added that it was people like Ryuto to his liking. After that, they shook each other's hands. With this gesture, the ruler gives a blessing, the royal protection of the dragon. It is this science that holds the main dark features of the peasant, which usually inhibit its development of strength. Now the door to new heights opens before Ryuto. In that world, it was only possible to gain experience by tearing vital power from the enemy and using it for its own development. However, this allowed to remain only at the initial level. Instead, he now manages to make progress much easier. Moreover, the development of this profession was limited by the boundaries set by the curse of God. However, the guardianship of the draconic god destroyed these boats. She removed the restriction on development for the peasant, opening his path to the prestigious profession of dragon. Though this choice does not allow to surpass the main characters, but allows to develop much faster than the class of the sage. Lord noted that there was little time and wondered if someone had a question. Rita briefly replied that it was all he wanted to hear. The king was interested in what plans the boy had for the future. Ryuto confidently replied that he was going to work hard to get stronger and get new levels. 2 days have passed since the village of Goblin has been beaten by trouble. During this time, the government delegated its researchers to calculate all the damage. Officials carefully recorded every memory and said the word of the peasants without releasing any details. They strictly introduced the law of silence, erasing all the mention of the birth of the river. Officially, rescue was attributed to the manifestations of heroic courage. And people were explained by the influence of chaos which, they say, blinked their memory. After getting acquainted with Macklin's family, Cordelia immediately began to apologize. She did not find the right words to convey her feelings, but confidently believed that it was through her that Ri went to the dragon den. With her eyes, he saw that frenzy, and all the dreams of the crazy were born only because of her. Maclean tried to reassure the girl, gently calling her not to worry. He decided to go alone, because the boys always seek to impress the girls with their confidence. Macklin's mother only said that her son had gone on a trip. They protected the house to have a place to go back. Cordelia felt a sincere, deep gratitude. In the shaded thicket of the forest, not far from the dragon cave, deep underground, among the confused labyrinths, the first test of the so-called test record began. Ryuto, shoutily shouting that he could not cope, rushed towards the monster. Since the test monsters could not leave the borders of the room, Ryuto only glanced into the corner. Although he was preparing for the expedition for months, he was not ready for such a test. Lilith watched with interest whether he was going to retreat. This is a mandatory exam for all first-level newcomers. A few hours ago, they met, and Lilith wondered if traces of battle could be seen. Ryuto was already going to tell, but finally refused to go into details. He said he heard. Tomorrow Lilith should leave the dragon's den. His unexpected question was caught by the girl by surprise. She was immediately snapped. Ryuto agreed, noting that he had similar suspicions, and wondered if it had happened because of his appearance. Lilith replied that it has nothing to do with him, and no one protects this place. And how did the red dragon respond to the king? You can survive in the dragon den on one condition: when a dragon that protects the residents lives nearby. The earthly dragon that was taking care of it was always distinguished among others. Ryuto was well aware that everyone who did not have patrons were forced to leave the storage facility. It seemed extremely cruel to him, because Lilith had only 3 gold rings. Ryuto could not accept such injustice, so he asked the question, "Is there any way to help her?" The girl dropped the hood, exposing her neck. The most horrifying thing is that her skin was clearly visible that her captivity was branded. It was a sign of weakness. The fragile equilibrium gained by the huge price in the world of dragons, where only power prevails. The brand carries an insurmountable strength of zombies. It is a curse that cannot be removed or erased. It completely deprives liberty, acts contrary to any established laws. Before being in the den, Lilith lived in captivity until she grew up. However, even now, remaining a baby, she is still powerless to change something. Ryuto realized that if Lilith was in the big world again, it is unlikely that something good is waiting for it. She assured that she was fine with her, because she has a name. And if you have a name, you can survive anywhere. She once lived in Ruto's Sakordi. He was about to tell her something, and decided to limit himself to simple and sincere words. Having stretched her bag, he briefly warned, "Time to prepare for the trip." Then they descend in the dungeon. It was embarrassed by fierce fury. He ran out of the main hall, but it all ended as always. Despite the fact that he was a man, he was perceived at the level of a gloomy citizen of the dragon people. In order to obtain the status of the keeper, he was to initiate adulthood and turn into a true adult dragon. He passed all the rites of adulthood needed for a real dragon. All this is for the sake of saving Lilith. The girl noted that she understood his power of the common people, and really rejoiced in his intentions to save her. However, she asked him to no longer risk. She has already resigned to the fate of the slave. Ryuto strictly ordered her to shut up. He did not want her to pay such a high price for life. If his death is on her conscience, she will be expected to be seriously suffering. He still had time to retreat and try to pass the exam again when the right moment came. It was not a real solution to the problem. If Ryuto left her, he would no longer be able to replace the true hero. He carried out all those actions solely for himself. Lilith watched silently without saying a word. The idea was sleeping. The soil seemed fragile, so it could be effortlessly punched. He appealed to Lilith to gather as many branches as possible. Lilith, holding the branches, entered the cave. In her memory, Ryuto's words were emerged about how important the fresh branches were. However, the girl could still not understand why they were really needed. The girl shuddered at the surprise. Just as Rudo arose in front of her, smiling warmly. In one hand he kept a burning torch, and the other was played by the tongues of the flames. Rudo solemnly announced that everything was ready. Lilith looked at a pile of firewood near it, and lifting his eyebrows in surprise, asked when he had time to pull them. Before leaving, she did not even think that there was already a stock of shrubs. Rudo said that he was holding this twig during a walk. If he applies to her the ability to awaken life even in dried trees, a new lush leaves will soon appear, and the trunk is maturing, turning into a powerful, strong tree. Rudo is about to light a fire to create a smoke curtain. He carefully analyzed the data obtained, skillfully using the experience of his predecessors. The guard mine, which stands at the guard at the gate, was called in the form of a familiar dragon. Some restrictions were imposed on them. In particular, they were forbidden to leave a certain territory, and there were other rules. However, the area did not refrain from temptation and decided to experiment. And what would happen if you throw a log into a gap in the wall and then, using the magic of fire and air, set it on fire? The answer came only after 10 hours. Going into the room, he announced that everything ended in the death of the goalkeeper from the poison. Lilith was confused. She did not understand what this guy did. They moved on, and Ryuto, meanwhile, felt a new force. He finally managed to overcome the guard. Then they were waiting for the gallium steel test. Ryuto with delight noted that this place is really perfect for all descriptions. Although the goal was small in height, it was distinguished by exceptional agility and reliable protection. The ordinary sword was unlikely to be able to cause him any harm. Realizing this, Ryuto decided to find another way to overcome the enemy. He lifted a tiny device that gently turned into a small dagger. Lilith was surprised to watch Rudo's pranks. Instead of staying and finding out what he was doing, the girl immediately asked about his actions. The guy explained without the slightest hesitation. He digs a pit. Moreover, he added that it creates a trap using ordinary people as a bait. The guy noted that it would take some time, so he suggested that the girl relax. However, Lilith decisively refused. There was no time for a break. They have already spent a lot of time on the first test, and the dungeons stretched on many floors. It was simply unrealistic to complete the study of all lower levels in a few hours. It was discussed. The reflections of the heroine cut off Rudo, suddenly asking, why at all to hurry and try to overcome the dungeons in such a short time? Lilith froze in silence. He rarely reassures her. Now they are in the dungeon, and no one would disturb them or expel them. Ryuto wondered if everything should be completed in due time. Lilith convincingly assured that that is what should be done. Ryuto decided to make sure that she was not really joking. He reassured her, convincing that there was no reason to worry about the time spent in the dungeon. The girl sincerely confessed that she still has not stopped believing it. She warned that if they continue to perceive everything, she will have to be angry. Well, they were angry, smiling, nodded in response. The girl first stunned, and then her face broke out with anger. After that, she squeezed significantly as if she were embarrassing. All her replicas sounded awkwardly, as if she had no confidence in her own words. It was at this moment that he was particularly acutely aware of the important and noticeable person who had previously worried about her. He came to the conclusion that he would not be able to leave Lilith alone with this world. 376. After 15 hours, according to the plan, they descended underground. He, taking advantage of his improvements, quickly slipped just under a giant golem. He rushed forward, and a few powerful blows in a row sent Golem directly to the abyss. They looked with admiration and joy into the hole. Rudo noted that for a soulless iron doll it was a final stop. The whole hole was filled with a lubricant, and this is enough that the escape from now on becomes impossible. This exam is intended to teach dragons to ignore the meaningless opponents, and the one who took over the burden has to lose the enemy without hesitation to the abyss. Lilith asked if she realized everything right. Rudo recalled that he had already told her before, because his ability is wisdom. Opening the next door, Rudo confidently noted that something is much exciting ahead. They were at a bonus level. Lilith looked around with interest, trying to understand where they got. Ryuto explained that the Hoblin nest is a kind of refectory for families who do not participate in the tests. Thors are known for many names that are given by the families who are tested here. For everyone, there are special places where they can rest and gain strength. Ryuto got into Goblin's papers, who immediately told him about the fate of the prey, already prepared for the ill-fated meal. This is really painful. Their lives break off prematurely for the sake of someone else's benefit. The same thing happened with Rat. The young man immediately dealt with the goblins and confidently assured that he would handle this task on his own. He wiped blood and noted that there should be an underground lake ahead. On the way, they happened to be a giant Sove-like creature, similar to a whale. Ryuto wondered if he was really an island. But the creature turned out to be impressive. Ryuto had no power over her. However, the waters were lacking, and Ryuto wanted to wash away the goblin blood. Carefully, almost silently, he plunged into the water, scaring Lilith. He reassured her, assured that he was ready for any surprises. In addition, he added that the giant ham is now supposed to fall into hibernation. Instantly, someone's hand grabbed him and pulled it underwater. He couldn't believe, so did Catfish in a dream. But the guy suddenly appeared. It turned out that the catfish actually sleeps firmly, and the one who tightened him down is a completely different creature. Rudo suddenly found himself face to face with a spooky monster. He rapidly rushed into the attack, not wanting him to be taken seriously. Even the opponent seemed much larger. Rudo was not going to concede. He was able to stand up for himself. Why he was still not enough air, the young man could not understand, only suggested, apparently, all the high characteristics were guilty of everything. He pulled to the surface, suddenly realizing that he had turned into a small carp, the same one who woke up earlier than all or prematurely broke his hibernation. That's right, Rudo. It's time to understand why you should not blindly trust ancient textbooks. Suddenly the guy was grabbed again. This time his father woke up. Ryuto could not understand why this creature woke up just in the middle of her dream. The guy suggested that she felt the smell of blood, and perhaps because of the death of the baby, she was engulfed by a fierce rage. He immediately realized that he should immediately look for a way to save himself. But suddenly he was pierced by cold horror. Magic no longer operated. In his past life, he also died through Moses. But suddenly lightning broke out in the silence. An electric glow cut off the darkness. A little time has passed. The guy was still lying on the ground, and Lilith coughed loudly. She confidently stated that with such a level of magic, as in Rut, he would definitely stand. So she put all her strength in that blow, raised her hand, and proudly announced that she had 3 gold bracelets. Ryuto wondered why Lilith did not take the chance to escape. He reminded her of their agreement. If something happens to him in the maze, she should run without looking back. But in response, Lilith gave him a slap sharply, showing that he would not allow him to cap out of her feelings. Her voice trembled with genuine despair. Tears rolled on the cheeks when she begged to explain how she could stay away, knowing that he was there in cold water. She asked her eyes that he did not blame all the burden of guilt. In those moments, his thoughts again inevitably returned to Cordelia. The girl begged him not to waste her life. She asked for him not to try to save her alone. Like, if a root will die because of her, what then she will remain? The young man gently illuminated her face with his palm and suggested that together all the trials that would appear on their way. He looked at her questionfully, whether she was ready to accept such conditions. In response, Lilith only gave him a gentle, warm smile. The 4th test is a devoid of life. In fact, the participants are waiting for a whole maze with confused, bizarre transitions, which are more reminiscent of endless winding moves with a complex solution than a regular corridor. There is no water at all, so stocks can only be replenished by returning to the underground lake behind. Although the trial could take several weeks, it was actually possible to cope with it in just 20 minutes. Ryuto, holding Lilith in his arms, jumped down and announced with a joyful smile about the successful completion of the task. In all labyrinths, there is an unchanged rule. If you notice a sign and change it according to the established order, the confusing passages will suddenly open the direct way forward. This test requires not only ingenuity, but also the ability to recognize ancient characters and mysterious drawings. Lilith emphasized that they were constantly able to bypass each trap without getting into the paws of no test. She had no idea that they can overcome the guard in such depths. Rudo noted, to go down even below, far beyond their capabilities. Both looked into the pipe, and before their eyes opened the fifth test hall, there were nesting lower fiery dragons. It is not a real dragon, but only one of the lower varieties. Although fiery dragons of this level are only in size from a housewife, they are not inferior to real dragons in battle, and remain as dangerous. Lilith explained that for this reason it advises to gain experience from the beginning. Ryuto nodded in agreement. The guy rejected something, saying loudly that he had already reached every top and lower level. After getting a shovel, he offered to rest first. Lilith tried to stop him, but he just took his find. He advised her not to strain. All her manu was spent in a clash with a cetacean catfish. There was no danger here, and their path will soon be south, so it's best to relax. After listening to this, she really allowed herself to plunge into a pleasant nap. Lilith remembered the times when she was captured. Then people went to her cruelly and ruthlessly. One day, the dragons destroyed everyone who ever caught her wrong or oppressed her. The girl admired the incredible beauty of these dragons. She was associated with particularly warm feelings with those who saved her life. So watching his youth and strength slowly fade away, it was unbearably painful. Waking up, Lilith immediately burst into tears. In her thoughts, she sorted down the fun moments she survived recently. The heat and dazzling light prevailed above. Meanwhile, Rudo noticed that Lilith had finally returned to her senses. When he wondered whether she was resting, his clothes were soaked in blood. This appearance was a lot of shocking lilt. Rudo calmly explained that all overwhelming magic was to blame. His ability allowed to withstand such loads, but each time it took some of his forces and undermined health. He promised that his name would be famous for his skill in restorative magic as soon as he has solved his business. Lilith wondered what he was talking about. Rudo replied to this that he intended to set fire to. The girl noticed how thick smoke was rising into the sky, and guessed what he was doing all this time. She exclaimed, adding that not to solve the problem. After all, even the flame of the dragon can destroy the wooden building if you do not stop destroying it without stopping. However, the forces raging in Ryuto were much weaker. Bloody Ryuto noted that conversations are superfluous here when the business can be solved without words. Meanwhile, the crazy stood on his own. He must do it. At first, Lilith decided it was a common fire, but the danger was much more serious. Suddenly, a frantic gust of wind rose, and the girl was surprised to see the flames lightly absorb everything around. Ryuto explained that the roots have sprouted through the whole building, so the fire spreads instantly. He collected tiny grains that were scattered under the building. According to him, these sprouts are able to develop extremely quickly if they provide them with heat and nutrients. In addition, due to its special power, it can further accelerate their growth. It was an incomprehensible power of plants. The ability to penetrate even through the strongest structures, to break them with invisible energy. Raising his hands as if saying a spell, he added that it is worth letting in these micro-cracks a little fire and wind, and the destruction is no longer avoided. In a moment, the whole pack of dragons broke out with a bright flame. Ryuto level was gaining momentum. Squeezing blood from his hands, he realized, to crush the enemy with one blow, he, like a real sorcerer, needs deep awareness and skill. He wondered if the dragon owner should contact this owner. He gave the impression of a person who was sincerely concerned about those who rejected Lilith. According to the hero, there was no point in transforming the dragon. Hearing this, Lilith did not stay and exploded with sincere laughter. Wiping tears from laughter, the girl confessed that Ryuto impressed her incredibly strongly, much more than she could imagine. Her relaxed laughter, filled with joy, just escaped. She could not restrain him, and could not be. Ryuto silently stared at her until he noticed how the monster was rapidly approaching. Raising his hands and smiling sadly, he said, "Here is the end." It is now that he managed to overcome the 80 level. The guy instantly activated his power, and immediately from the ground sprouted plants, which rapidly pulled up, punching the soil. There was no trace in a moment. He told Lilith that it was time to climb up. You can use the remnants of beams and wrapped vines. He instantly gathered all the equipment, preparing to strike the shocks in the whale and an armed golem. Lifting the giant hammer of Minotaur, the guy with a smile noted that it was such a weapon that they lacked. Ryuto at ease waved his weapon, as if she had no weight at all, after which he threw her up and skillfully caught it back. He was impressed with the ease with which he owned this weapon. Obviously, this is a merit of raising levels, he suggested mentally, smiling cunningly. If it is really a hero, you should surely make sure again. Together with Lilith, they return to the second test, a collision with an armed golem. Rare is skillfully throwing a fishing rod into the abyss, and then lightly pulls an angry monster on the surface. Waving his weapon with all his power, he broke Golem. A smile was played on the boy's face. He was overwhelmed by pride and triumph. Finally, he reached a dreamy 100th level. From this moment, a new era was waiting for him. From the 100th level, there is a unique skill that lifts the master over the average warriors, the famous ability of the true ruler. At first glance, this ability seemed not too impressive against the background of powerful magical attacks. However, for the ordinary peasant man, she was a real gift from above. And what, as such force is applied by someone like a swing with magical energy, which reaches almost 20,000? This question did not give him rest. It was too hard to find out what such potential was capable of. Ru appeals to Lilith asking, "Let me a little more time, please." Later, the self-confident young man returned to make a third test, a clash with a cetacean catfish. Rudo, without a moment, involved the ability of anger of a common man. The young man smiled. I am sure that this experiment brought an incredible result, but it is almost unrealistic to embody this on a real battlefield. The guy exhausted to the edge fell in the arms of a small Lilith. He noted that the expenses of mana on this skill impressed the imagination. The girl was quite surprised when she noticed that Ryuto was already dormant. She did not believe that she was capable of such. But inside the soul, a soft, warm smile blossomed. Lilith looked at his knees and gently dragged his hand on his hair. There is only one test ahead, and it will become the most difficult of all. Ryev confidently squeezed the Minotaur's hammer in his right, and the left gently held Lilith by his hand. The final test was waiting for him, a decisive clash with the dragon zombie. While they descended, Ruto noticed that zombie Draken was almost indistinguishable from what he was in life. Lilith explained that the souls of dragons remain in their own body, thanks to the mysterious ancient magic, which are used after their death. Ruto wondered what really means to be on the verge of death. The girl explained, "Even if you are on the other side of life, it is impossible to become a defender in such an exhausted state." The main content of this test is honoring the transition between generations. During this rite, the ancient dragons, which have become zombie, convey their knowledge and skill to the younger winners. Thanks to this sacrament, zombies, endowed with a huge divine power, get a chance to rise to the rank of divine dragons and ascend. This skill increases the efficiency of all enhanced skills by almost 1.5 times. Of course, the abilities of the heroes of the 100th level were still unattainable. But it was because of this ability Rudo sought to enter the ranks of real heroes. For him, this ability was a real issue of honor. He was ready to overcome any obstacles in his path. The two of them moved the dark corridor, descending the stairs, which flicked soft light. Finally, getting to the space flooded with the glow of the hall, Ryuto immediately fell into the eyes of a majestic altar that stood straight in the center of the room. Together, they desperately jumped directly on the back of the dragon, striking in their giant size. Just as landing, Lilith immediately recognized the almighty beast of her father, whose society held all her childhood. When the girl wanted to approach him, Rudo stopped her and moved her forward. She began to study everything that happened here. Father Lilith, who belonged to the Earth's dragons, died about a month ago. Since then, no soul has dared to pass the test. It takes at least a month after the labyrinth rite to restore your usual appearance. Rudo rushed forward, heading to the dragon. But the monster did not even shudder in response. Instead, the lightning squeezed into the attack. Using the power of the earth, the dragon lifted the massive stone blocks and instantly directed them to the guy. Suddenly, a massive mace with sharp thorns kissed Rudo. The stroke knocked him down. The guy rolled over his head and was hard to face down. The land dragon approached the guy slowly, but suddenly felt an invisible obstacle. It turned out that Ryuto remained alive. The young man managed to use his skill, forcing agricultural plants to grow lightly from the ground. He tied the dragon firmly with thick creepers, pressing it to the ground. Rudo slowly rose from the ground. Meanwhile, the dragon indifferently bypassed one of his mighty paws, not even noticing the cunning trap, which was arranged by the guy. Ryuto was genuinely surprised. He suddenly realized that the dragon had solved his cunning thought. The seeds he had hidden in the monster's body in advance, and immediately sprouted under the influx of excessive mana. Getting rid of the labels left by Ruto, the Earth's dragon wandered with his paw and incredibly struck the boy. From this powerful blow, the young man flew back, crashed into the wall with a loud roar, and powerlessly dodged. Rising from the ground, the reconstructor could not get rid of obsessive thought. This dragon was an extremely formidable rival. The monster tried to strike a crush, but he cleverly jumped and flew into the air. He barely approached the monster, as he immediately thrown the fishing rod, touching her enemy. The guy smiled cunningly, realizing that he is unlikely to have to fight this dragon. Suddenly, at a terrible speed, he broke down. The arrow swept on the surface, like an angry storm, and a thick roar sounded around. It was at this moment that it came to him why this draken's drakens have a sacred importance. Suddenly, a powerful blow hit him just in his face, and, under his watchful look, he twisted even faster. It is such duel that the dragons test their own strength, trying to surpass themselves. The dragon struck a guy with such a frantic force that he, like a ball, flew straight to the ceiling, leaving visible cracks and trace. Ryuto could not believe in his opponent. Deprived of the last strength, the guy fell rapidly into the paws of a spooky monster. But despite all the troubles, Ryuto felt an incomprehensible capture of this crazy adventure. At that moment, the guy used several of his skills at once. His body became strong, like steel, and nearby the gate demons were rushed. The guy sharply pushed me away from the weapon and rushed down rapidly. He always relied solely on the power of his own body, enhancing it with his abilities. However, even using all the techniques and skills, he would not be able to match the true dragon. The guy who was able to simultaneously involve two enhanced abilities could even exceed the expectations of the dragon. Ryuto, gathering all the willpower in one gust, waved his hand with a fierce courage to impress the monster. To do this, he involved the skill called Peasant Anger. The blow exploded with a powerful wave that went beyond ordinary perception. She immediately covered the monster, stunning him with incredible force. Once in his face with a dragon, Rudo noticed that the enemy was flooded with his own blood. Having collected all his power, he raised the heavy hammer of the Minotaur and brought him out, made determination to crush the monster. Already gathering a decisive blow, Rudo suddenly noticed something unusual and stopped sharply. Without bringing the attack to the end, he lowered the Minotaur's hammer to the ground with force. Lilith, who still silently watched the bat, finally wondered why he stopped suddenly. The girl's face reflected confusion and unspeakable despair. Sleeping his position, the verse difference confessed that he could not afford such an act. He confessed that he was not able to do so until Lilith stared at him with such an expression. Watching her, he noticed as she cried with deep sadness. Her gaze was full of sorrow and pity. The girl did not understand where these tears came from. After all, her father has already turned into a divine dragon. It seemed that it should be a great joy. At least she believed that. Lilith turned away from Ryuto, trying to hide tears. The guy quietly asked if she also believed that the root of the problem lies in the human essence. He added that despite the habit of thinking as a dragon, Lilith still lives humanity, which stubbornly does not accept other people's laws, and you do not do anything. Ryuto insisted that despite all this, he should overcome this monster on his own. After all, Lilith is a descendant of the earthly dragon. She was half a dragon, half a man, and had no choice. She had to submit to her father's will. At least it resisted her own desire. His harshness did not leave the place of hope. Take the truth. Their family broke up for a long time. Lilith turned without hiding anxiety. In such a situation, the blessing of the divine dragon will get to her, not to him. Ruto smiled gently and reassured. You should not worry. Everything will definitely work out. In the eyes of the girl, tears shouted again. Ruto cheerfully encouraged Lilith, urging her father that he could handle everything alone. Hearing these words, Lilith was determined. Throwing the hood, she confidently stepped to the dragon and carefully hugged him. Lilith turned rapidly, but this time a warm smile blossomed on her mouth. She sincerely thanked her father for the care and support that she received from him all these years. The dazzling flash of dawn escaped from the dragon's body, pouring the room with a bright glow. As if he came to life, he began to break up simply in his eyes. His remains rose into the air along with trembling waves of light and heat. The little girl sat next to these sunlights, as if fascinated without deciding to leave. Just a few minutes passed, and the dragon only remained memories. Lilith lowered to the floor, plunging into difficult reflections on recent events. Rudo brought down to her timidly, cautiously hugging. At that moment, Lilith no longer held back tears. She finally allowed herself to cry. With heart pain, she asked her to let her hold her in arms a little. It was everything she has reached now. Ryuto smiled gently, letting her cry. After a few sincere words, they misinterpreted silently without saying no sound. At that moment, Lilith remembered her father. As a child, he also gently hugged her, giving warmth and peace. Rudo wondered whether she had made it easier. Lilith nodded, they say, really felt better, and then thanked him for his support. For a while, Rudo held a small piece of paper in his hand that reflected his ability. He thoughtfully thought, although the dreamy skills for which he came here could not be obtained, his skills have increased at least a little. A message appeared on the screen. The hero gained a new skill, Blessing of the Divine Dragon. Due to this ability, the efficiency of all reinforcement has increased 1.5 times. He could not understand why he got this ability, because the final blow was caused by Lilith, not he. Suddenly, the guy turned sharply to the girl who also squeezed a piece of paper in his hands. She confessed, she was also clear to her. Lilith has mastered a new skill, a divine dragon. Its effect significantly increases resistance to diseases, and significantly accelerates growth, increases the force of attack, protection, magical potential, and agility. After reading this, Rudo did not resist laughter. Feeling all the absurdity of the situation, he finally allowed himself to relax and laughed in full voice. Lilith looked at a guy who barely held back laughter. Rudo seemed that before the test began, he had already anticipated a similar development. Lilith looked around, who caused the boy's sincere laughter. Having mastered himself, he politely apologized to her. Rudo also drew attention to the fact that Lilith's father, the Earth's dragon, despite his caring, had a rather strict approach to education. After he spoke so decisively with Rudo, it was impressed that he actually instructed him to take care of his daughter. The guy effortlessly laid Lilith's palm on his shoulder and smiled, saying that her father was now near her. Hearing these words, the girl could not hide her surprise. Rudo assured that she would always stay next to Lil's divine in the likeness of a good spirit. Hearing these words, tears broke out in the eyes of a little girl. After a tense battle, the boys decided to rest and eat tea. In the cozy atmosphere, Lilith wondered what every plans for the future, when they would finally get to the surface. Rudo reported that he plans to spend some time in the royal library, and later, he would probably go on a trip to the world to gain experience, master new skills, and get a variety of equipment. Pouring hot tea, he solemnly swore to become a defender of Lilith and make her happy. He assured that this is what Lilith was able to do as she pleases. He assured that she would continue to work as a city librarian. Hearing these words, Lilith looked at him. Seeing Lilith's behavior, Rudo turned to her with a warm smile and asked if she would like to make him a company. In response, the girl, glowing with joy, admitted that it would become true happiness for her. Cordelia wondered when she realized that there were no real knights in shining armor. She remembers how a child was still a child with her report. Then she was a real heroine for him, and so she appeared in front of the crowd, where everyone hides the real face behind the mask. Little Cordelia shares with a neighbor on a bench with her dreams. She wants to become a real heroine. The girl is convinced that he has to defend everyone in this world. It is her calling. The guy is wondering what she wants. Cordelia genuinely replies. Her dream is to protect everyone around, but fear does not allow her to be released. She confesses. He is afraid of these demons, evil dragons, the mighty owners of darkness, and even these smiles. She seeks to reveal the secrets that hide in their views. However, the girl, erasing tears from the face, is unable to do so. Despite her sincere desire to trust, she does not work. Rudo assures that she will certainly come to her help. He assures her that whoever her rival is, and wherever she is, he will always rush to the rescue and be able to overcome anyone. So he asks not to hesitate in it, to act decisively, and to obey the voice of his heart. Cordelia recalls that these words once filled her heart with happiness. She recalls how this man was always distinguished among adults with her strangeness, and as a child she was held near him like a younger sister, while he was a defender for her as an older brother. Now it seems to her that he turned into her knight in shining armor. Cordelia suddenly realizes how different they are. He is an ordinary peasant, and she is a heroine. They are separated not only by the social state, but also by the pace of development and abilities. An irreconcilable abyss was formed between them. The girl recalls that although others did not deny her true essence, they could not finally accept and forgive her. But despite it, she still was joyful in her soul. She is firmly convinced that the true calling of the hero is to defend the village. He considers his duty to protect every inhabitant and give them peace and sincere smiles. At the same time, she warns, it was on his 12th birthday that a real miracle happened. The ordinary guy from the village suddenly got power that exceeded even the power of the hero himself. Cordelia noticed that the guy was behind her for 100 steps, and his weakness did not cause her trust at all. She never suggested that he could help her out of some mess. Now the girl thought, do the same knights with old fairy tales real characters in shining armor? However, there is a girl next to her, who is always ready to support and stand on her side. Sincere smiles and fun laughter were heard everywhere, and the guy carefully wondered if she did not tell this story again. He emphasized that she was only a child then, and could not believe that someone from a common people could surpass the true hero. Cordelia gratitude to the young man, because it was thanks to him that she managed to get out of his paws. He, theatrically clapping his hand, states with a smile that now is the time for fun. He has ironically wondered whether her hero in shining armor, along with the dragon, disappeared from the battlefield. Joke. Did the brave man so frightened that he simply threw heels? The knight warns them, do not catch this pure soul. He is also interested in whether some more stories about young peasants who have won the brownies on their own are known. Cordelia assures that it is pure truth. However, the knight in response speaks restrained and firmly. Even if the lady destroys all 100,000 goblins next to him and gain invaluable experience because of his rapid progress, they will still not be able to enter the battlefield side by side as equal. The new moon insists that now he is most mocking Lady Cordelia. The knight suddenly turns to Cordelia, assuring that he was not intended to disgrace her at all. He adds that he just sought to make her words more convincing. Cordelia recalls how 3 years ago, the events related to goblins were described in detail and widely published, as if this magical power was unmanageable and was not subject to any control. In her memory, an image of a boy named Ryuto, whose death enveloped the memories of the fog and laid a depressing imprint on the heart. The others insisted that it was only a fiction of her imagination, a futile illusion. But in spite of all doubts, she dreams of a passionate way to appear nearby. The girl strongly beats herself on the cheeks and with passion declares that he goes to take a walk to dispel his thoughts. The young man throws after the jumper. If you gathered on the flowers, you will not find them here. But the knight is uncertainly sounding after. Charming. Drunk is especially not laughing here. The man strictly orders the boys who beat him on his head immediately stop. The other adds, the only reason they drink in the thickets of the forest is the incredible intuition of the hero, so they should appreciate this chance. Cordelia quenches thirst, freshening water from the barrel and shaking the residual drops. She believes that their expedition is aimed at searching for sandy artifacts. However, executives clearly warn that local monsters are too strong. Nevertheless, all the knights are skillfully overcome, without even needing her help. The girl suddenly feels something strange, and at the same moment he hears how someone exclaims her name. The captain of the team stops in front of the girl and asks if something unusual happened. In response, she only nods silently. Then the commander, raising his voice, appeals to all the fighters with a strict call, to watch more closely at them. He orders them to take a circle and divide into teams of 5, without losing vigilance, even if the enemies are not visible yet. Everyone is preparing for battle. But Cordelia reports that the enemy is only one, and it worries it even harder. The girl insists, we need to leave. The detachment commander immediately exclaims the order to retreat, keeping the order. A suddenly unknown arm demolves the head of the detachment. The knights were horrified. They looked silently at the dead commander, deprived of life and soul. The girl with an umbrella laughs fun and, smiling playfully, asks whether they really believed that they could escape from her. She wonders if they tried to escape from her. Silently makes the decision, no one will avoid paying. She has to only destroy everyone to one. Cordelia notices an alarming sign. Amanda's dragon is clearly suffering. She immediately recognizes this creature and feels a familiar, ominous aura. It is impossible to make a mistake. In her memory, there are rumors about how this monster has already destroyed many young heroes. And now Cordelia is almost sure that she should be the next victim. Quater makes an unbreakable decision. Everyone has to take part in the battle. She turns to knights, and a strong, confident voice proclaims the beginning of the war, ordering the soldiers to gather around her and prepare for a decisive duel. The knight froze in space as if suddenly stopped his run. Amanda asks her with a mocking interest in her whether she does not consider herself a real tumor. Then she begins to be interested in another. Why did she decide to get rid of the detachment head first? Cordelia suddenly realizes that the knights trusted her intuition, whereas for all around it was already obvious. The insidious dragon is much more powerful than her. She is well aware that despite the loud title of the heroine, in fact, she is only an ordinary girl whose knights do not listen to. Meanwhile, the commander is strictly related to his subordinates, ordering them not to lose vigilance. He orders them to lure 3. He calls not to be frightened, because on these lands there is only one dangerous dragon, so if they show courage in battle, the monster will have no chance. The words of the commander add to the knights in strength and confidence. They are strongly prepared to enter the battle with evil. The knights remember how they gave an oath on the day of acquaintance with the new hero, to become those who will stand near him and support the feats. Knights cause windgust, and Augustus Vera is attacking the evil dragon. However, the monster remains unmoved. Then the heroine applies her powerful ability, a triple stroke. Suddenly they attach to the mantle, armed with an umbrella. Cordelia lightly solves the tricks. All protective barriers are only a misconception, and the real way to victory is when one person directs parry to block the abilities of the enemy, and 2 others use contradiction skills. The knight is injured and realizes that the seal did not really work, but despite that, she still managed to grab her. Several nights in a row, brave characters try to overcome the cruel Amon dragon, competing for the advantage of a powerful hammer. Amanda skillfully sends to the ground the head of all knights who dared to attack her. When Cordelia is rapidly approaching Amanda, he runs to her with a lightning movement, and with all his power strikes her face on the ground. Amanda presses his leg to the head of Cordelia and exclaims what they are fragile and defenseless. She should barely touch how they are already scattered. She admits that it is extremely difficult to hold her own true impulses for her. Craned with horror, the knights in a panic run away without daring in a duel with a formidable dragon Amanta. Amanda is wondering if they are still going to run away from her. Smiling, she exclaims that it is wonderful, and immediately calls several giant orcs. They immediately appear in front of the heroes, mercilessly overlapping the path to retreat. The knights attack the orcs, and Amanda grabs Cordelia for his hair, mockingly interested in whether they really consider themselves to be formidable killers of the orcs. She adds that the orcs sought to thank the knights, which is why she brought them with her. And now, with a sly smile, she asks what knights plan to do further. The orcs mercilessly destroy the knights one by one, leaving no one chances to survive. She pushes the Cordelia on the floor and commands, "Look!" After all, her friends are next to her. Cordelia directs her gaze and notices how her dead comrades are slowly approaching her. Amanda asks them if they feel loneliness. She is convinced that this is what pushes them to strive to defeat the hero. And at that moment the monster rushes rapidly at the Cordelia. The girl, with eyes filled with tears, breaks through the swords of her former comrades. Once in the paws of one of the orcs, she does not lose his self-control and calls the knights not to despair. It reminds loud and persistently, "If you keep calm, the victory will be behind them." However, fear covers the warriors. Knights in panic rush on the side, and Cordelia desperately tries to stop them. Amanda deals with fugitive knights, releasing a powerful energy shell. Cordelia is amazed at its incredible power and weight. After that, Amanda turns to the heroine, asking if everything is fine with her. She insists everything is clear to her. The hero could not organize this vicious, frantic knight. Cordelia skillfully cuts the energy sphere of the evil dragon, which causes the genuine admiration of Amanda. She passionately notes that to cope with such an attack is a real talent. Amanda, amazed at the heart, exclaims, asking how to overcome it, and at the same time deprives the rival of magical attacks. Cordelia skillfully avoids most strokes, elegantly parrying them with his sword. Cordelia, exhausted to the edge, realizes that she no longer has the strength to even raise her hands. Amanda is jokingly interested. Did she still have not enough? Amanda again rushes to the attack, and Cordelia barely has time to dodge at the last moment. However, this does not stop Amanda. She persistently comes further. The sinister dragon mockingly states that it is her last blow. Not giving her a chance to rest, he ruthlessly attacks, causing devastating blows into different parts of her body. Amanda approaches the Cordelia and asks carefully if she knew the one she left alone. She is wondering if Cordelia feels lonely. Near the floor, there is a bunch of dead guards. Whose sacrifices are they, Amanda or orcs? Amanda notes that the orcs are already full, and Cordelia, as if rejoicing, is silent and does not say a word. Then Amanda confesses that she likes it all. The insidious dragon of Amanda grabs the hero by the hand and, smiling, confesses that he brings to him true pleasure to observe the orcs devour people. It tastes details. These monsters begin their bloody feast from the fingers and feet of the victim. She tells that at first people ask for salvation or pray so that they are not killed, covered with pain and despair, and subsequently begin to ask for a quick death. Amanda is interested in Cordelia, or perfectly understands how valuable these special moods are for her. So much that she wants to preserve them forever, by turning magic into the real world. Amanda exclaims with sincere enthusiasm that this smile will never get bored. She is simply not able to hide her admiration. Frankly admits, she wants to hug him right now. Amanda laughs, enjoying her victory. Cordelia thinks about whether she should regret that is in this humiliating pose. Suddenly the man strongly grabs Cordelia by the hand, sharply draws it to the mouth and pulls out a mysterious object from there. Keeping an unexpected find on the open palm, he addresses her what it is. Amanda swallows the poison and confesses. In fact, she's never been going to escape. It is her conscious decision. She turns to Cordelia, or realizes that she has not been able to cope with the call of the heroine. She thinks whether she has already applied the magic of Heart, which heals the soulful wounds of the characters with rank B. Amanda throws her on the floor, stating that she is trying to hate his rival even to a real fight. She confesses to embarrassment. The psychological advantage of the hero is still too palpable, and it is not easy to overcome it. Turning from her, she throws over her shoulder, "You are the loudest thing that could happen during the defeat." Amanda steps forward, assuring that he would crush it without a shadow of pity, because, in her opinion, there was never a more boring person. Unexpectedly, in the path of Amantine magical attack emerges Ryuto and skillfully intercepts it. He rushes simply into the thickets of the orc, and the true meaning of the events that unfolds before her gradually reaches the Cordelia. It grows, even without thinking what is possible at all. She looks at him and realizes, here he is, her brave knight, for whom she has been waiting for so long. Rudo turns and apologizes with apology. He said he heard Cordelia face the vicious dragon Ammon in the forest, although the details of this meeting did not know. According to him, he approached her house when he noticed bright flashes from magical shots. It heals the wound with magic and helps to get on your feet. Then she thinks whether her hand trembles. Perrin points out that she has made a promise and frankly admits that she never listens to his advice. Ryuto hugs her firmly, sincerely asking for all the sorrows she had to endure again. Cordelia does not hold back emotions. In her eyes the tears which she sheds silently, clinging to him. Amanda releases a powerful magical charge in their direction, but he cleverly reflects the attack with the help of his own creations, and becoming a live shield, reliably protects the Cordelia. The insidious dragon exclaims that he was able to repel her magical attack again. It really causes delight. Rudo asks Samantha not to go to church next time, although he eventually managed to get an extremely delicious drink. Amanda is questioned by a stranger who he really is. Her interest is noticeable, perhaps a real character in front of her. However, he immediately denies. He does not blow from heroism. Ray, however, in response only laughs, and, when she was faded, ironically says, "Maybe it's you a hero?" Ryuto calls himself a common man with confidence, and she is just surprised what awaits ahead. The girl is surprised that he does not feel power or special energy from him, though he thinks, perhaps this rural origin gives him a powerful endurance. It looks strange, but the truth remains unchanged. No special aura or a hint of a supernatural power. The young man with irony notes that the glory of the Dragon Dawn, after all, did not bring her much benefit. The girl smiles mysteriously in response. The look of Ryuto slides on the fallen knights, and he addresses her with the question, was there any special reason to deprive them of their lives? He is interested in whether the dragons are intentionally looking for clashes with powerful opponents, and whether something more than ordinary massacre is hidden behind it. In response, the girl asks why she will destroy them at all. And then, As if thinking aloud, he adds that if it is so important, then perhaps the whole thing is that they seemed interesting to her. Ryuto suddenly rushes forward, intending to snatch her head, and hears a crazy cry to force the girl to stop laughing. However, she cleverly slips out of his attack, skillfully evading the attack. She skillfully evades every impact. He specifies that he has a truly unique, extremely rare sword. It instantly awakens her curiosity. She immediately asks where he was lucky enough to get such a rare weapon. She effortlessly steps directly on the blade of his sword, and a bold smile plays on her face. The girl notes that these weapons do not fit him at all. Removing the sword from the vagina, he nods briefly as a sign of consent. Seem to be the same. Cordelia with enthusiasm noticing how force has become Ryuto. But the young man loud and sharply requires that she does not interfere with their duel. Rudo calls for her to rely on him, confidently promising that he will be able to cope with this sinister dragon. His voice is not only for the girl, so he tries to convince himself of his own determination and strength. He orders the Cordelia to deal with the last orcs, and himself, turning to the evil dragon, exclaims loudly, urging him to follow him. Cordelia reappears, and now it is a whole flock of giant orcs behind it. The insidious dragon rushes after him, strictly forbidding to run. She blames the hero that he has drawn her into this duel, and now he wants to enjoy the fun hunt. She is wondering that he sought to feel, and jokingly draws attention to a strange expression that suddenly broke from his mouth. Ryuto is freezing freely, assuring that she will definitely explain everything. After that, he activates his abilities, enhances physical strength, hardens the body to steel, and opens a demonic gate. He causes a devastating blow to the heart, and the man flies back, as if he had picked up a powerful gust of the element. As soon as they take off a few meters, it is lightning. Rudo boldly approaches the warmed enemy lying on the ground. Amanda scares the boy with his expression and thinks about whether he really became creepy. She confesses that this technique struck her to the depths of her heart. In her opinion, everything is brilliant. Just one light, relaxed blow is enough, and the whole is ready. Amanda confidently states that this attack was too weak, because she did not even make efforts to stand against him. Focusing on its power, it causes a devastating blow generated by this restored force. He rapidly rushes to her and cuts her head with one blow. But the wound heals instantly. The new head grows in the same place. She already wanted to point out his skill, but does not have time to pronounce, because the next attack interrupts her thoughts. Amanda notices that his attacks do not weaken, and he seems completely confused, not understanding what is happening. It is covered in rage. It does not restrain the feelings and exclaims with despair that she refuses to believe it. Smiling, she easily begins to use her abilities, at the same time sincerely betraying that she knocked him down. Returning to Ryuto, the girl promises to show him the true power that is hidden in him. He asks for the same ability to communicate that only races of dragons have. Without hesitation, he confidently states that he is also under the power. Amanta is stunned. She is surprised how a simple peasant managed to master the mysterious force belonging to the dragon. Ryuto, barely noticeably smiling, replies that after recent events, he was officially recognized as the next king of dragons. To confirm his words, he demonstrates her a ring, offering to look more closely at this decoration, because it is it who is an indisputable confirmation of his new status. Amanda exclaims that this is impossible. She shouts in a panic, asking if he stole the ring. The girl insists that everything is one, otherwise to explain that the ordinary peasant was able to awaken the forces that belong only to the Dragon King. This is the only one who has this ring. He begins to call for the power of manifestation of God Dragon, trying to find out whether that is what is being said. Finally, his course is coming to an end, and he addresses her. Now is your turn. Prove what he is capable of. She stubbornly denies it is impossible because he is neither a warrior nor a hero, a common peasant, and no more. However, in her eyes, the guy gradually reveals the forbidden forces of the dragon. The girl finally realizes that she is not a ghost and not a dream, but a true embodiment of a dragon god. Amanda can't understand why she is trembling. Is it normal that a formidable and ruthless dragon suddenly feels a real fear of a regular peasant? She is convinced that this man does not resort to magic at all. In her opinion, in the form of a simple peasant, he is deprived of any attractiveness. This path is finally closed for him. Using this confidence, she imposes a spell. This puta completely knocks the guy out of the track, depriving him of his ability to move or take advantage of any of his abilities. Amada rejoices and laughs sincerely. Now, when he has been recognized as the next owner of the dragons, he seems to be the strength of anything. However, in the witchcraft protective arts, he is not at all aware, and does not take into account the Antaganda equipment at all. That's his carefree, almost childish safety. She solemnly assures that he will certainly show his true strength. She reports Rudo that she is now using all her strength, and therefore is called weird. All this because of the incredible amount of demonic eyes that she is endowed. She approaches the manta and reports that she should activate her demonic eyes as her magical power grows 3 times. At the same time, he is mysteriously asking if he realizes that the man who could have resisted before her magic was not born. She gently brings him to her chin and offers to become her servant, swearing to take care of him with all the care she is capable of. Ryuto suddenly beats her with his leg and repels with disgust, throwing back, "Do not even dare to show me such a transition." What he saw was almost out of balance. Amanda falls on the ground, twisting in pain. Her opponent asks whether it is the limit of her capabilities. With cold confidence, he says that he understood perfectly earlier. Her amulet of the dragon would never become subordinated to him. He thanks her, confessing that it was because of her that became truly stronger. But immediately she states cold. Everything is over, and orders her to die. Amanda fades from shock, not believing her own ears. Did she really hear everything right? She thinks of herself. Her strength is so incredible that it can only turn into a disaster. It is because of this supernatural power among the most powerful race of dragons that it is perceived as an exile, even for their own. She is striking. How could he imagine that he was curbing such a formidable dragon as man like a dominant dog, even dared to order her to die? She smiles terrifying, silently with an inevitable death. The man emphasizes that for the evil dragon, death does not matter. Even if he is overthrown or lost his fight, it will take a little time. And he will take up again, young and powerful, as if he had never died. She understands perfectly. The next chance will only fall in 300 years, but this guy will no longer be around. In the future, she will only be competing with less capable rivals. Ryuto extracts a sword that flashes a magical glow, and with icy indifference warns her. There will be no second chance. Amanda does not hide the surprise. He has changed so strikingly. She hopes, let her not say she is a sword. But Rudo solemnly proclaims, "This blade is a sacred weapon designed to clear the world from evil dragons." The young man had already taken his hand for the last blow, as suddenly the unexpected sound sounded. When Ryuto appears that he has overcome all orcs, and can now come to the rescue, Cordelia exclaims his name. Amanda feels her last chance, and decides to take the opportunity. She must grab this girl anything. The man tries to grab the girl, but she suddenly causes him a magical blow. At this point, Lilith suddenly appears. Cordelia looks at her stunningly, and Lilith, casting a cold look at her, calmly states that she is already tired of it. Amanda asks Lilith with interest who she is and where she came from. The girl in response is only a mysteriously waving, hinting that her personality does not matter. Ryuto replies that it is going to destroy it right now. Amanda, in despair, exclaims that he stops, because the death of a dawn dragon can disturb the fragile balance in the world. However, the young man instantly cuts him in half. Cordelia considers whether it has this to do with the divine killer, not to the usual murder or imprisonment. Ryuto replies, "Her soul is destroyed forever, so she will never return." Cordelia, clutching the palms of the temples, confesses that from this endless, the incomprehensible details of her simply split her head. But despite all this, she rushes forward, joyfully meeting his return. Lilith stops Cordelia, cautiously warning, "It is too dangerous to stay with him now because the curse is not yet fixed." Cordelia asks what to do. Lilith says that with the acquisition of a new power, he increasingly violated prohibitions. If ordinary diseases no longer cause fear, then the curse is a completely different matter. When Cordelia suddenly shows an interest in the conversation, Lil explains with irritation that the force that has obeyed her is in fact a curse that slowly destroys her. It can only use this energy when it is in its own protective barrier. Lilith explains that such a terrible price got to him for trying to conquer the almighty force, having only a simple, rural body. Cordelia exclaims that she has never even wanted to do so. She does not understand why such a distance should be between them. This thought does not give it rest. Rudo reminds you of the promise to save her, and asks whether those words were truly sincere. He assures that he will do his best to always be near, regardless of circumstances. Hearing this news, Cordelia blossoms from happiness. After that, she thanked him sincerely. In response, Ryuto gives her a warm, sincere smile. However, Cordelia and Lilith, with irritation, turned to each other and, pointing his fingers, spoke in one voice. Who is this woman? A few days before the death of a dawn dragon. Night in the library. Lilith approaches the giant door and, without hesitation, dissolves them widely. Lilith came across ancient folio. Lilith believes that the secret foliant of the dragon is a real treasure, which preserves unique testimonies of ancient magic, accumulated over the entire life of this mighty creature. She recalls that at first this volume was not intended for general reading. However, for exactly 2 years and 1 month ago, something that changed this situation radically. A loud roar man compresses his fist on the table and, exploding with indignation, exclaims that it is no longer strength to endure. He loudly states that this is only permissible for the one who has passed the test, because only 3 gold rings give the right to look into a secret book. And it sounds like a pure absurdity. He insists that they cannot agree to such under any circumstances. The man emphasizes that even if it is the order of the Lord himself, they still cannot agree with it. The man standing by the river notes that everything is much more complicated than it seems, and in the words of each of the present, there is a proportion of truth. He emphasizes that further disputes will not be of any use, so it is better to stop them right now. Finally, he says, power is true justice. Rudo hit a man on his hand, and deep cracks immediately appear on the table. The man states that he feels true power, the power of the true defender of justice. He apologizes for his impoliteness. The area reassures him in response, advising not to worry, and proposes to continue the conversation. The man thoughtfully asked himself whether he would really get a new force if he would allow his daughter to look into a mysterious scroll. Ryuto assured this that from now on, his power will only grow. Hearing this, the man just smiled and said that no one was waiting for him. Lilith calls Rudo. She asks if he really is going to leave her. In response, the young man says that her presence will now only become an obstacle, and yet, he will not be able to protect her constantly at this moment. Rudo stated that he would be engaged in training in 2 years, and Lilith will be able to master everything he needed to solve the secrets of their home during this time. He solemnly gives her such a promise, and Lilith agrees. She remembers how she gave up to study completely, not losing a moment in vain. She is convinced that all the spells that had previously stored in the depths of memory have forever bent in her mind clear and unforgettable traces. However, Lilith recalls, she is not a dragon, so no magical spells she studied will help her master real magic. It draws a parallel with the world of animals. Even if a person suddenly learns to understand animal language, it will not mean that animals will be able to listen to it or realize the meaning of what has been said. She thinks about whether all this makes some sense. She is convinced that this promise will last only 2 years, and he may well break it and leave it later. Lilith sincerely believes that the young man is lacking only the mighty blessing of the divine dragon, and it is this hope that lives in the depths of her heart. Returning to Lilith, Rudo does not hide the admiration. He is genuinely amazed at the fact that she really managed to do so. Lilith gently wraps him with his arms. She says that since he left her, it has passed too much time, and he never dared to return and apologize. He became wondering if she was able to possess magic now. Lilith said with a smile, any art is simple or complex, it is strength, and the skill of operating with magic artifacts she brought to true perfection. Returning to the conversation about the magic of the dragons, Lilith notes that she does not possess this power. Ryuto clarifies that it means not skill, but awareness in this art. To which Lilith replies, if she was a dragon, she could master up to 70% of this mighty magic. Ryuto gently holds his palm through her hair and enthusiastically notes that she really coped. He is justified by the delay, explaining that he was looking for something special for her. In the end, her palm lies the ring, which he extends to her with trembling. He puts on her finger and asks her to accept this gift. In his dreams, Lilith sees he gently puts on his ring finger on her name. The young man asks if she has already prepared everything. He notes that there is very little time and hurries her in a hurry to take away her things faster. Lilith wondered what she should be ready for. Rudo replied that an important mission was waiting for her, to defeat the ominous dragon. Only hours after the triumph over the Dawn Dragon passed, as a letter delivered to her appeared in the courtyard of Cordelia. She reports that reinforcements will appear in about 2 hours. Rudo asks whether she really seeks to end heroism and just escape from everything that is happening. He assures that he will certainly invent a convincing cause. For example, he will say that he killed him, or accuse him of escape from the city. the man instead proposes to run together. Cordelia confesses that this idea attracts it and sounds quite seductive. She loudly states that, nevertheless, she remains the main character. She solemnly states that he does not escape, and although it is not yet strong enough, she believes, one day it is sure to exceed it. Ryuto just smiles, confessing what he expected. Rudo and Lilith go together, and the guy will solemnly swear that he will save her again and again, as many times as it will be needed. He persistently asks Lilith never to allow even the thought of death to penetrate into her heart. Already heading, Cordelia suddenly realized that she never asked him about that mysterious girl with a hood. Lilith goes, holding his hand firmly, but the guy insists that she releases. Then she confesses that she rejected the goodness of Rumo and never even imagined that a real character could be so similar to him. Lilith confesses that she was confident. They would only support her secretly while remaining in the shadow. Ryuto, in response, categorically denies, in such a situation, it is quite unrealistic. He believes that it is because of him that she is so exhausted now. He recalls how in his past life, only Cordelia managed to defeat the evil dragon. However, this time it is already exhausted, because the course of events has changed significantly. However, no matter what, it still remains the main hope of humanity. Such an inevitable path. Willett replies that she is indifferent to the future of mankind and the fate of his heroes. She adds that even if people disappear from the face of the earth, it will in no way affect them. They will continue to live in the village of Draken. She demonstrates him a ring that Ryuto put on her middle finger. The young man notes that this night ring is an extremely rare artifact, so she asks her to preserve such preciousness and not lose. Lilith says that the ring on the middle finger of her left hand is a symbol of their engagement. Ryuto, in a humorous tone, suggests that if the wedding ring is so important, you can put it on his right hand. However, he explains that it is on the left hand that this ring looks most appropriate. Lilith feels confused, but the router does not even pay attention to it. Instead, he is insanely interested in the situation around, because he is a real home. They suddenly arise just in front of them, and right behind the whole army. Ryuto immediately recognizes the posts of noble gentlemen. Lilith throws an ironic look at him, and is interested in sarcasm what evil he sees in front of him. Not wanting to get involved in unnecessary disputes, Ryuto replies that he is seeking rest, and gently advises her not to interfere. Near Rudo and Lilith, there is a highly aristocrat and powerfully orders them to stop. He comes out of the carriage, and his knight immediately rushes to him, but the noble gentleman restrains the guard with one calm gesture. They say, "Nothing dangerous, wait here." The man approaches Lilith and sharply orders her to remove the hood. Lilith looks at Ryuto, and he nods silently, allowing her to act. The girl drops the hood, opening her face. Seeing this, the nobleman immediately exclaims that she is a fugitive from service. The man states that he will take her to the guild, sharply grabs the girl and orders to follow him. Lilith suddenly feels a shrill pain. It was her conditional signal, and Rudo instantly reads a hint. Without a second, he exclaims to stop everything. Determined, in the whole voice, Rudo states that he found Lilith first and therefore will personally take her to the guild. Ryuto thinks for a moment whether it is true, and quickly understands. Other people's worries are indifferent to him, especially when they concern servants. He himself can no longer invent any senseless story about it. The man thrills his wedding ring, without stopping to draw Lilith behind. Ryuto, without hiding indignation, exclaims his order to stop and grabs the aristocrat by his hand. The guy clenched the man so firmly that, not wanting, he broke his hand. Realizing what happened, he lightly pulls his hand and has a hurry. The man is angry with the fact that someone dared to attack the nobleman, and orders his servants to immediately kill these common people. The knight, without delaying, rushes on the horse directly on Ryuto. Suddenly the horses break from the place, become restless, and the confused aristocrat addresses the knights with questions. Those no less embarrassed begin to apologize, because they cannot understand themselves, which caused the strange behavior of animals. Meanwhile, Rudo calls for a respectable master to keep calm and allow him to look at the wounded hand. The aristocrat turns to gladiator Maris, emphasizing his delay. He assures Maris that if he punishes the perpetrators, he will deserve his forgiveness. The gladiator is preparing for a decisive duel. Ryuto confesses to himself that he was not sought at all, and quietly asks Lilith to retreat a little. The gladiator rushes to the young man rapidly, but he cleverly slips out of every blow. One by one, The opponent causes powerful attacks, but the guy has time to evade them all times. Ryuto easily avoids every impact, moving cleverly and easily. The young man recalls that in the Adventurers Guild there is a special title. It is given only the most vicious and most dangerous. Marissa is from the following. She belongs to the elite, a gladiator rank B. He considers his area of influence absolute dominant. It is here that he calls thousands of deadly blows to opponents. Only the body crushed in the blood should lie in this place, so it was called the Bloody Altar. The noble exclaimed to Rudo that everything was over to him, and the insidious luck, who smiled so treacherously, would soon turn into bloody madness. He added that he would not witness these events with his own eyes. Rudo is convinced that this gladiator is a solid misery and powerless. If he starts to strike, it may end deadly for him. The young man is well aware that his opponent has an excellent reaction, and it is not in vain evaluated on the level of B. Even the blows on the floor are capable of turning fatal. The area covers surprise and confusion. The gladiator only smiles in response, immediately responding to the attack. The jaw of Gladiator is confronted with the blade of the sword of Ryuto, and at the same moment it faints, falling without sensitive. The man asks in surprise that just happened. The doctor replies that everything looked as if Marissa had come across a peasant bosom. Meanwhile, Rashumel with force raises the body of Gladiator and throws it directly into the face of the aristocrats. He orders the doctor to immediately take Marissa and honorary guests to the infirmary. The river strictly orders to convey the nobility. This girl is his closest ally, and if someone dares at least to touch her, pay for her own life. Lilith hugs Rudo, clinging to him firmly. He just smiles in response and notes that it has become even harder now. Lilith cynicidly and flirtatiously replies, "Now that you confess that I am the most valuable for you, you are no longer disassembled from me." She confesses that she finally realized the true essence of Ryuto, and he lacks the courage to admit it. Ryuto honestly says that he did not think that the seal of the servant would cause so much hassle. He explains to her that now their task is to remove the seal from her servant, and for that it is necessary to go to the guild. Lilith thinks that if the other becomes the owner, the servant will go into his property, and then their connection will only strengthen. The young man turns to her suspicion, asking if she listens to him at all. Ryuto and Lilith are enthusiastically staring at the colorful city landscape, considering it in all its glory. He explains that this city near the Marine Tower is also called the City of Merchants, because it was from Sabak that traders came from the Sabak from all ends. He outlines 3 key tasks. First of all, you need to find a guild and get rid of the servant's brand. Next, to rest and increase your level. As for the third point, he considers it less significant, so he advises to direct every effort to perform the first 2. He reassures Lilith, gently claiming that he will never leave her alone. The young man promises to be near, so she has no reason to worry. In guild, Rudo is indignant, considering this or not a bullying. 10 gold coins for something that usually costs 1 or 2. But one of the employees of the guild responds calmly, explains that such a price applies only to simple requests. The same girl has a seal of the highest rank servants, so there are completely different rates. Ryuto claims that life is a continuous pain. The woman answers this. Even a bunch of money will not allow the ordinary peasant to buy this girl without a guarantor. She states that if the fugitive servant is returned to the Union, she willingly accept her back for a reward. In addition, the woman offers him another maid, assuring that even if he is a common man, she deserves one of the best girls. However, a man sharply rejects her offer and, not wanting to hear anything else, he leaves guild with Lilith. The woman quotes Shakespeare, remembering Romeo, and in the light of the golden glow, which rises over the unhappy victims of the blind hostility, notices in the girl a similar thirst for hope. At the same time, she thinks deeply inside with contempt for how much this girl is spoiled. In the tavern Sunrise, the waitress bribes the dishes and drinks. Rajuda confesses that only a penny remained in his pockets. Lilith is interested in what happened to the money that the guy received from the Dragon King. The young man with a muted sigh tells that he was already trying to exchange these coins, but everything almost ended with the fact that a tight Zashmilg could be on his neck. Fortunately, he managed to get out of that mess, but now the presence of so much gold in a simple peasant has caused even more suspicion. He himself wanted to get rid of this treasure as soon as possible. Ryuto reports that he has only 2 gold coins and is wondering how much it is. Lilith with sadness confesses that he has only 5 silver coins. Both are upset with a difficult financial situation, and the guy decides they definitely need to find a way to make money. He notes that in this city work, though I paddle, but also hurry them. But suddenly silence cuts a loud voice. Someone asks if he really knows it. At the next table, men live lively with recent deaths. One of them reports that a man was killed again near the brothel. As always, his end was terrible. Ryuto says Lilith with disgust that this company is disgusting and offers a different place. Meanwhile, the man does not silence and continues his story. Not so long ago, the deceased was recognized. He was a fugitive from the service. Hearing this, Ryuto listens hard to their conversation. The man confesses that he still managed to hide the seal, but she has one special feature. Over time, magic begins to lose resilience, and this inevitably leads to the fact that the brain of the carrier simply explodes. According to him, wearing such a seal is deadly. Rudo instantly approaches the man and persistently demands to tell everything he knows about it. Confused with the sudden appearance of the boy, the man asks in confusion, "Who are you?" Lilith, along with Ryuto, settled in a hotel room. And suddenly the guy realizes that the brand on her body is not just a label, but a real danger. He believes that the action of the seal is limited in time. If its carrier ceases to receive magical energy from its lord, it gradually dissolves and disappears in about 10 to 15 years. He is well aware of the true threat. If the seal disappears forever, her carrier will simply burn the bottom. The bones and even the nerves will break into crumbs, causing unbearable pain, which leaves no hope for salvation, and then death becomes inevitable. Ryuto recalls how 10 years ago the robbers attacked the supplier of prohibited goods. Then many stamps managed to escape, but now they die one by one, a terrible and painful death. Lilith recalls that she noticed a month ago. The seal began to weaken. Rudo immediately understands the danger of this phenomenon. It is the alarm. Usually, after the seal is compressed, its carrier does not stand it and dies for 2 months. So, they have only about a month, and maybe less than 2 weeks. Rudo realizes that he should take possession of Lilith as soon as possible and pass on her Manu. He even flashed the thought to simply steal the girl. But at this moment, Lilith calls his name. She assures him that she is still alive and shares his joy about it. He tells him that until the appointed time, a whole month. He adds that they need money, so to raise the right amount, they will have to work much more often than they have calculated at first. In the Adventure Guild, the girl uncertainly states that it is impossible. The cut, almost despair, exclaims where to get money now. She explains that at least 12 years should be reached for registration, and be careful about the defender. However, if an experienced adventure seeker decides to bring younger siblings with them, they can also be registered. The girl draws attention to the fact that their views read the determination to work, even if you have to look death in the eye. She is amazed at how such people can be brought to the guild, and she assures with all confidence, they will not allow anyone to die. Meanwhile, Lilith is preparing to ask questions. Lilith asked if they could join if there was a keeper. The girl replied that theoretically it is possible, but immediately added, to become part of their band is unlikely to be without outstanding skills or unique talent. Lilith says that the ability to use inventory is an extremely rare talent that she has mastered for perfection. She addresses adventurers with a direct question. Are there any people who want to join her team? There was a depressing silence in the hall. None of the adventurers answered. Lilith does not withstand tension and turns to the audience, begging at least someone. Finally, a familiar taverna man is uncertain about whether she really says what she said. 2 men are eager to offer their help and contact the guild administrator, asking if they can register right now. In response, she reports that he will soon prepare the registration form for them. Rudo notes that these people are among those who are guided by common sense, and wonder why they decided to seek help from them. A man with a sad smile replies that their case seemed completely hopeless. After these words, he leans to Root and whispers quietly in his ear. They first learned about the murders only after the arrival of these people. He exclaims that it is only a joke, and in fact they seek to take advantage of her skills. He recognizes that all the money is left to themselves, and nothing is left for the reward. A man with long hair states that they do not need it. They are only interested in this soap and little girl. He orders Ryuto to stay in place until he is recorded in the registry, and his partner instructs to keep Lilith behind himself. Lilith with fury twists the man's hand and strictly orders to get away immediately. His partner is indignant in response, not believing how she dared to do so at all. Lilith begins to spell, and he, struck, exclaims that it is impossible. She asks in surprise whether she really dared to impose such a vigorous curse right here in the building. The paradise was covered with anger. Expressive veins even appeared on her face. But suddenly, he is mentioned. Guild strictly prohibits serious conflicts between adventure seekers. He is aware that if she is arrested, she will be in prison and make life even more difficult. So he decides. He will not allow Lilith to take someone's life. Lilith, with horror, notices how her magical forces are relentlessly faded. Lilith is anxious about where her magic went. Ryuto also breaks his head over the mysterious disappearance of her magical power. The man rushes to her with the cry that she got it, but her magic is still too weak. He already grabs the sword and claims that he will not allow her to break free. Ryuto Streamheads rushes to the man and sharply requires to stop immediately. He resembles an opponent if he forgot that they are both members of one guild. Despite a powerful blow, the opponent remains adamant, and the partner is genuinely surprised, as Judo managed to strike such a blow with only one hand. He approaches the administrator and asks to register them in the guild, pointing himself to the leader. The woman willingly agrees and assures that the procedure will only end for him. A man with a bandaged eye gently soothes Lilith and Rudo, calling them not to worry and act as the heart tells them. In the end, they have brightly proved his power. Ryuto reflects on him. This man gives the impression of Gilman, the personality, widely known in the world as a noble sage. Gilmanis confesses that he helped them only from the calculation. It is important for him that the debt stays on his side because he considers himself a level. Rai thinks whether this man exceeds him. The area thinks whether the reincarnation has survived other reincarnation as well as it itself. The administrator sincerely thanks Gilmenis for his patient expectation, addressing him as a magician of Class B. But Gilmenis with a clamp claims that he actually, a noble sage, as he emphasized earlier. The adventurer notes that meeting the adventurers of level B is a real rarity. In addition, he notes, Payuda has already paid attention to one truly cool guy. Hilmanus replies that there is always a peculiar connection between the strong. He is convinced that their paths are sure to intersect. On this note, he says goodbye. Rudo and Lilith approach the building of the Guild of Adventure, and the guy immediately feels vigilant, full of curiosity of the views of other adventurers. Ruto notes that the defense and the attack are equally important, but no less significantly. In time to predict the intentions of the opponent and not let him realize the plan. However, only such tactics will not go. It does not fit every battle, so you always need to have several alternative plans. He convinces that all events in their lives are invaluable, because they become an experience that cannot be bought for any treasure. The young man appeals to Lilith, calling together. But thinking about how the man called it, he could not tread how he could lose such a person. Ryuto realizes that they have not yet been able to find an effective way of earning. When looking at the list of tasks, he notices several level B tasks, each of which promises at least 5 silver coins, as well as one task of the level C, with a reward of 8 silver. He knows well. For newcomers, the limit of hope is a level of E. Without gaining in glory, they do not get to more complex missions, unless they join the group with veterans. Lilith notes that even the most difficult tasks of rank E do not make a call, except that someone will agree to fry fries for 12 copper. And then it is unlikely that buyers will be found if they do not give at least some quality guarantee. Rudo demonstrates the adventure board of the Seekers and offers the task that has just appeared there. Lilith learns that she is waiting for a task to collect items. The young man adds that there is definitely what they need. He recalls that a rainbow fruit is an extremely rare find, known as sweet pearl of nature. It is not grown artificially, it grows only in wild conditions. Even with all his skills, he realizes that it is not possible to overcome this task. Lilith is surprised if he does not think that the reward is too generous as a task of such a level, because for one and only fruit, the whole silver coin is promised here. Lilith notes that the complexity of the task depends on the level of danger. Rudo agrees. Although there are many such trees and their fruits are really valuable, to come across such a real luck. Rudo reports that this peasant, who has reached 342, like him, has a unique talent that is ideal for such circumstances. The next morning, on the outskirts of the tariff, where the foot of the mountains is buried in morning fogs, they moved in search of a rainbow fruit. The young moon quietly announced that he finally managed to get the right place, and carefully asked in Lilith if she wanted to rest. He suggested to eat the strength and get caught a little about their food stocks. Lilith takes in the hands of black bread, all covered with a noticeable mold, and looks at him with disgust. Rudo asks if she is about to eat it. Lilith only sighs and replies that this bread has long become unusable. Ryuto, with tranquility, assures that everything suits her. The main thing is that he could bite and chew. She recalls that they will also save some money. Lilith is surprised why it was to buy such a large amount of soap and a huge bucket. The guy replies simply, "All this will certainly be useful." He notes that the spatial bag of the highest level, as it is suitable, contains a huge amount of soapy water, and is also incredibly convenient to use. Ryuto confidently states that the real key to rapid development is soapy water. Lilith asks in surprise, "Don't they need to go in search of a rainbow fetus?" Paradise is in a hurry to correct her. Although the fruit is really found, that's not all. Except for him, there is another important thing they are looking for. He involves his ability to check the state of surface development of crops. After raiding the terrain, he approaches and asks whether that is exactly the place. Asks Lilith to wait a little. Rudo activates the increased physical abilities, exacerbates the senses, turns on the falcon eye and a sense of presence, and almost instantly reveals a dreamy fetus. The young man quickly breaks the fruits from the branches, mentally noting, everything goes exactly as he predicted. Bright, like a rainbow, fruits immediately catch the eye among the forest huts, so around them are always drawn crowds of animals. It is because of this that everyone is trying to harvest as soon as possible, even if the fruits have just begun to reach. Lilith watches how he skillfully finds fruits in the most awesome corners of the forest. It only takes 2 hours, and he already steps back with full buckets. On the face, a happy smile, he happily reports that it is an extremely rare fruit, and he was lucky. Managed to find a whole bucket of bright striped fruits. Lilith calculates the fruit and assures that they will be enough for 1 gold coin. Rudo confesses that he could not find anything more, so he proposes to supplement it. After hearing strange sounds, they rotate to the forest and be surprised to notice how a few spooky monsters jump out of the hut. Ryuto suggests that the monster has attracted the smell of fruit, and emphasizes that such creatures are extremely rare in these parts. Meanwhile, the new moon presents Lilith the opportunity to cope with all the monsters on their own, so they will be able to check their own strength. Lilith agrees and, calling on his magic, completely defeats enemies. Ryuto strikes the last goblin's sword, and then lightly rotates to Lilith and asks whether she has exhausted all her magical forces. Lilith is hardly held on her feet, tiredly leaning on the staff and breathing hard. It is evident that she has almost no strength. The guy's surprise asks if she does not hurt to stay without mana, and suggests to share his own. Using the cover of the night, he conveys the girl part of her own mana, after which she wondered if she understood what mistake she made during the battle. He notes that the girl also used an extremely powerful spell. In his opinion, such tactics in a fight with an unfamiliar enemy will only lead to a lightning exhaustion of magical forces, leaving it completely defenseless. He advises her to act carefully and always closely monitor the level of her own man during the battle. Ryuto confidently states that she will not even try to escape, because her level is still too low. Lilith suddenly was upset, and Rudo gently ran a hand on her head, trying to reassure. He gently convinced the girl, explaining that with the increase of level, she would be able to master even the most difficult spells. However, Lilith only sighed, and sadly said that she has no special skills, and her abilities are limited only by simple magic. The young man appeals to her, to use all his capabilities because his hopes rely on her. Ryu watches Lilith with interest and notices that something is worried. Suddenly it covers a strange feeling. It rotates sharply, and the excited girl alertly asks what happened. In response, Ryu exclaims, "This is a real bush." Huge monsters appear right in front of them. Lilith with interest asks if it is indeed an insect. She makes herself and Rudo invisible, hiding even the slightest hint of presence, strength, smell, and sounds. In response, Rudo explains that it is not a regular insect, but a mutant, a scattered small fly. It was this creature that he remembered when he saw Lilith. He tells that they managed to bother with the skillful masking and the ability to merge with the water ironing of the lake. In addition, he confesses, he does not think that the rest of her skills may somehow prevent them from. Ryuto, along with Lilith, place in a prominent place a stone that vibrates from powerful energy, using it as a bait. The guy confesses Lilith that they were inaccurate, that they came across these weird monsters. The girl thoughtfully thinks whether they can use these insects for her own purposes. He shows his scar and warns strictly, enemies do not forget, and if she decides to take a careless step, She is waiting for the same fate. In addition, he confesses, he already had to face such people half a year ago. He explains that their protection is amazingly strong. No physical blow will cause serious harm. At the same time, magic does not work here. They have built a magic barrier around them whose storage is enough for at least a week. Rudo claimed that even evil dragon is superior to power, but almost never appear from depths to the surface of the water. Because of this, everyone around mistakes these creatures are safe. He confesses that he heard, having won these victories, you discover the endless ocean of experience. And at the same moment he illuminates the brilliant thought, one powerful blow to deal with all together. He is in a hurry, Lilith sounds, so that he may act. Lilith sharply dissolves all the drawers and in one movement pours all soapy water just out. He exclaims that the crucial moment has come and orders to destroy enemies. Lilith uses magic, and all opponents are instantly falling over. Lilith confesses that if you think about it, in fact, everything was quite easy. Ryuto clarifies whether he was talking about before. The young man noted that the oil and water are not mixed, and the paws are covered with a special shell, through which they are easily kept on the water. However, when the surface was covered with a soap solution, they lost their ability to resist. Even their protective layer did not resist. Rudo recalls that once in his world has already encountered similar, and this experience was unexpectedly relevant. He gladly notes that although his plan with magical attacks was quite simple, but at the same time incredibly effective, they carefully identified which monsters near her can be overcome. However, they really did differently. They prepared for her a true invasion of creatures of this level. So her level rose to heaven in minutes. Ryuto lifts a bag with coins and shares the results of the day. For 7 iridescent fruits and 1 potato they earned 1 gold, 5 silver, and 20 copper coins. In his opinion, it is a decent reward for such a grueling day. Lilith explains that now they do not need to harvest the fruit, because they have already found everything they need. But Ryuto denies that the situation is far from completing, because the real purpose was not to find things itself, but to gain respect through the search for rare treasures. The girl is wondering why he sees her aura for so long, and also notices that her strength seemed to change. Ryuto is ready to answer, but suddenly someone grunts him for his clothes. The stranger exclaims that he finally found them, and warns, they should be alert. The man notes that Rudo probably does not rest the question of how he managed to track them. He explains. In this city, every inhabitant feels aura, so noticing foreigners for him is an instant thing. Meanwhile, the guy has a suspicion in his head, and suddenly this stranger was consciously substantiated to manage him. The man, ridiculed, asks whether he really believed that it would be so easy to handle them, to break the nose of one and the other hand. Ryuto thinks whether they have been healed with the help of medical magic. Meanwhile, Lilith grabs him by the hand, on her face, a noticeable excitement. The man states that he is not going to disgrace the enemy in front of the guild, so he was prepared for him a special opponent. He loudly turns to the guard among the guards, the one who was instructed to cope with the enemy. Ryuto realizes that these people do not intend to fight him. The gladiator proposes to leave the memory. He resembles Marissa, the warlike girl of level B, and transparently hints that it is time to prepare for the decisive part of their journey. Seeing Rudo, he suddenly bowed in deep reverence and, sincerely repented, apologized to him for his boldness and incorrect behavior. He thanks for his generosity, assures that he is quite satisfied, and promises not to forget this kindness. Ryuto only mentally notes, such gratitude is quite inherent in a person with level B. Adventurers are interested in what happened and then start inciting him to a fight, because they promised a generous reward for it. Marissa broke out of indignation, shouting how to think that he would change his life for the sake of dirty money. In response, he solemnly addressed Ryuto with apologies, promising to punish these Zakalians for their disdain. Ryuto is sure that everything that happens is karma. He explains, it is only necessary to get acquainted with the new person. Immediately between them there is a karmic connection. If you hide the true essence, such a burden will pursue further, and even the death of the one you despise is not able to break this chain. In the end, a new karma will emerge, and the circle will be closed again. Ryuto notes that getting rid of such karma is extremely difficult. In the course of the conversation, he advises her to always be alert and remember, every deed will have to be answered. Lilith thinks, if so, Their fates are so intertwined that it will be extremely difficult to break this connection. The next day, the mysterious girl approaches Ryuto and tells that she attracted him an unusual aura. She is sure that he can feel him even at a distance. Ryuto confirms her guess and invites her to join their table. With a smile and reflection, he points out that today is on their side a real luck. Ryuto thinks about whether she needs any help. The girl in response invites them to collect the mandrake together. She explains that the reward may change, but is now ready to pay about 10 gold coins. Lilith stops Ryuto, emphasizing that mandragoras belongs to Category B materials, so the task of this level is clearly not under the power of adventures with rank F. She adds that in the shops 100 grams of wanderapers cost only a silver coin, so such an order causes serious suspicions. The client assures that the task is designed for one person. Therefore, for 2 travelers, it is quite capable. She emphasizes that the price of mandragora is growing rapidly, so she needs to get this plant as soon as possible. She is wondering whether speed plays the same important role for Ryuto as for them. In his thoughts, the guy notes that their victories are much exceeding his boldest expectations. In the end, Ryuto addresses the girl to the question, why she came to this conclusion. She tells him about rumors. Somewhere a peasant appeared, who was able to accomplish as many as 7 difficult tasks for the sake of harvesting. Moreover, this desperate guy has even overcome the highest level test. They say he is now looking for money to save his friend from trouble. She explains that a woman who sits opposite him is not just someone, but a well-known professor of the Magical Academy, a true AU of magical science and the most prominent alchemist. The girl also assures that their task is entrusted with the university himself, so there is no reason for concern. She adds that she will tell you how the peasant will be able to buy a maid, if he agrees to collect the mandrake. Ryuto notes that he had never heard of great demand for vanderperes before. Thinking, he adds, in fact, mandragora is an important ingredient for creating an essence of life, but its reserves have always remained constant and have never been exhausted. He concludes that although this grass rarely happens, it was still grown as far as they could. But after all, it is a common plant. It has nothing dangerous in it, so even accidentally ripping it, you will not die. The girl confesses that this is a secret, but still tells. Because of the mysterious ailment, all the reserves of mandragores have disappeared without a trace. She is convinced that it has become a harbinger of serious disasters. According to her, part of the crop has already been harvested and released on the market. Unfortunately, it happened that it is no longer possible to correct. Ryuto suggests that she wants to warn them. Travelers still remain from the city. The girl confirms that everything is right, but warns. This place is extremely dangerous. She explains that Mandragora goes to the Arrakis volcano, and the road will run through its depths, where many monsters, in particular, the basilisks. She confidently replies that they will undoubtedly join the detachment. The man clarifies. These are representatives of the Kakum clan, the famous adventurers of the Adventurers A. He also turns to Ryuto and Lilith, advising not to waste his time in vain. They were surrounded by a real invasion of basiliskov, and he clearly felt horror. Enemies are much more than he expected, and in addition, these monsters significantly exceed the usual size of their brothers. A man with obvious excitement is supplied. Lilith immediately notices his anxiety and is interested in whether he is worried about him. Rudy warns the girl. He feels the approach of a creature whose power and ominous energy affect him much more. He reports that he is far enough, so he first learns the situation, and if the right moment falls out, he will try to eliminate it. He leaves the monsters at her discretion, hoping that she will be able to cope with them. He runs out and exclaims that there is important information. In response, one of the team with an ironic smile waves him after him, clamping that let him catch up with the coward. The team encounters a giant monster. One of the men, without trusting their own eyes, exclaims that it is probably someone's evil joke. He is genuinely surprised. How did such a terrifying creation manage to be in the middle of this forest? Someone, not without fear, suggests, "Is this not a mantor?" Meanwhile, Ryuto desperately resists a few other monuments at once. The man urges everyone to keep calm, assuring that in such cases they have a magician rank B. However, having heard the excited exclamations of comrades that the magician has escaped, he advises everyone in a panic immediately. He shook Lilith in his direction, without unnecessary hesitation, suggested to use it as a bait. The captain of the detachment is indignant, they say, how he dare to do. To which the man sharply interrupts him, emphasizing that it seems that he does not recall the moment when he chose him with his leader. The manticora is rushed to Lilith, and in response, it causes a seductive blow. But, to a great surprise, she immediately understands that her magic is not even able to scratch this opponent. The team captain rapidly appears in front of her, turning into a steadfast shield that stands on her safety guard. He sounds loudly that he will restrain the monster, and in the meantime he has to look for an opportunity for escape. Lilith confidently states that she is not going to flee, emphasizing she is able to repel. He encourages her, noting that it does not have weakness at all, and suggests to overcome this monster together. The monster in an instant deal with their captain, and Lilith in confusion faded on the spot, only mentally asks himself why at this moment she is so powerless. At the moment when the monster is almost getting to her, Ru suddenly appears with the sword in his hand, and lightly straightens with the enemy. He hugs Lilith firmly, glad that everything is fine with her. The young man sincerely praises her for a beautifully done business. At this point, Ryuto cannot understand why she did not take the chance to escape, although he asked for it. He appeals to the team captain, sincerely thanks for defending Lilith. The stunned captain does not stand and asks, "Who are you?" During the race, Ryuto was in surprise. Why did this man be nearby? The captain is restrained. The explanation here is superfluous. It is enough to think a little bit to understand the essence of the case. He assures that they are travelers who have appeared here recently and are forced to hide their faces after a number of unpleasant adventures. Ryuto considers such an explanation quite convincing. The stranger gives the word to keep their meeting secret, and adds that they can always seek help if necessary. He turns to Lilith and asks whether she has ever dreamed of becoming an adventure search. Good. Naturedly advised to stay away from trouble if she has already got to the center of new events. Rudo nods as if he is quite aware of what it is about. The next morning, Rudo reports Lilith that is why they will work again today to improve it. He squeezes the bass guitar fingerboard, and then shouts the spell, urging the tool to impress it with the most powerful magic. Lilith hesitates, but Rudo insists. It is necessary to hurry, otherwise the monster will die, and she will not receive Espa. Gathering with forces, Lilith closes his eyes and says a spell called Explosion. Ryuto, barely holding back tears, reports that the monster is still not defeated, and immediately orders to repeat the spell. She calls magic 3 times in a row, seeking to finally stop the monster. Rudo notes that after all the injuries received, Vasilisk finally fell and suggests that it return. Lilith strikes him with a lightning blow and strictly asks if he realizes how angry she is. She mums something about the heroin and the ring he gave her. Lilith does not stop pouring it continuously, and Ryuto begs to stop. He yells, asking if it really gives her pleasure. Lilith is stunned by where this incomprehensible feeling came from her soul. Retle with relief noticed that her mana stocks have finally been exhausted. Ryuto recalls how their team exterminated the basilisks without stopping, inventing new methods every time, until the evening dropped on the ground. And of course, Lilith surprised everyone again with her skill, enthusiastically raising her level. Finally, after all the adventures, they get to their destination. Rudis is interested in asking if such a path was really worth it, because around, only emptiness, nothing special is visible. The team captain notes that this area is difficult to call the soil. The land is dry here and brittle. In his opinion, in such conditions, Mandragore is unlikely to live. However, it has a different point of view and denies him. He exclaims that something lives here. After that, she appeals to the man to return to the city with Lilith, and to pass the sorceress that her search for Mandragora will end in a few days. Finally, he adds that I will need your help soon. It is 2 weeks. Ryuto appears with a bag, and reports that the Mandragore she ordered is finally here. However, he hesitates whether the girl wants to see the quality of the find. She in response says that she has heard everything about the earth, and now she is curious about what inside. He said that he came across several viable seeds, and, relying on his knowledge in agriculture, successfully grew them up, although he took this process for 2 weeks. He adds that luck was on his side. It was possible to harvest a decent harvest. The girl carefully pulls the mandrakes and examines them carefully. Suddenly she states that they cannot buy these plants from him. She apologizes and explains what she was in mind. The Academy's budget does not allow all these expenses, because it is not mandrake. The guy asks the girl if she is really ready to give everything without hesitation. She clarifies, is it just a fragment of his plan? Rudo nervously asks whether its results have already been so bad. The girl does not seem and insists, will he break the contract later, Will it remain loyal to their words? Rudo replies, let it already decide whether these conditions arrange it, whether she will refuse. The girl assures that she makes sure that his name remains on the pages of the Academy Chronicles. She explains. In fact, he gave her one of the rare varieties of mandragora, and in such a quantity that it will be enough for a real breakthrough in medicine. She explains to him that she was forced to give them 100 gold coins, but now he could offer a large silver coin, tomorrow, 5 gold, and 60 more for several days. In response, Rudo states that if this coin is really so rare, let him give everything at once, otherwise he will find other buyers. The girl reminded him that she had already said, such people are true and extraordinary value, because they only need real researchers. She wondered if he was familiar with someone who had the same talent in this matter. She has wondered if he is really able to overcome all the trials without supporting it. Instead, the man exclaims that he finally found what has been hidden for so long. That's where it was all this time. The man notes that he has been looking for him for a long time. Rudo does not pay special attention, but the stranger immediately assures that he will not delay him for a long time. He hands the reward for the task of destroying the monster, and even adds a few coins from above, like a bonus from himself. The judo lists the coins and claims that they are exactly 15 gold. The man draws attention that the monster on the lake was considered the creatures of Class A. Then one of the attendees asks with interest, did it really be Rudo-san himself? He confesses that he actually assigned himself the destruction of all those monsters for the sake of the reward, and now feels in danger, because he illegally seized another's glory. Roy grabs him by his shoulders and asks with interest whether he wants to earn money. He firmly believes, if he finds himself in the resistance of general attention, then it will go unnoticed. All the difficulties disappeared immediately as the witch started talking to the merchant of the merchant, and Perudo even managed to buy Lilith. On the border between the human world and the country of demons, a city called City stands. It is here, in the area where there are no laws, any dreams come true. It is only necessary to have enough money. The presenter calls for the start of the battle, loudly proclaiming that today in the arena will appear the brightest debutante that the whole city was champaging about the current champion. Therefore, he announces with the solemnity, Augustin himself is the hero of the sacred spear, the legend of these competitions. The presenter notes, the enemy was defeated from the first blow, and in the next round his weapon crumbled into small crumbs. And at the same time, the hero kept complete immobility. Even in the halt of the humor crowd on his face, no muscle shuddered. He concludes that if it is their strongest fighter, then the clash with the champion is unlikely to be a test for him. So you need to finish the battle and go back to the border as soon as possible. The presenter says that she gained popularity when she was able to surpass the rank of S among adventurers. She then introduces the audience to Ellen Macbeth, a magical fensinger with gorgeous silver hair. Ellen is unconscious on the ground, with his arms and legs tied like a bird, covered with tenets. The leader is exalted. The battle will begin. The stun station exclaims, turning to the judge. What is happening here in general? Is it some kind of senseless joking trick? However, the man replies with all seriousness. No jokes, before him the real champion of their arena and the current rival. Ellen has openly confessed. She was scared to fight at once, so she intentionally suffered the opponent. It focuses on, if it does not decide to make the first move, the duel will not begin. The call is challenging. Will he retreat, frightened by her force, or he suddenly attacks? But Ellen is cleverly evasion. The young man is surprised to understand that he did not only hit her lightning reaction. It does not stop for a moment, but cleverly evades every impact. Ellen promises to demonstrate him the skill of lightning and accurate blows. Only a moment, and several fresh wounds are already on the opponent. Weapons slipped out of the hands of Erstad. Ellen remembered the rumors that gave him an almost legendary image, so she had some hopes for him. But looking now, she added with a disgust, he looks pathetic and does not deserve any respect. Orez Seda raises his hands, recognizing his defeat. He honestly admits that he could not resist her skill. But Ellen instantly moved on the offensive, indignantly accused him. Did he really gift to surrender in the middle of the battle? Suddenly, Ellen is already behind him. He said with irony in his voice that this gesture would turn against Orz himself faster. The girl with the bear appeals to Ellen to destroy this hero, because he still has a chance to strengthen. If Ellen is sogging for bloody clashes, she proposes to combine strength and plunge into battle together. Ellen is surprised to exclaim to Marin Onyx, which comes from a demonic world where witchcraft is strictly forbidden. The whisper immediately rises around. People hide behind each other's backs, asking where she mastered such dark arts. Some are hastily warned, "Do not mention this aloud, otherwise she can hear." Ellen replies that if this is really the only option, she refuses, because she does not see in this rival a worthy opponent for herself. She appeals to Judge Duel, and he solemnly proclaims the winner. Esther becomes their new champion. Ellen breaks out of put, and the girl tells her that she has recently met a funny boy, an ordinary peasant. In response, Ellen exclaims that it is difficult for her to believe in the following. An ordinary peasant was able to interest Marina. However, Ellen is not worried about it. Instead, Marina notes that she seems inevitable to clash between her and Ellen. Marin says that this peasant goes to the Tower of the Eastern Sun, and the sacred lands where the legendary sword of the heroes is stored will become a real test for him. She notes that, of course, this sacred weapon is not aimed at any peasant there. In fact, her goal is what is hidden behind her back. Ellen laughs and adds, "If he so seeks to meet the person, she will certainly be impolite not to congratulate him on this occasion." The girl is immersed in meditation, sitting motionless in the dense darkness of outer space. She is again aware of her failure, and cannot understand why she is so difficult to focus. Her thoughts are unnoticed from reality. What is the hour now? How much time did she spend in this cave? Cordelia believes that there are two reasons why she still remains here. The first is her desire to solve her own essence and find who she was destined to become. She remembers how the evil dragon almost deprived her vision, and only the ordinary peasant saved the girl from trouble. At that time, it seemed that between the hero and the common man, an irreconcilable abyss. However, life was forced to see the opposite. The girl is convinced that all her failures come from the lack of determination. Cordelia Muse remembered how many stories about Orezda, the legendary hero of this event. For 15 years he has been wearing the title of the adventurer of the class S. Many other heroes also distinguished themselves in the chronicles of glorious feats, and Cordelia herself still remains. She realizes that both times when her life hung on the hair, Ruth came to her help. The girl concludes that he became the source of her unhealthy dependence on the care. Now she seeks to get rid of this affection, and this is the second reason that led her to this cave. Grandpa explains that a berserker is a special condition when a person turns into a berserker and reveals all true power. He tells her about a dangerous mission that will turn her into a mana, a ruthless berserker, hated with society, and doomed to carry only suffering. At the same time, he notes, instead, in the gravity of rage, she will be able to open a force that far exceeds its boundaries. He claims that it was because of this trial that the devilish was baptized. The man is convinced that the true essence of the abysser person is a fervent desire to survive. It is at the moment when life balances on a thin boundary that a person is able to rise to such peaks, which even in the boldest dreams did not decide to think. He explains that when a person lasts life, his soul is delayed in this world, and advises to avoid it if she really decides to step on the path of madness. Having lost the soul, the body turns into a ghostly, lifeless creature. In his opinion, the shell itself has no value. It is only necessary to break the inner balance so that the mind finally left the body. Cordelia. He advises not to worry about this issue, and confesses that he is not very familiar with such cases. The man advises her to plunge into the depths of her own consciousness and reproduce what she seeks to see until she is able to accept every face of her essence without any objection. Cordelia seems to be watching. She screams hard on someone, accuses him of being ready for everything for money, unexpectedly confesses in feelings for Ryuto, and explodes with real indignation. She asks herself if all these parts really belong to her. It is disgusting, but it is clear to her. There is no other choice. She will have to put up and accept them. Cordelia prepares for a decisive clash and orders all parts of its essence to gather together. With adamant confidence, she states that every spark of her nature will soon realize the true nature of her aspirations. A rigid confrontation unfolds between it and internal fragments. The girl thinks whether her way of acceptance is manifested as a kind of duel. She frankly admits that otherwise you will not call it wild. Turning to its parties, he invites everything calm and interested in whether they share her desire for a peaceful solution. She rushes rapidly at the rivals and shews loudly that he will not give way to them. Little Cordelia wondered if she was satisfied. She notes that she is well aware of the essence of the case. the same darkness that hits somewhere deep in her heart. She cuts off some of her own hair and solemnly states that he will never return to this pathetic version of herself again. Cordelia slowly sinks into the darkness and suddenly notices a girl next to her. He notes that she managed to pass all the trials and get rid of her desires. All you have to do is admit that it has passed the demonic exam. The man advises her to go to the Dawn Tower to demonstrate recently acquired abilities after returning to life in this world. Lilith froze at the edge of the abyss, as suddenly a giant winged monster was rapidly attacked. Ryuto cut off the monster's head and jokes that they have a toasted enemy for dinner today. He does not hide the admiration of Lilith's skills. They say, no monster is left, whatever she could win. Lilith only sighs. Its level is no longer increasing, and it depresses it. He carefully studies its properties and concludes, it is the limit of experience that this creature has gained from the creatures of the human continent. He notes that they are now moving to the third task. Asks if he remembers their 3 goals. Rudo recalls that in the city they need to cope with 3 missions, to save the city, to make it stronger. But the third purpose he does not dare to say. Lilith wandered the corridors of the Tower of the Eastern Sun. Rudo replies that this dungeon only appears once a year. He explains that this is where the desired communication is, and adds that the place is quite close. Lilith hints that perhaps their purpose is a sacred sword. She asks if they do not want to leave Cordelia defenseless. Rudo confidently denies this assumption and explains that their true goal is quite different. He reports that training in this tower will continue, because there is a secret place, perfect for their activities. This shelter is a little further from the pedestal with the sword. Ryuto invites her to find out all the details. He also emphasizes that they have nothing to do in this city, because they raised so much money that they are unlikely to ever be able to spend them. In addition, the old man is quite pleased with the fact that their names are about to appear in the honorary list of adventurers of Class A. Root, together with Lilith, walks through the city streets, when he suddenly feels someone's vigilant look. It is covered by a wave of irritability, and indignation is slowly exploding in the heart. He rapidly turns his head away, strictly orders Lilith to return to the hotel immediately, and he exclaims that he will soon return. Lilith covers loneliness that bites in the heart. She goes to the hotel with the hope that her curiosity will be awakened in this city. Even if this feeling fades as quickly as it appears, it will be able to maintain calm. At this moment, Lilith makes a firm decision. From now on, it will no longer allow anyone to displace itself. Slow gait moves between the bright shelves of the bazaar. Lilith passes by the looting market, a huge bazaar on which lively trading in fakes. She notes herself in passing. In this city of mercenaries, there is no need to look for another place where all kinds of gamomari are so full. She instantly understands that most of these grimoire are fake, and is confidently convinced that none of them will deceive her, because her skill is truly impressive. Lilith watches a few gloomy humor carefully, but later she is disappointed. The girl realizes that all these attempts were in vain, because everything turned out to be a lie. In her thoughts, she asks herself, why is it so difficult to come across a real Likmar? She suddenly realizes that even the easy touch of this book gives her true joy. Although these books are false, they still remain books, with the same cozy smell and familiar, pleasant to the touch of the surface. Lilith is approached by 2 suspicious men, and are interested in whether she has lost time, under the pretext of help. Carelessly warn the girl, they say, this place is extremely dangerous for such as she. Lilith attacks her husband, and his friend instantly raises his voice. Realizing that she has already delayed her presence here, Lilith decides to show her true abilities. Suddenly, her chest pierces the burning pain, as if he were squeezing the heart. The girl is aware that she has exhausted all the ways to weaken: removal, cancellation of magic, and even anti-mahamia. She did not expect to wrap it all in their favor, and sincerely surprised by such a turn of events. Looking around, Lilith suddenly realizes that she was trapped. At least 4 sea magicians, as well as a dozen ordinary robbers, gathered near her. The girl admits with reluctance. She was not ready for so many enemies. She rushes into battle with bandits and immediately understands. Magic here is nothing. Just strong fists to scatter this pack. The gladiator strikes a powerful blow. He and his accomplices immediately notice that she has become much stronger since their last meeting. However, victory depends not only on strength. The noble lord loudly and threateningly proclaims that even after 100 years, she will not be able to overcome it. With her head carefully, he wonders if she recognizes him. The magician impresses the girl with her casual efficiency, and the noble gentleman is happy to point out that it is time to see what she is capable of. The noble man notes that she is a real treasure, and promises to forgive her all the guilt if she stays with him. Smiling, he adds that his offer is not so bad. Lilith realizes that, having become stronger, she is too fond of faith in her own opportunities, although it really remains helpless. Suddenly, Rudo appears in front of everyone, and the sorcerer removes the spell he kept Lilith. After gaining freedom, Lilith rapidly rushes to the aristocrat and declares that he will start with him. She threatens to turn it into a food for her plants. In response, the sophisticated aristocrat without hesitation is his servants to deal with her. The gladiator reports goods and seem that he cannot move. The noble gentleman is interested in where these vines came from, but have people not sent to deal with this peasant? Some of the audience indignantly points out that the ambassadors did not cope with their mission. The noble gentleman rushes to the sorcerer, demanding to remove the magic immediately, but he suddenly disappears, leaving only empty space. Ryuto calmly approaches the frightened aristocrat and says in a cold voice that he does not intend to kill him. Instead, he promised that this meeting would remind the small monument left to him in memory, and will be severely forced to regret everything. Rudo apologizes to Lilith, recognizing that it was his negligence that pulled her into this mess. However, Lilith reassures him. The guilt lies only on it. He is nothing here. Lilith confidently states that she has become stronger, and he agrees with it, noting her success. She managed to destroy the spell of Class B. He adds that she has no claims against her. Full of determination and renewed energy, they move together to the Tower of the Eastern Sun. Now it all depends only on the strength of her will. He warns that if she cannot become stronger than herself, he will leave her in the Draken village. Lilith, with passion pleading, asks not to say it, and hotly assures that it will surely become stronger. It gently covers his hand. The shopkeepers are vividly discussing the news, in a hurry to stock up on souvenirs for guests. The legendary Mrs. Cordelia, a well-known heroine from the north, decided to visit their city and challenge the Tower of the Eastern Sun. The city plunged into a festive swirl. The streets of Hominchi, everywhere, is dominated by joy, and even horses were decorated with gorgeous wreaths of flowers. Lilith with grip tastes dishes from numerous open air. But suddenly, her look stops at the ad. Today will take place a duel. The hero Kani challenges the owner of the sacred sword. Lilith occupies an honorable place in the arena, crowded with excitement, and eagerly find out what the hero is capable of. Around her, men are vividly discussing recent events. They say that the supreme priest got into a mess and disappeared without a trace. It is rumored that he was found unconscious in the city of thieves, and even someone tried to deprive him of his life. Last night, the area looked into the tower with the help of a spying pipe, and informed Lilith that it was there in the Morning Sun Tower that a unique equipment intended for heroes was hidden. He says that instead of strengthening their power, the rulers of different peoples have turned the tower into a real maze, full of traps and trials. Ryuto explains that this tower is in fact a dungeon, which is equipped as a tourist interesting thing, and the test is only visibility for visitors. He emphasizes that heroes are securely hidden from outsiders, so thanks to the joint control of several countries and the lack of church intervention, this complex is ideal for tourism. The young man explains that it is because of this that you can get to this tower and stay in it, having tickets. So instead of checking heroes, they use this place to achieve their own purpose. Lilith reminds him that he's already talked about it before. The girl thinks whether he can really become stronger in the dungeon created for tourists and doubts her capabilities. At the same time, she thinks why they rose to this roof. Apparently, it is here that they should discuss their plans. The Ryuto extends her a smoking cradle and reports a room with a balcony, from where light never fades. It points to the middle of the highest building in the district and asks it to take advantage of its gift of vision to see what is happening there. Lilith looks carefully at the room and notices many soft toys on the bed. Rudo hurries the situation, they say. This is not the place that needs, and advises to look into another room. Lilith is stealing at him, trying to understand what is the matter. Smiling, Rudo replies that it is just a sports uniform. Lilith is confused, trying to understand what it is in general, and with surprise he asks himself what those cars are. Rudo thinks for a moment, because to tell about bodybuilding to local residents is a real challenge. He explains that physical force depends directly on the status. The status determines not only your profession and level, but also opens the path to new skills and honorary titles. Ryuto is sure that raising the level and success in the case inevitably lead to physical improvement. Ryuto is well aware. Although pumping of muscles can increase their properties a little, only classic strength training gives a real power. Simple muscle is considered to be little effective and insignificant. Lilith is surprised why this hero is not amenable to learning. In response, Ryuto offers her to look at the far left room where none of the candles never lit. Lilith carefully inspects the room, sliding his eyes on every little thing, and unexpectedly confesses that he often talks to himself, standing naked in front of the mirror. In response, Rudo explains that she is now waiting for the special workouts needed to be converted to a demon. Ryuto is shared with Lilith's frank confession. Now Cordelia balances on the verge of life and death. She is already half set on the fatal path. Ryuto explains that the girl from the last forces fights for remained from her mind, while her consciousness was conquered by the boundless and frantic power of Berserko. During the test, Cordelia faces the threatening dragon Amanta. The dragon himself draws attention to the fact that this time she appeared before him in this form. She assumes that it is much easier for her to hate her. Amanda asks if she guessed. Cordelia suddenly breaks into a cry, blaming herself. All her brothers died, and only she is guilty of it. Suddenly, a detachment commander appears in front of her, and without hiding, confesses. He shares her opinion and takes all the blame. With pain in his voice, he acknowledges that he could not protect neither the hero nor his own subordinates. The man apologizes because they, along with the heroine, fought in battle, and now trusts her life with hope. At the epicenter of the Battle of Cordelia, it stands among the overthrown knights. Their ghostly voices ask her for forgiveness, admitting that they have no goals to bow them in Kiat. Cordelia is convinced that it is through her that the brothers were killed, and now she considers herself worthy of death. Condemned with her own guilt, the girl claims that he will leave from this world worthless, and no one needs. Lilith watches Cordelia, full of pity and deep sorrow. Ryuto confesses that, despite the rapid progress and the lack of a headache, she is constantly training. Even ineffective methods help her gradually increase her skills and her own capabilities. The guy notes Lilith that even the heroes have to make considerable efforts to become stronger, so she should not think that everything is easier for them than her. Ryuto is thinking, like Cordelia, Lilith has overcome a lot of trials in her own growth. He hopes that, observing the unbreakable perseverance of Cordelia, Lilith will be inflamed with the same courage and will further strengthen his sustainability and determination. He realizes that even having passed all the trials on the Berserko's path, she could not master the true essence of this skill. In his opinion, she was stuck in a state when her actions are deprived of both strength and meaning, being in a state that he describes as sacrifice himself but stay nickname. Although she broke out a fierce rage, she has not managed to reveal the true power of this anger. He concludes that it was his intervention and support in all difficult situations that did not allow her to become truly strong. In the end, it was because of this that she had to make so much effort. Lilith suddenly became interested in who the Cordelia really was. Her question is surprised by his question, but a little sadly smiling, he still answers. The presenter sincerely thanks everyone for the patience, and then solemnly announces, the hero from the north will appear. Today, Cordelia Olston and Arson Bragd will come to the eyes of the public. They embody the sacred sword of the famous empire. The owner of the arena was already prepared to give a signal, and the presenter announces to the public, as soon as the sign from the owner, the duel will immediately begin. Cordelia, along with Arson Bragd and Stone Warriors, is preparing to take a challenge in an honest duel. A man makes a sign hand, a signal that the battle has begun. They rush to each other with such frantic power that the audience in the stands faded with horror, watching this frantic collision. Arsene rushes to a Cordelia with magical weapons alert, but she cleverly avoids his every blow, as if he reads the enemy in advance. Arsene again raises the sword, preparing for a new blow, but Cordelia ahead of him. Her blade is skillfully parked by an offensive maneuver. Lilith, watching this spectacle, affects the mouth of surprise. Cordelia rival rapidly rushes to her with her eyes closed. Such an unexpected maneuver forces Cordelia to take a step back. However, in a moment, the opponent ranges up and causes an unexpected blow. The skilled movement of the sword, she cuts his hair. Arsons exclaims that it was brilliant, and he did not hide as a surprise. He had no idea that someone but Western heroes was able to be equal to him. Cordelia confesses to him that he still surprises. As in the first moments of their duel, her head did not fly from her shoulders. She adds that she still does not understand how miracle she managed to stand in that fight. Arsene calmly replies that he has nothing to worry about in such a situation. He advises to perceive it as a chance to gain a new experience and train, because over time everything will certainly work. Suddenly, a sinister dark aura rises around Cordelia. She confidently states that he will win him right now. Cordelia confesses that her true opponent is much stronger than this enemy, so she is not going to be defeated in this battle. Arsene notices how purple sparks run in her eyes. Immediately understands. She is subdued by madness. In response, the sword solemnly states, he is forced to intervene and stop it, because it is not only his duty of the mentor, but also a certain debt to her. Cordelia hurriedly rushes to the attack, but Arsene remains unmoved and calm. The girl on the stands is so stunned by what she saw in the arena that she does not notice how ice cream slips out of her hands. Cordelia lightly strikes, and a ball of ice cream suddenly flip over. Arsene, on his knees in front of the hero, is surprised to be aware of his defeat. While Cordelia helps Arsena to climb on her feet in the Sheikan arena, the presenter solemnly announces the winner among the heroes of the North. He urges the audience to reward both participants with fervent applause, because they gave everyone the present is a truly unforgettable and exciting match. Squeezing through the crowd and leaving the stands of the arena, Lilith sighs disappointed. She never saw how the decisive clash happened. Earlier, Lilith was convinced that among all geniuses, only Ryuto was worthy of true recognition, and the hero was only interested in appearance, confidently relying on his own strength. Now she understands how self-confident and superficial was. The Willet believes that they belong to different worlds, and no matter their road, the past will always be with them. Lilith with despair sobs, realizing that she will never have the strength to overcome this hero, no matter how she tried. At the end of the section, Rudo approaches the Lilith door and knocks quietly, asking if she is still sleeping. Lilith, without even opening, replies that she has woke up for a long time. Rudo confesses that he sought to tell her about the extremely important news concerning the Tower of the Eastern Sun. Lilith is wrapped in a blanket, and Sally turns to Ryuto, expressing the opinion that they should return to the Draken village. The role assures that she understands her perfectly, but proposes to move the conversation for tomorrow. Seeing the fatigue of the interlocutor, she adds that she will leave food at the door. Wishing a good night, he hears the same sincere words in response. Rudo was already going to go, but suddenly returned to remind Lilith of brushing his teeth at bedtime. Lilith was smiling in response, promising to fulfill his request. Going down the stairs, Rudo decides that he should move to another room. It is in doubt. Are it still free rooms at the hotel? He thinks aloud. Lilith seems to be really passionate about him, and he only used her credibility. All their interaction is reduced to it. The passion on her part, and the cold benefit from him. Rudzi again remembers how Lily confessed that Cordelia was very important to him. Now he reproaches himself for a bad choice of words. Why did he say so? Absorbed by these thoughts, Rudzi spends the night on the roof of the building, remaining alone with his experiences. Captain Rank A announces that he wants to buy tickets to participate in the tower study. He shows on his fingers, 1 adult and 2 children's tickets are required. The man wondered if it was more profitable to take family tickets, and after receiving the answer, he immediately stated that they were taking. Along with him stood Rudo and upset Lilith, waiting patiently when they were issued by passes. They approach the tower and show their tickets. Rudo recalls how he decided after that conversation. Lilith will bring everything he needed here, even when it comes to the Dawn Tower. The man explains that because no one knows them here, you can get inside only with tickets. The man unfolds the map and shows that even the traps are carefully marked here. He notes that this card inherited from his grandfather Hero, so the information on it is most likely reliable. Ryuto is surprised to breathe. Did this grandfather really persuade Lilith to come here? He looks at him with interest, thinking about his talents. Rising the stairs, he notes that the entrance to the dungeon is hidden behind this door. He adds that at the very beginning of the heroes there is an invisible trap, and in the spacious hall that opens them, there are numerous dangers. The man opens the door and warns. As soon as they cross the threshold, the hail of arrows will break from the sky, and the earth under their feet will split. You can just avoid this trap. You just need to use protective magic and raise a magic barrier around you. The arrow behind the arrow flies into the air, but Lilith lightly stops them with powerful witchcraft. Ryuto lifts one of the arrows and examines it carefully. From it feels a strong aura of magic friction. He nods Lilith, praising her for the right choice of slow but effective magic. The man also notes that the defendant did not even mention it. Feeling a threat, River instantly throws an arrow he had just held in his hand to the floor. Its sharp tip drives the hidden mechanism. The panel suddenly pushes, opening the look of a deep failure with metal thorns at the bottom. In this deadly trap is already a person who has fallen before. Rudo reports that the man who stood in front of them died. He suggests that under them could be a lace in the floor. One of the satellites is indignant that it is impossible, because such traps with failures should only be in the towers of the dungeon. Lilith with anxiety notices how Ryuto literally burns with anger, and she cannot understand what he is so angry. She watches him, wandering her eyes and finding a place. Ryuto squeezes the arrow in his hand and breaks them, knowing that it is only preparation for the Cordelia test. He activates the simple surface skill, and carefully inspects the surrounding space. He asks the man to pass the map, carefully inspects it, and carefully compares the location of the Tower Dawn with the outskirts. Rudo returns the map to the owner and reports that almost all the traps have already been marked, except for one, cunningly hidden in the ceiling. Having removed the seeds from the bag and carefully pouring it on his palm, he carefully laid the grains on the floor, confidently noting that if only this is an obstacle, the task will be easy for them. The young man uses his knowledge of agriculture, and in the eyes of all the seeds, instantly shoots sprouts, turning into fresh, juicy greens. The man is amazed at the Ryuto. He reports that traps are almost no threat, except that they can delay their movement a little. However, he urges everyone to delay and move on. They overcome steep stairs, climbing to the spacious hall. The man reports that the next test is called, What is the Way? At this stage, the participants have to meet the golem, which will become an inviolable wall before them. It is almost impossible to defeat it. Golem rushes rapidly at them, but everyone is cleverly evading his attack. Ru offers not to waste time, to quickly deal with this type and move on to a new level. But the man does not stop it. He grabs Lilith by the hand and escapes with her, skillfully slipping from the pursuers. Rudo tries to endure his armor with a sword, but all efforts are in vain. The blade does not even leave a trace. The girl instantly guesses that this armor has at least defense of the session level. Ryuto exclaims that Goal is distracted by him, and calls for others to move on. The man shows his hand forward, noting that there should be a staircase somewhere. Suddenly they come across the main entrance. He is panic. He screams without believing his eyes. The door is closed. Eslan is hiding behind closed doors, remembering how cunningly reprogrammed the castle. Now this passage will not conquer anyone until the golem is overcome. It breaks between curiosity and anxiety. Who became the peel in the world where enemies surround traps placed everywhere in the close corridors? Suddenly, the loud roar breaks the space, and Eslan is lost in guessing. What is happening? The ground under her feet suddenly begins to shake, and the walls of the Tower of Radiance are covered with breaks. Stick by blow, and with every impetus in the stone walls there are new openings. Eslan notices the open door, instantly notices someone's presence inside and threw a huge block towards a stranger. Barely turning his breath, Rudo sharply points to her, emphasizing that she had confused this dungeon. Eslan is surprised to ask how Ruel managed to cope with all the tasks so rapidly. He confesses. He found a shorter way, went around all the traps and therefore got so quickly. The girl does not refrain from the question. Is he really going to destroy this tower? Rudo asks her if she really believes that there will be at least one person capable of such. In addition, he notes, the tower in question really does not even exist. He thinks why the tower was called the Dawn Tower. He explains that most of the time it is in a different dimension, and in our world only appears in a certain moment. That is why it is ideal to keep the equipment here. Although, in fact, this tower is hidden another, no less important purpose. The roll reveals the truth. This tower, which has long been considered the place of test of heroes, is actually hiding in its walls of Demon Sword, an artifact created in a pair to a sword located nearby. He confesses that he cannot say for sure whether the Holy Sword is intended to restrain the demonic blade force. However, it emphasizes that this tower arose because of an extraordinary concentration of magical energy, and is rather an echo of demonic artifacts, their true shadow. Eslin states that his mind is so deep that the primitive words she will not be able to deceive him. In response, she calmly points out that the same man stands behind the same door. Suddenly, it comes to him that he does not control his own body at all, and a single thought flashed in his head. This is probably a girl with a knife. She crosses the threshold and turns to it. If you have the opportunity, try to break through the door until they remain open. At the same time, he admits that, in her opinion, he is unlikely to move his strength from the place for at least a few hours. Ryuto removes the supervised spell, remembering that it was she who once stubborned this place to hamper their movements. He notices that a charming connection is still burning between her husband and Lilith, which prevents them from even moving. He is compassion. He looks at his eyes for a moment, not to see this scene, and slowly heads to the door. He slowly moves the corridor and eventually finds himself in a spacious lobby, where he is already waiting for Eslin. His attention instantly attracts the sword behind her back. Isn't it a demonic blade? Eslin raises his eyebrows with interest and asks, "Do they now have two applicants at once?" Ru rotates sharply and notices how the Lilith enters the hall. His face immediately illuminates a happy smile. At the same moment, as the Ru turns away from Eslin, she bouncing lively and moving forward. She is rapidly rushing to Ruto with a dagger in her hand, and the guy barely has time to put a sword to protect. He is stunned. The girl was in front of him at an incredible speed. Did the idea in her head, is there any special equipment on it? Eslin replies that he already knows it, but she does not stop and continues to tell the details. The woman explains, anyone who touches this sword will be able to fulfill their cherished dream, and for this will have to give half of their own life. After that, she coldly states that she is going to make the victim. Ruto goes on the offensive, but her opponent suddenly appears behind him. The girl wounds the boy, at the same time acknowledging that she was truly impressed by his luck. Looking at him with an icy look and smiling coldly, she invites him to find out what he was waiting for him. However, he immediately warns, his most cherished dreams have never been destined to come true. Feeling unbearable pain from the fresh wound on the back, Ryuto again rushes into battle. But suddenly he notices. The enemy has already disappeared and found himself in a completely different place. The idea of this does not give him rest. Is it not another her familiar trick? It disappears again, shouting loudly, Eslin, and swore that they will become their death. Lilith looks at him, anxious, but Ruto is calm. Everything happens exactly as he predicted. He assures her that there is no cause for concern, and orders and continue to prepare for the realization of their plan. Ryuto instantly notices Eslin and rushes ahead with a fierce attack. He collapses on the rival of the hail of devastating blows, but Eslin skillfully reflects every attack. Ryuto draws attention to the fact that it is her special manner of acting. He emphasizes, although she was constantly talking about murder, she has never tried to bring these threats to life. Ryuto hints that all her actions were thought out, and she consciously restrained herself. Riot balances on one palm. In her gaze burns an unquenchable fire of thirst for victory. She asks for permission to show all the power of her determination. Eslin fades with surprise, not realizing what incredible intention was concealed in her heart. Turning to her face, he is lightning with a series of kicks. Thinking is heard in his head. What is the real strength of Eslin? Does it have the ability to speed up lightly? Or maybe teleportation skills, and even stops time? But the last two techniques are extremely devouring manu, and the use of acceleration or time stop are usually accompanied by a powerful energy explosion. Rudo notes that adventurers who are prone to hand-to-hand combat most often use a time stop that gives them an obvious advantage. However, the enemy should behave non-standard or unpredictable, how they instantly lose control of the distance. Having weighted all the circumstances, he comes to the conclusion that she will definitely use his ability to speed up lightly during the battle. Ryuto believes that the main defect of supersonic speed lies in the need for open space for maneuvers to fully use this ability. Therefore, there is only one really effective tactic against it. He notices that every time she waves with a weapon before the jerk, and decides, if it is possible to catch that moment, it will be able to withstand its pressure. Eslin, meanwhile, asks whether he really tries to impress such a complex enemy. She decides that he tries to calculate the time and place of its appearance, and, considering it in a vain business, suspects him of betrayal. Angry and ignited, it rapidly rushes to the attack, shouting a sentence of his death. But suddenly, the Ru knocks her off her feet. Eslin rises rapidly, and Ryuto realizes the idea has succeeded. Angry, Eslin cannot believe that it was so easily deceived by some naive reception. She suspects that he used the magic of tracking through this girl to intercept her tricks. Now her head is rotating. When did he have time to prepare everything? The hand of Eslin was confused in the algae, and looking around, she suddenly notices that there are many plants here. The river recalls how intentionally weeds around it to keep track of each of it even on the surface. This is what allowed him to anticipate all her actions. He summarizes that it was easy to solve her intentions. It was enough to understand that she was moving through teleportation. Eslin suspects whether all this performance was conceived only to distract her attention from weeds around. She notes for herself. It is a bad sign. She wounds him several times, and Ryuto could not understand how it happened. It seemed that he avoided all the blows. The girl, slyly smiling, notes that he still looks like a baby. Eslin warns, "Let it prepare. Death will come rapidly and painlessly." Eslin quickly collects all his combat equipment and, apologizing, warns that he will now not hold back any power. Eslin is rapidly rushing to Ru with daggers. Lilith disappears, confused and not understanding how to proceed. Rudo wary of the attack, but she fails to evade in time. He is convinced of his knowledge of the lightning step technique, and is convinced that it cannot be used several times in a row. However, this woman so easily refutes his arguments, as if they do not exist at all. He only remains to guess that the whole thing is in the power of her sword. Aslan herself is surprised by her own stubbornness. She is aware that the protracted battle only emphasizes its inexperience. In memory, an unusual feeling is raging. She has never felt such a powerful echo after teleportation. At first, she realized that this girl needs to get rid of. But no attempt was successful. He stood in defense once and again. Now everything has become extremely clear. To overcome this rival seems to be impossible. Eslin notices how Lilith is preparing to attack her magic, and immediately guesses. The girl is looking for a right moment to impress everyone with her spell. She watches with interest how long Lilith will spend on this difficult weaving of the element of wind. Eslin stops to gather with thoughts and think carefully, because the anxiety in her soul grows every minute. She assumes that in fact hunting is leading to her. She notices something near the wall and immediately throws her daggers there. One of the blades, the fact that with a crack, is deeply stuck. This is a sensor. The girl wary of asking herself whether paralytic gas is hidden there. In memory, the memory of the beginning of the battle is burned. Now it becomes clear. The enemy conceived this trap even then. Carefully knows that the design with immobilizing gas has not worked, but faith does not lose. The power of Mandragora is incredible, almost explosive in its action. He is convinced that over time, its influence will certainly make itself known. Eslin sneaks and suddenly strikes from the rear. Rudo says, if he was in her place he would bet on the only decisive blow. And if he was successful, the victory would already be in his hands. The guy explains that she deliberately gave her to hit during rapid attacks, to give the impression that it was the limit of his reaction rate. Noticing this, the creature rapidly turns and goes on the offensive. He instantly captures her intentions, and realizes that he is able to predict blows even when she uses teleportation. The girl disappears instantly, and the guy looks around, trying to find her. Eslin is only skeptical. It would be too naive to hope that the enemy will immediately reveal all its capabilities. If it is able to stop the battle of teleportation, it is unlikely to show true force from the first moment. The blades are constantly circling in a dizziness tank, and Rudo finds himself at the epicenter of rainfall from dozens of daggers. Ghosts begin to emerge one by one. Asla is amazed at how many spirits are hidden inside this man. The aromas that slip out of the marsh suddenly cover the guy. One of the entities grabs it and compresses the neck rigidly, pushing to the ground. Eslin is aware that the same creatures from the other are about to escape. In a panic, the cut breaks out into a cry. He pleases to stop, begging for not to hurry, because it is too early. Lilith stands near the demonic sword, and Ryuto, full of anxiety, exclaims that she will not dare to touch him. In his gaze, determination, he is not going to obey her, even if the price is his own life. If she has to threaten him with death, he is ready to act. Lilith firmly puts his hand on the sword and says loudly that he will just embody their common plan now. She asks if he or she should really give half of her life for the sake of a dreamy goal. Ryuto replies that it is a secret hidden in the Dawn Tower. In addition to the cursed sword, there is another mystery locked in this curtain of secrets. Ryuto confesses that he prepared another hidden card in advance in case of such development, because he did not have time for reflection. He says frankly, even receiving the sword, he still has no idea how to cope with the secret behind his back. Lilith confesses that, despite all the speeches of Ruto, and in her life there is someone for whom she would even hesitate even half of her soul, she is convinced that her true desire is to be useful to him. By deciding to devote yourself to one who tirelessly stands any trials, she gives him all his essence. At her head reveals the third eye. He explains that she even hesitates for him. Eslin suddenly sees, here it is, a real dragon oven. But the thought does not give her rest. Does this oath mean that she will become a dragon? After the victory over the evil spirits, Rudo goes to his feet and thinks of their contract earlier. Lilith apologizes, smiling guilty. Rudo notes that the events have already gained momentum, so he does not see the point in personal disputes and suggests immediately. Lilith calls for the help of a golden dragon, saying a powerful spell. It orders the creation to use its devastating technique, goldening. Eslin compares. The blow covers a huge area, and even lightning teleportation will not help here. It is useless to retreat. It decides to meet the attack face to face. Eslin is convinced that Lilith will be able to use such a powerful spell once. Ruto addresses Lilith to the question of whether she is confident in her victory. To which Lilith calmly replies, the game is far from over. Ruto notes Eslana that he can estimate how many mana is left after the duel. However, he continues, there is a special artifact on Lilith, a night ring. With a mysterious smile on the mouth, Ruto is interested in whether she really understands what it really means. Ruto and Lilith combine their forces and together in Islam cause a magical technique, the Golden Roar. Eslana was overthrown thanks to joint efforts. Lilith hopes to Rutsa, asking if she has benefited. He honestly admits, without it he would not have been able to survive. She stubbornly calls him in the name and asks to stroke her on her head. Ruto meets her with a soft smile and fulfills her request. Lilith puts his palm on the head of Ryuto Piatias and focuses on that he has an extremely important question to him. The river chassis dares to find out who this girl really is for him. The sizer thinks for a moment, and then decides to give her an answer. He shrugs her cheeks with her hand and states him, now she belongs only to him. At that moment he confesses to himself. In it he felt his own impotence, so without even thinking about her experience, he unconsciously used the girl. Recognizing that everything has a much deeper meaning, he sees true courage. For him, the girl turns into a symbol of hope into a fierce struggle with a relentless fate. Now he seeks to prove to her that he is able to become the person she would be proud of. Ruto hugs Lilith firmly and thanks her sincerely. He confesses that he has withstood the test only through its presence nearby, and offers to become stronger together. Lilith wraps him with his hands, not holding back the tears of joy, and Ruto with a happy smile takes her hugs. Suddenly, a guy emerges from the crowd in a huge hat and mask. He is welcomed loudly, instantly drawing all his attention. He enthusiastically exclaims that it is just a phenomenal performance. Ryuto, mixing, ironically parody of his appeal to Lilith, and laughs loudly. At the end, it adds, they say, nothing else to wait for 2 passing tips, and is not worth it. Lilith is surprised to think about what is wrong with this man, because he has emerged from nowhere. Meanwhile, Ryuto, wary of covering it, carefully monitors the stranger. He does not look like the mysterious essence that he hid the damn sword. The young man confidently states that he appeared on time, and persistently demands to return Lilith the part of her life, which he took with his sword. He replies that he will give half the life of that girl in exchange for half of her own. Ryuto, with anxiety in his voice, asks to stop these vain chats and return the girl. But he only quietly asks, what is the difference if you are worth nothing for you? The young man confesses to his extraordinary ignorance. But immediately he adds with confidence that she is well able to do such things. Having said this, he uses magical technique, and suddenly the mouth of the river explodes. Lilith has frozen, watching the body of Ryuto powerlessly falls to the ground. She stands as if she were frozen, and does not look from the beheaded Ryuto. Her eyes are full of fading fire. The willet turns to him, drops to his knees and begs to wake up. Despair in her voice grows. She shouts, demanding that he gets up. The guy exclaims that he accidentally removed the winner from his way. He hotly assures that such meanness is not peculiar to him, and is hastily apologized. After that, he calls everyone not to get hung up on ancient mistakes and not to live memories of the past. Finally, he translates the conversation to Islana, points to him, and calls a blonde. The man is surprised why she just lies and does not even try to rise. He persistently states that he is still full of power for battle, orders her to get up, and strictly warns, if she does not stand immediately, she will spread it on the powder. Suddenly, Rudo rushes at the guy behind, but he cleverly evades the impact. With indignation, Rudo requires a promise and return Lilith of her years. The guy looks around, not understanding how to escape from this situation. Ryuto even thought he had already died and could not understand who this stranger was in front of him. The man also remembers something and asks, "Are you not reincarnated by Ryuto?" In addition, he is convinced that this is not the first death of Ryuto. He understands that the embrace of death is almost incapable of influencing those who have once tasted her taste. Suddenly, the guy appears silently behind Ryuto and, barely audibly, says, "It doesn't matter." He bows very close to Rudo's ear and whispers that there is still a conversation between them. He turns to him as a deer. The young man argues that Rudo gave the goddess a surprisingly interesting answer to her question about the most cherished desire. Instead of the usual "save me life," he asked him to starting everything from the beginning, but provided that all his memories will remain with him. He confesses that although he remained a regular peasant, he gave this woman everything he was capable of, and gave her what she would never have achieved without his presence. Ryuto is interested in who he really is. In response, the boy notes that in the last world, his name sounded in a variety of interpretations. After a small pause, he proposes to turn to him as Lucifer, the one who challenges God himself. The young man confesses that the embodiment of Lucifer is strikingly similar to himself. It can be said that his real face remained locked in hell. He adds, having plenty of free time, he designed a sword and with pleasure spent carefree days inside. Ruto confidently states that it is not true. He will certainly achieve a reward that will fully meet his wishes. The young man notes that the books have written, to get the desired one, you need to spend almost half a life, and those works appeared more than 500 years ago. However, the guy adds, he himself had to get a dream without any effort and requirements. Lucifer emotionally states that the whole passage, from the first to the last word, his hands on the right. He ironically, noting, to give people life, which is so lightning, a paradoxical way to solve the problem. He confesses that he is affected by her crazy speed. It adds that in real danger, people are able to go beyond their own capabilities. He explains that it is for this reason that seeks to live in full and meet death with dignity and grandeur. Rudo replies that if he promises to return the Lilith lost years, he willingly reveal to him unprecedented, exciting adventures that will last his entire life. He is wondering whether he began to miss her. Lucifer laughs in a full voice, saying and hinting that he should be entertained, and he himself reveals his plan with a wicked smile, to return the years of life for fun. In response to these pranks, Rout puts a cunning offer. If Lucifer satisfies his desire just so, he will have double pleasure and even more interesting show. Lucifer notes that he has not yet done so, but he agrees to know what is the matter. Rudo calls him to calm down a little and endure. Everything will be clear soon. Lucifer exhales with such a force on a Ryuto that he flies like a toy puppet and cuts into the wall, leaving a deep crack on it. He is interested in a mocking note, except for the simple mortal or someone's thought can bring to him the true value of entertainment. Ryuto is rapidly rushed to Lucifer, lighting his own power through the peasant rage skill. The hand compresses into a fist that flies directly into the enemy's soul, and Lucifer stops him on a magical spell. The blow fades in the air, not getting just a few centimeters to the face. However, Rudo relieves the spell and rapidly causes the Lucifer of the devastating stroke, from which he flies far back. The attack is so powerful that the guy injures his hand. Squeezing his fingers from pain, he confesses how much he hurts. And noticing the excited Lilith, asks her not to approach. Ryuto reports that it is too early to rejoice. This is not the end. Lucifer is stuck in the wall, and now only his legs stick out. Suddenly smiling, Lucifer notes that he last received so well in the face only during a fierce quarrel with the goddess. Getting out of the pit, he exclaims that it was a real fascinating sight. He points to the moon and confesses that he appreciated his own perfection, that it is good to bring Lilith to life without any remuneration. He barely squeezes his fingers, and Lilith's body wraps a gentle magical glow. Lucifer appeals to Rudo and asks whether his secret desire has already come true. He notes that receiving a share of magic Lilith is still different than what he dreamed of. However, Lucifer thinks that he may now have a force that is not inferior to the one for which he so sought to change. Lucifer reveals a secret. It turns out that the King of the Dragons, together with other monarchs, concluded an agreement. They shared part of their strength with their princesses. He emphasizes that the souls of these rulers and their successors are connected more strongly and older than they could ever imagine. Lucifer gives him an extraordinary gift and opportunity to transform into any form he only wants, but in return requires a counter-service. Ryuto tells that once lived a mighty wolf who managed to absorb the most ancient god. Since then, he has mastered divine power and has become a legendary creature created from translated meanings. Ryuto thinks thoughtfully whether Lucifer is able to convey to him the power of absorbing the gods with all their abilities. Lucifer agrees and produces a beam that carries this extraordinary ability. Smuting, he throws it. Now, he probably wants to taste this power. Ryuto is upset. And that's all? He was convinced that in order to gain such abilities, he would have to go through complex and mysterious rites. Lucifer pulls a tricky smile on his face and reminds that they are waiting for double pleasure, as promised. In response, Rudo strictly warns not to even try to look. Otherwise, he threatens to swallow completely. Lucifer is surprised to mention the ancient god of fertility. Exactly the one to whom his child went at the moment he was about to eat. He is not left with an alarm that the fate had to meet this unhappy. The next day, the heroine of Northern Cordelia agrees to accept the call. Stunned by what she saw, she strongly goes to the destroyed dungeons and, without meeting any obstacles, is confidently approaching the sword. The man meets her applause, gladly welcome. Ryu turns to him, ordering to certify the moment when the hero accepts the sword. Cordelia, annoyed and dissatisfied, exclaims something about the curse. The heroine of the North, Cordelia, is effortlessly testing the Dawn Tower. It has been a year. At the Altena Magic Academy, the young man addresses the color that does not bother her. The girl in response notes that a crowd gathered near the third training ground, and she still cannot understand what's going on. They stop near the balcony to look back a little. The guy suggests that there may be another entrance exam. At the same time, he with a smile notes that in fact it is only a gathering of those who came here thanks to thick wallets, not their own abilities. Cordelia notes Moses that he treats them too strictly. Cordelia watches the entrance to the academy, confidently considering himself a heroine, and Moses, a sage. From time to time they both attend a special course at the academy, and as a sign of gratitude for participating in the Order of Knights, they were assigned a scholarship. She smiles, watching children rejoicing because they were accepted to the academy. Moses corrects glasses and disdainfully calls newcomers a flock of weak-minded. He is surprised if they are ashamed to have such pathetic abilities. He argues that tangenters are guilty of their troubles, and everything they have to hope for is to become a bait at a crucial moment. Cordelia, despite Moses, plunges into his alarming reflections. And suddenly, in the crowd, her gaze fades at Rut. She jumped from the balcony, shouting loudly that he had already arrived. Moses asks in a hurry to Cordelia what happened. But having trembled from excitement, he rushes somewhere, shouting that Ryuto McCline appeared among the contenders. Hearing the name Ryuto, Moses squeezes the balcony so much that the railing cracks in his hands. Cordelia immediately understands that his hatred of this person has not extinguished at all. A few weeks before the entrance exam at the Magical Institute, Ryuto is interested in Lilith if she had already prepared everything. The girl confidently replies that it is quite ready. Then the young man proposes to go. The man reproaches Ryuto, they say. It is not possible to go without saying goodbye. Ryuto looks confusedly and notices his uncle near the Dragon King. A bearded man reproaches Ryuto for disrespect and timid behavior. On this, Ryuto with a smile notes that he did not remember the permission for such an appeal. However, a man strictly interrupts the young man. His manners are already boldness, and finally reminds you not to forget to return to them. Ryuto addresses the Dragon King to the question whether he intentionally remained silent about the servant's sign. The owner replies indifferently, it was not disturbed at all, and the label would not have appeared if they did not leave it there. He explains that these bracelets are imbued with the power of the dragon. This energy is able to neutralize any disease or curse that spreads the village. At the same time, the bracelet will not completely remove the seal, but it will be able to hold back its activation. Ryuto asks in surprise why he was told nothing. On this, the king only shrugs. They say, "You did not ask, and knowledge is power," so he himself is guilty of his own ignorance. He assures that he was guided only by good intentions, and is interested in whether they managed to get into the truth on their own. The king explains that their root is the kind of dragons, so human worries do not matter to them. At the same time, he promises to take care of the new owner for dragons and extends his hand forward. Rudo does not grab her hand, but notes that he has unfinished things. He confesses that he has gained strength all this time to be a support for the main character, so his true place is near her. The king nods silently as a sign that he understood everything. He returns to Lilith and examines it carefully. In his opinion, it is too weak, so the expulsion of 4 years ago considers it fully justified. He thoughtfully asks if she kept her father's last words in memory. He reminds her. His father said that the dragon was not easy to die as a man. But despite his own weakness, her father still committed a serious crime. According to him, he was abused by the whole dragon. The king, sitting at the side, adds that despite all Ryuto, he clearly proved to be a brave warrior, because he did not leave it without protection. He notes that she really proved it, and finally gained the opportunity to become even stronger. So it is a great honor for him to call it a member of the Earth Dragon family. It is said that dragons give travelers their blessings at the time of a great journey, and then command to return home. The king poses on the clock, noting that they are already in place. His satellite communications assistant asks whether he warned them about Shen Long-8. The king nods. Yes, he said. The Shenun Gate, known as the Gates, for centuries, the village of Dracon was protected. However, over the years, the charming barrier has been destroyed, and now only the gates themselves remained from the former protection. The king notes that the overcoming of the ancient gates is a kind of pleasant reward for passing the test. He emphasizes, so far, no one has been able to perform this feat. The ruler is convinced that either people do not even dare to try, or quickly give up and return, desperate and disappointed. The king breaks the gate with a long-range attack and gladly announces that nothing is left to stop their progress. The man, wary of thinking whether he managed to destroy the passage completely, but with relief noticed. In place, only the fragment is a small part of the gate. The king proclaims that the future has changed since then, as the desire to surpass the hero broke out. He is convinced that from now on his power will grow daily, and at the same time the end of the world will be relentlessly approaching. The king confesses that he is quite captured by the thought of what power he can get from ordinary people. Only this imagination is barely noticeable but obsessive. In the walls of the academy, the administrator turns to Rudo, interested in his name and profession. The young man is not hesitant. Further, the official wants to know what kinds of magic the guy has. Rudo confesses that he knows only the simplest household spells. Hearing this, the administrator strictly announces that Ryuto is not allowed to test. The guy is amazed at the whole voice. He has not even started the test yet. On his confused smile, the administrator notes that he has no idea, which he is capable of. Then, pointing to the target covered with charms of protection, he is interested. Will at least usual magic help him there? The man notes that he is unlikely to find 5 silver coins for the first meeting, so he leaves this opinion. The relot is discussed. Despite the fact that it has a variety of magical techniques, it is not sure whether they are able to replace true spells. Suddenly, Lilith hears someone turns to her. The wealthy young man with a smug smile invites her to take part in the test, but only if she becomes his girlfriend. He confidently assures that thanks to his influence, pass the exam for her will be a trifle. Not having time to finish the phrase, the guy sharply precipitates Ryuto. They say, it is not his concern at all. The young man warns her, you should not cherish illusions about repetition of such an occasion. He solemnly states that the one who stands in front of her is none other than the nephew of the ruler of the kingdom Fassel. Ryuto is confused with his face on his face, because something familiar comes in his hair. She recalls the noble nobleman whom she met. It embodies all the things that every girl dreams of: attractive appearance, wealth, noble origin, and considerable power. Self, demonstrating his talents, he performs the task with the help of magic, and without difficulty undergoes the first test. He notes that this is what gives him true pride. Ryuto is interested in the administrator whether the test can be considered successful. The man nods in response. Yes, the attempt is credited. Radley cuts the gate in half, and as if he were in Znichev, asking if he was recorded by this goal. His rival, confused and amazed, exclaims, "From what time did the simple mortals have learned to own a blade?" He grabs a root by the collar and, suspiciously squeezing it, demands the answer. Is it the same wine? Ruto in response calmly explains everything he did, just dispelled in the air magic with a slight movement of the hand. However, the guy only shines his eyes and exclaims whether he really thinks he will believe in such a beacon. His body falls to the floor, foam protrudes from his mouth. Frightened servants exclaim that he has convulsions again, and fussily rushes to look for a box with medicines. The administrator calmly reports, "The test has been passed, but the real calls are still ahead." The man solemnly states that it is time to check how well he completed the hister task. For this purpose, a special observer who carefully examines the target cut in half is invited. The second test is the measurement of a person with the help of a special sphere that absorbs magical energy. Lilith is surprised why you cannot simply determine everything by characteristics. In response, Ryuto explains that scientists need clear facts, because the characteristics can only indicate that someone has already received a map. The wealthy man notes that it would be more correct to evaluate the magical potential not only in numbers. He appeals to Lilith to look at him and notes that even the most gifted students are unable to create such bright flames. He assures that last time there was an unfortunate confusion. Lilith puts his palm on the scope of absorption, and at the same moment the flame brightness of such a blinding brightness breaks out of it that she is forced to close her eyes. That guy wrote on the floor, screaming frantically about his eyes. The knights rush to order to bring a storage and close it as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the academy teachers turn to Lilith, assuring her that her abilities are not inferior to heroes. However, such words are only truly angry with Lilith. Ryuto finally realizes the obvious. Lilith is out of competition. It is impossible to overshadow it. He is wondering if she shone through the power of Lilith. Then perhaps his own energy is able to simply break it. He thinks whether this outburst can be kept with TSU. He puts his hand on the absorbing sphere, and suddenly all other balls explode around. The crowd covers a wave of panic. People fuss, hurriedly knocking down the flames and trying to understand what really happened. Lilith smiles, satisfied, because everything was perfect. She confesses that she does not understand what was happening in the past exam, but he is sincerely convinced that there is no tasks for Ryuto that he could not perform perfectly. In response, Ryuto only points out that he hopes everyone will appreciate his efforts. Ryutsu recalls how Cordelia once failed to retain his strength, and realizes he still lacks skills. One of the boys exclaims loudly that he finally found Ryuto and points to him with his finger. He states that he has exposed him, and because of this, he will ruin all the check. The guy in despair exclaims that he will tell everyone about his deception and demands that the examiner immediately expel him. However, the man calmly and solemnly reports Ryuto that it was all the test. The guy, barely holding back the annoyance, exclaims and asks the examiner whether he has heard his words. But the man says calmly, the purpose of the test is to ignite the fire of the open, and since he managed to light not only his own, but also other fires, the task is considered completed. The examiner tells him that the final test is sparring. He wonders if this man will become his rival. The guy is indignant at how he dared to call him in the competition, but breaks his tirade half a word, when Lilith suddenly with interest and enthusiasm asks who will turn out the winner. Sly smiling, she pretends to be just seeking to watch their duel, although she does not hide at all whose side of her sympathy. The youth with a passionate state states that the eradication of evil is one of the honorary missions of the elected to which he belongs. He reminds Ryuto that he should be grateful, because it is a great honor for him to accept punishment from his hands. Lilith in delight exclaims that it is just incredible. After a training battle, the exhausted Ryuto lies on the ground without feeling his own body. One of the night guards exclaims that the site is needed immediately. Ryuto with relief notes that due to the existing equipment, it easily copes with the situation. And this is not yet the limit of its true power. Cordelia exclaims that she finally found him. Her calm interest is aimed at Ryuto. Where did he disappear, and where did these years wander? Ryuto with delight reports Cordelia that she has become incredibly beautiful. He smiles her soap, but in response, the girl states that she will not be subject to such kind words, and moreover, will be angry so much that he can give him a good breath. Cordelia raises his hand going to strike, But Lilith immediately stops this attempt and strictly asks what she is about to do. Cordelia asks Lilith not to interfere, noting that this is her personal business. She is striking how this girl managed to stop her blow. Lilith sharply orders her to go, adding that there should be nothing in common between them. This Cordelia cut off cold. It does not apply to you. Lively discussions of Miss Cordelia's future duel are raging within the Academy's walls. Rumors are spreading. Its opponent is likely to become a newcomer, which today impressed everyone with an incredible result on the magical examination exam. The girl carefully listens to the students' conversation. Those vividly discuss that the duel will take place in the 5th training field, and hurrying each other in a hurry, so as not to miss this spectacular action. Lilith and Cordelia are grabbing weapons. Lilith breaks sharply from the place and releases a powerful magical attack, and Cordelia cleverly reflects her sword. Men scream, reminding that it is just a training duel. It is indignant. For such a frantic voltage there will simply not be alive. The examiner is wondered whether the students should be blossoming and moving tirelessly, and offers a little more to hold his eyes on this exciting process. The administrator with anxiety notices that his behavior seems unusual, and cautiously hints. Perhaps the examiner has lost a sense of reality. The man believes that if Lilith can simultaneously combine levitation with powerful attacks, her magical power certainly corresponds to the level of the witch of Class B. Ryuto notices. The sacred sword, which now owns Cordelia, is still invisibly protecting it from any threat. There's only one thing confused. Why does Lilith still shoot her tirelessly? Meanwhile, the young man gradually begins to guess the true purpose of Lilith. Cordelia skillfully reflects another magical attack, and exclaims Lilith that witchcraft is a futile deal against her. She boldly challenges a rival. If you have courage, let's go down and make sure with me as a real warrior. Lilith smiles and easily agrees. This festive saber is truly impressive in its beauty. But Cordelia thoughtfully asks why Lilith turned to her sword. Lilith lifts the arrows, showing that her intentions are not joking at all. She throws them with a sharp movement, and Ryuto understands in horror. She will now fulfill. Cordelia watches Lilith in confusion, not understanding what is happening. But with a note of sympathy in her voice, he reports. Now she has no chance of winning. And suddenly the arrows change their movement sharply, rapidly heading. The arrow pierces the air and hits the Cordelia, strikes the ground and lifts a frantic explosion. Hardly having time to react, she's already forced to evade new deadly arrows. It deftly reflects the sword of the arrows, but they do not fall down. They are rapidly flying on the offensive. Cordelia is struggling to evade and take every arrow sideways. She immediately realizes that the power of this attack is so destructive that it is impossible to scatter it completely. In addition, the hand gradually dumb. Without a second, the heroine changes the strategy. Instead of reflecting the arrows, she rushes rapidly. Lilith watches her with surprise, deciding that the rival was just scared of her insidious trap. Lilith does not notice any obstacles. It will even help them move faster. Meanwhile, Cordelia suddenly stops, turns rapidly and flies up. Cordelia breaks rapidly from the place and rushes simply to the Lilith, which is breaking high in the sky. Unexpectedly, Lilith noticed how Cordelia lightly shortens the distance between them, bouncing almost without any preparation. Rapid arrows are unexpectedly changing their direction, but Lilith immediately understands. Spears will not have time to reach goals. Immediately later, Clarissa is rushing forward, starting the offensive. Lilith decides to simply evade. Cordelia cleverly repels from the pillar and lightly provokes a collapse. And here, Lilith realizes that Cordelia used a pillar as a resistance for her jerk. Lil is confusedly realized that everything is rapidly getting out of control. In memory, a moment when the mountain fear swept it, and it seriously undermined its ability to control magic. Cordelia is not kept and missed by Lilith, and both with a deaf roar fall on the ground. Lilith, being from above, is already alert with a magical attack. She joyfully reports his victory. Lilith feels something is wrong. Rudo appeals to her strictly and threateningly. It's time to stop. The girl lifts her arms up, as if giving a sign. Suddenly, she noticates a large crowd around her, who seems to have all the attention to her. Rudo notes that it seems that all ended successfully. Lilith, having embarrassed, pulls the hood, trying to hide his face. Cornelin sums up everything and has to admit, her rival is really impressive. She explains that she deliberately conceded that the hero does not shame because of defeat in such a duel. In her opinion, from whom he chose his associate, and should expect such behavior. Lilith solemnly declares her victory, noting that Cordelia suddenly stopped the attack just in the air. In the impulse of reconciliation of Cordelia, he reaches out his hand, offering Lilith to restore their friendship. Lilith already extends his hand for handshake. But at that moment, Cordelia suddenly notices the seal. Surprised and a little confused, she barely finds words to ask what it is. Lilith suddenly realizes that it is a label. She has mentioned that although the action of the seal is over, she left this sign intentionally, as a reminder of the beginning of her trip with the oar. Thinking, Lilith chooses the best words to express everything right. She has passionately argued that Ryuto is her adored ruler, and without a doubt, there is a special connection between them. Hearing this, Cordelia cannot hide its surprise. Rudo sounds Cordelia, but it does not even look back and quickly moves away from it. Lilith shines with delight, and Rudo cannot get rid of what fiction she has prepared this time. The girl, however, announces her unquestionable confidence. This is her triumphant gesture of the winner. A week has passed since the exams ended, and Moses asked in Cordelia, or everything was all right. The girl assured that everything is well with her. Then he suggested that she was not too worried, and Cordelia nodded back. Moses advised her to take care of her own health, because she was destined to save others. She wondered if she was not the first day of the new quarter of the month today. Moses confirmed that he was, and wondered why she became interesting. Cordelia hugs gently, cheering. They say nothing wrong has happened. Saying goodbye, everyone is where they go. Moses is striking the discovery. Remurur is still alive. 10 years ago, someone asked a little boy if he was a ray absence. The guy in glasses is a low, it seems. His name is Moses. With a light smile, he confesses that he had recently moved to this city. He notes that they are peers, so they can quickly understand and share greetings. However, Veda is indifferent to pass without even stopping. Moses sighs with regret, thinking, if he only accepted him then, it would all be. Now he had even more reason to crush this guy into powder. He is genuinely surprised, like this ordinary young man, who would not even overcome Goblin, he still remained alive. Moses recalls what result he showed during the exam, and gradually comes the idea that he allegedly survived the second birth. He is genuinely convinced that he had opened unknown horizons, which he did not dream about. Meanwhile, a real comedy is unfolding in the Retito forest. Ryuto, dressed in a school uniform, appears with it. Cordelia is already going to go, returning to the heels, but Rudo turns to her, holding goodbye. She asks to stay for a moment. He reminds that today is the first day of the 4th month. Ryuto stretches her a bright bouquet of flowers. He notes that these flowers usually bloom purple or white petals, but it is here that they bloom from bright red buds. In his opinion, these fragile plants perfectly emphasize her image. The modest land rejoices from the fact that they still have common memories of the past. And he gladly notices. He is pleased to see that she still protects that hairpin. She replies that she constantly reinforced the amulet with magic. Otherwise, he would have been scattered on powder. Cordelia appeals to Rudo to tell her more about Lilith. He warns that their conversation will not be short. They are prescribed for the bench, and Rudo shares with it details. The Cordelia confirms, everything was that way. Rudo notes that this label is only a regular tattoo because the seal has long been destroyed. Cordelia is aware that there is no relationship between them. But suddenly her stomach grumbles in silence, instantly destroying silence. Ryuto laughs and asks whether she is not hungry. But in response, the girl exclaims that it is all his guilt, and insists that he would pay for her. The guy hastily assures that she can eat as much as you like. Absolutely free. However, the girl again insists that he finally shows care about her properly. In the end, the guy agrees to take responsibility. They come closer, and Cordelia advises him to give a bouquet of Lilith. Ryuto is genuinely surprised. Why is it? Because she is not like others at all. But the girl confidently assures that nothing wrong. Lilith will certainly comfort. The man shouted loudly, "Welcome to hell." Zarina. He begins to make fun of their class is only a flock of failure who barely overcame the entrance exam. From now on, he announces, it is forbidden to use any special abilities, magic or magical objects. He orders them to pass all the trials, relying solely on their own strength, and advises to surprise him. A man rattles a voice. If you have enough mind to grasp my words, fill the backpacks and go to the old school that hid in the forest. Together with the two guys, the riot hurriedly executes the order. Next to them, A low man fusses and screams, forcing them to hurry even faster. The area considers the vellum forest, known as a foggy, quite dangerous place. The spacious steppe once scattered here, but after a mysterious event, the whole neighborhood was overgrown with a thick forest. It is mentioned that the old school building has long been absorbed by the thickets. Meanwhile, Ryuto understands that all 45 students of his class have been divided into 9 groups of 5, and now each team must act together. The guy thinks whether he is not a common man who is. However, with a smile it adds that it does not matter, and it seems Arthur Malcolm. Ryuto is gladly replied, tightly presses Arthur's hand, and is interested in who is still in their company. Arthur notes that the boy's name is quite short, but he does not want to waste time in such a company. Rio noted that the worst class consisted of the so-called dining aristocrats and people of old noble families, and even among them the common people were considered someone else. None of the ordinary people existed for them. Ruto notes that the word peasant has 3 meanings. The first of them concerns people who are not tied to a particular area, do not have their own home, but remain part of the community that exists outside the city. In his opinion, the second category includes people deprived of appropriate abilities. That is, if someone does not have an inner potential that, so to speak, makes him from nature a brave warrior, then he only has to live an ordinary life. To become a citizen or a peasant and choose a peaceful occupation, far from war. Ruto believes that the residents of the city are able to quickly master crafts and can compensate for the lack of experience with forced labor, while the peasants, despite their daily efforts, simply do not remain a means of survival. He sincerely believes that the peasants are needed only to build cities and grow the crop, and otherwise they are of no use. In his opinion, they are no better than homeless dogs. Suddenly someone jumps and shakes his hand vigorously in front of his face, trying to attract attention. Rudo looks away and notices a girl who bouncing lively in front of him. She welcomes him and looks genuinely satisfied. Her name is Koharsegus. The girl reports that he also enters the same group as she. Ryuto hints that its roots are from Japan, and it belongs to the Eastern priestesses. Arthur is wondering if she is a foreign student. He is striking her brilliant language proficiency. But Ryuto smiles mysteriously and replies that he does not know anything about it. Rico stunned by the appearance of a foreign student in the worst class. Suddenly, someone with a fury grabs a classmate by the collar, demanding to explain how she dared to flutter with the river. Ryuto, full of fierce, stops in front of Lilith, grabbing her firmly by her face and asking how she was here. She notes that Ruto's feelings are extremely dangerous. Runo whispers quietly, "Did he send her to follow the Cordelia because she became a special student?" Lilith tries to reassure the Ruto and convinces that there are no grounds for concern. Lilith solemnly announces that he will protect Ryuto from now on. She explains, since he is a special student, he has the privilege to attend any classes at will. Ryuto reproaches Lilith, and she in response states that it is only one of the manifestations of his love for her. Meanwhile, comrades call him not to resort to extremes. The short briefly addresses Arthur to question whether these people are all that is left of their brothers. Arthur, with sadness, recognizes that it is difficult for him to believe it. 2 hours passed. Rudo views the schedule and understands that every minute is painted to the little things. Arthur in despair exclaims that they say, already in prison, and Koratun is insulting abusive. They just dreamed of becoming magicians. The students are passionate about how the protagonist has achieved true skill thanks to hard workout. He shares that such exercises harden not only the body, but also the mind. Meanwhile, Koratun thinks whether such training is in line with current trends. Rudo understands that this can create difficulties for him, because his extraordinary abilities are only the result of temporary strengthening. It is only necessary to start training, as all these benefits disappear instantly. That is why he decides to experience a way to get rid of the influence of shackles. He sincerely believes that everything is happening as it should happen, and now is the best time to strengthen both the body and the spirit with others. The next morning, exactly at 6, the course is stunned on the training field. She is approached by Ryuto and asks if she really came. He asks where Lilith went, because they share one room. Kawara replies that Lilith complained about his state of health and stayed in the room. It seems that she became ill because of a large number of people. Rusuto with reproach notes that it is not peculiar to her at all. She rarely responds to such things. Meanwhile, Lilith, resting on his bed, thinks about how it is annoyed by this crowd around, almost nausea. She takes Rudo's clothes and noticed with surprise that his scent is surprisingly soothing her. Kogara, watching this, cannot but comment. They say, sincerely speaking, quite strange. She notes that despite the sinister forest which is spread behind the walls, no traces of penetration of the gloomy vegetation or the monster were found here. Ryuto says that once this place was the last line of defense before a large-scale disaster. So it is not surprising that such a powerful protective magical barrier seal has been preserved here. He notes that the forest is growing around this place on all sides. In his opinion, this point is now perfect for observation, even if the security here is to put the worst of the possible. Ryuto is convinced that a catastrophe is an event that rapidly turns a monster into abusive dragons or demons, which makes unique creatures in the world. He perceives the catastrophe quite differently. It is so terrible for him that it is almost impossible to imagine it. It is also extremely difficult to describe this, because almost no one survives. However, all known disasters have some similarity. Ruto is convinced that every catastrophe inevitably causes a sharp jump in mutated individuals in the new generation of the Moonvisk tribe. But at such moments, the threat from the entire population of the monsters is instantly broken to a completely different, much more dangerous level. He tells of a flock of goblin, in which, after numerous troubles, ordinary soldiers increased to generals, and the kings of goblin became emperors. However, even their growth did not end. Although the emperors were considered the pinnacle of goblins' evolution, this race was still able to reach even higher heights. Ruto mentions creatures called ultim. At first glance, these are ordinary goblins, but their strength is equal to the divine darkness. Once upon a time, the whole states disappeared from the map when they collapsed a horde of goblin, headed by a similar monster. Ruto is convinced that humanity on these lands is constantly fading, and endless catastrophes only accelerate his inevitable death. Only real characters are able to challenge this destructive force. He is convinced that he is indifferent to humanity, but in fact he seeks to protect Cordelia and Lilith, his native village, as well as the old and the teacher. Kohara turns to the crowd and announces that the run is about to start. The girl confesses that there is something that she has not yet dared to tell her teammates. She confesses to them that she is not sure whether she will have the strength to survive it all. Ruto, along with his comrades, rushes to the help of Kors, and eventually picks her on her shoulders and continues the way. On the second day at 7:30 a.m., students have a modest break in the dining room, tamming a small portion of food. Koharu politely proposes to share with the Arthur with his piece, but he politely refuses. Ryuto goes to the dining room with plates in his hands and jokingly notes that everyone is barely holding back hunger, so he suggests to taste his dishes faster. Kawara, having shouted in surprise, recognizes oatmeal in the dish. Rudo explains. Since students are allowed to cook food on their own, he found a cozy place in the schoolyard and raised cereals there. Kawara thinks about whether they have rose so rapidly because of his strength, although it is strictly forbidden. Meanwhile, his comrades did not even touch the porridge, and Ryot in rage pronounces the husky. He is convinced that only the techniques of attack and protection are forbidden, and this is unambiguously spelled out in the rules. Lilith sighs irritately, and Kohar is wondered if her conscience is tormented. Kawara addresses him. Ryoto-san. This is a guy with a smile that you do not need so officially. Let him just call him a rage. However, the girl, though sincerely grateful to him, does not accept such disposition. Rualel extends her plate and cheers gently. Do not worry, rest now, and you will try again with new forces in the afternoon. He thinks of what endurance can be if it is hungry. Kawarao tastes her porridge and notes that she is surprisingly warming. Ryuto notes that the whole secret in wonderful ingredients is not only delicious, but also surprisingly nutritious. At 8:30 they are waiting for an unusual test. Their mentor strictly proclaims that everyone gathered here because of their own mistakes and orders to climb the rope immediately. He promises, if at least someone gets to the end, everyone will receive the desired freedom. Arthur raises his hand and is interested in whether the failure will affect their punishment. The man replies that this will not matter, but they will lose more than half of the dinner. Arthur strongly squeezes his sleeves, saying in a firm voice that it is time to take the risk. Grazing the rope, he begins to rise, but soon his strength is supplied. He slips and falls down. Arthur, slipping from the rock, falls down, but the man has time to pick him up with protective magic, saving from serious injuries. Turning his breath, he asks, What is waiting for us further? Short thinks. If even Arthur, the strongest among them, did not cope, then neither him nor girls have no dream of victory. There is only one output, and it is at this moment that someone suddenly raises his hand. Ryuto with determination asks for permission to try. He confidently takes the rope and gradually rises higher and higher. It seems to him that in a world where sorcery is a phenomenon is quite ordinary. To walk a rope, a trifle. However, he believes that to climb such height, a real feat, even for an athlete who has not resorted to magic, because it is an extremely difficult task. This requires a huge willpower, and the unwavering desire to move forward. All around watching him with a passionate surprise. Rudo rises even higher and realizes that such punishments usually leave only broken students with a trampled faith in themselves. Rudo is convinced that all this story is only for one purpose, to get rid of school. The guy who was in great need of a considerable amount of treatment of serious injuries, I am sure that Rudo apparently has escaped. And as soon as he returns, he will certainly impress the hearts in Lilith and the girl who does not look out of his eyes. He laughed, confident in the perfectness of his plan. Meanwhile, the nurse is exciting the doctor, begging him to come as soon as possible. Rudo concludes that it was through him that his comrades were involved in all this senseless comedy. Ryuto is almost getting the finish line. Cordelia exclaims with delight that it is simply incredible, and he cheeses him up, a little more, and he will remain a leader. Suddenly, Ryuto realizes that this is all, the approach of debuff, and it rapidly falls down, not even mentioning when it came under his influence. Koara exclaims a warning. Ryuto, you fall. But exhausted Lilith only exhales and strictly orders her to silence. Ryuto grasps for a rope, reflecting, even if he manages to do without charming support, he did not leave training from childhood, from time to time when he was at the first level. Therefore, it is not necessary to reduce the power of your own body hardened by years of persistent exercises. The route gets skillfully reaches the top and touches the ceiling, but at the same moment slides down. The teacher has time to support him with magic without letting it fall. Ryuto informs the man that he had saved him. He wants to ask something, but he finally changed his mind and only nods his head. They say, do not worry. Arthur is in vain tries to hide his annoyance through or. However, Lilith gently hugs him, and for a moment he thinks about something important. All this time, Moses monitors him through a special magical prism. He notes that Ryuto is a copy quite unusual and extraordinary. The next day, at exactly 11:30, as soon as a lunch break began, Ryuto visits their room and notes that the Arthur was not easier. Rudo is convinced that since then Arthur deliberately avoids him. He has provoked quarrels every time, without holding back himself. The young man cannot understand whether Arthur has offended, and doubts if he did something wrong. When Rudo shares his experiences, Corton only shrugs. They say, it is only fictions, and the hero thought to himself. The short is shared with Roit that Arthur's father once held a captain in one of the knightly orders. He says that among all the aristocrats, he only insisted that ordinary peasants were allowed to participate in fencing tournaments. However, when he was defeated from such a peasant, he was eventually deprived of all positions, even though the winner refused to accept these achievements. He briefly states that the captain is undoubtedly disgusting. At the same time, he emphasizes, Arthur passionately despised his father, a person who, despite all, enjoyed the greatest reverence in the world. Short argues that it was the act of one peasant that deprived the influential aristocrat of respect, and thus only deepened the prejudice in it. He addresses the interlocutor. Does he not think that the peasant should remember his place? On the third day, the instructor announces a new test. He orders everyone to grab the backpacks and go to the stock-kilometer run around the lost forest. Especially emphasizes, bracelets should be for everyone. He warns, if someone is not found in place tomorrow, the departure immediately and without conversations. He explains to them that this exercise is not for single, so it is useless for partners. And it is not necessary to worry about the weak. The replacement will always be found. It is at this moment that Ryuto realizes. Here it is. The crucial moment has come. Ryuto believes that it is almost impossible to overcome the forest in one day, although Lilith, with their experience, is not a problem. He concludes that for the rest, such as he and the Quar, they seem only a burden. Ryuto remembers how he was asked if he was aware of his own place. Now he understands. From the moment he stood near the Cordelia, without shifting his own difficulties on her, he clearly felt his role. He watches the bark closely and cannot understand. What is this foreign student not like others? Why everyone wants to get rid of it? In his opinion, all this is too reminiscent of ordinary harassment. Carefully bandaging the injured leg of the corpse, Rudo focused on himself. As he suspected, the class silently entrusted the case to him to help the wounded girl. He explains that he has used several healing herbs. They should relieve pain and speed up recovery. He recalls how Lilith insisted on moving further, because they could scare the bark. Lilith exclaims that the devoted wife is obliged to forgive the capture of her husband, but she will carry the shadow of this betrayal in her heart for the rest of her days. Quora confesses that she has always felt something alien in this world. She sincerely apologizes for everything that has happened, and with regret adds that even her presence destroyed the relationship between him and Lilith. Rudo quoted a poem, and Korao, lifting his eyebrows in surprise, asked where she knew him from. The girl replied that the picturesque landscapes of her native land clearly reflect the cultural traditions of this region. He notes that with a name such as Korra, she should radiate even more power and light. Her presence gives him memories of Japan. Suddenly, the memories of the past life return to Ryuto. He understands that it is simply impossible to erase them from consciousness. Kawara calls him as if he were going to say something, but at the last moment he changed his mind and asks not to pay attention to her. In her thoughts, she notes that she seemed to her for a moment that Rudo became a threatening. Meanwhile, Rudo cautiously starts the conversation. He thinks why a person who deserves a place among the best students in Class A is in the worst class. Chor is striking on him, struck by a sudden question. Ryuto notes that Segis belongs to the ancient kind, a well-known hereditary gift of communication with the spirits. He is wondering if she really thinks that her clan is not known to anyone. After all, being an older daughter and holding an honorable place in the family, she is undoubtedly endowed with special abilities. He explains that a unique hereditary gift called divine embodiment allows him to become a center of ancient gods or spirits, which makes human capabilities reaching unprecedented peaks. Kohar is stunned by the king. She is astounding where he knows all this. Ryuto tells that he has special abilities that can make people close to him in the spirit. Kawara is surprised to confess that she has never faced the similar. Rudo, remembering how he drew knowledge from the treasury of the volumes of the Emperor of the Dragons, concludes that it is not necessary to disclose all the details. So he stays away and decides to give her time waiting when she wants to talk about her experiences. He assures her that he is able to remove all the curses imposed on this item. Harak is interested in where he knows such things. Ryuto replies that not everything knows. For example, he does not know about events in the Eastern Zone. The Reich is interested in questioning why such an influential figure from the East was in the West, and asks to tell about it in more detail. Grandpa is happy to say that the seal for Aruda is securely fixed. Now you can sleep quietly for 300 years. With this hassle, it is over, and as he jokes, it is time to finally relax on a well-deserved pension. The girl is interested in her girlfriends whether any spooky monsters or evil spirits appeared here. In response, he just smiles and says, even if something is terrifying and happens, he is sure that Kahara himself will understand it, so you cannot worry. The threatening spirits were ruthlessly destroyed all around, and Korse, tight with horror and despair, could only see this madness with a silent witness. She tells Ryuto that her native village has been donated by the same trouble, and he is dying on the spot herd. He suggests that this detachment was headed by the highest-ranked general. He is already coming to a chain of vicious events that can turn into a disaster. He is firmly sure that it is impossible. Although this disaster has not been mentioned for hundreds of years, it was this land that was once its cradle. Ryuto thinks whether she really managed to escape from the king monster's paws due to the action of the curse. Kawara shows the seal and explains. It was she who deprived her of the opportunity to use the sentence of God, so she could not affect the attackers. She confesses that it fled because of this, leaving the villagers for the same reason. To her words, she adds bitterness. She feels nothing, because she is unattainable divine unity. She says that after her native village was destroyed, the hero from the east managed to conquer her will. Since then, many of the masters have tried to save the girl, but none could have been released. Therefore, full of hope, she went west, hoping to find salvation in magic. Rudo suggests that her search is finally fruit. According to him, the source of the curse lies in Eastern magic, although it resembles Western or even Southern magic outwardly. However, as far as he knows, only one person is able to apply such art, hiding his involvement even from the clan. He concludes that all this stands the hero from the East. However, in his soul, doubts are reconciled. What really happens, and will it really lead to the death of the Segas clan? In the end, the hero drives away anxious thoughts and decides to postpone the excitement of it. Kuwara explains that her strength is not her personal gift, but the heritage of ancestors and gods. She considers herself chosen, because traditionally, the oldest daughter should take on this burden and make sure that the supernatural power is not extinguished and passed on. She wants to explain that she has to do something for her community now, but Ryuto silently asks her to stop. He raised his hand to make her silent. Suddenly his hand turns into a monster's paw, which is a lot of scares. Noticing her fright, he reassures the girl, assuring that he will immediately remove the curse. Ryuto removes the curse. His hand gradually acquires human outlines, and Gaharu is surprised to watch this incomprehensible transformation. Ryuto feels that it is difficult, and even brings some pain. He tells her that this hand is the latter, capable of absorbing everything without a rest. Ryuto proposes to test this force again. She looks at her belly, but she sees nothing. She realized what was happening. She exploded. He sincerely thanks Uto, but suddenly a terrible monster appears and rushes to them rapidly. Riot, along with Kurara, deftly evades the impact, and the guy first thinks that he was in front of him. However, in a moment, he is illuminated. This is the East. The question arises in the head of the swarm. What did this mighty demon forget in the Western lands? Ryuto tries to fulfill the final reception, but fails. He decides that today he will no longer return to this exercise. They are cleverly evading his blows, and in the meantime Riko feels the threatening presence of enemies behind his back. Ruth instantly recognizes the trap, and, being in a dangerous situation, rushes forward, leaving the Kuar behind to take the whole blow on himself. The giant monster grabs Ryuto by the leg. The young man is stunned that this monster has not yet been defeated. Her stubbornness is simply impressive. A monster with a grinding of the hand causes a thunderous blow to the root. It threw it to the ground, and Karachu rushes to him rapidly. But suddenly her spirit appears, blocking the way. In her memory, the bitterness of humiliation, which has been suffered by her village, is still living. And merciless fear caresses her to the place without letting it from the place. Ryuto, watching this, decides that the girl cannot shift due to a serious injury. Rudo realizes that he has no other path. Suddenly, the boy reappears on stage again. The monster squeezes him in his paw. The guy asks what happened, and the answer is heard. They say, "It smells so delicious." He says the monster has been waiting for this journey for a long time, so he advises to enjoy every moment. Ryuto magnates over a whole mountain of fallen monsters and evil spirits. His hands have not yet healed after a grueling duel. Kuwara is anxious about it if everything is fine with him. In response, Rudo is already worried about her, and is interested in whether she is ready to go. Making sure, he completes the preparation, and finally proposes to go on the road. The King of the Dragons is stunning. Oh, someone managed to combine the divine Surmer with the fact that he created Balila from above. Reveeble replies that the gluttony tried to swallow him, so he just gave her back and vice versa. He absorbed it himself. The man thinks, to combine two abilities and so fearlessly to absorb one by one, it is not simple. He explains that the all-consuming essence of insatiability does not disappear. Even if she manages to impose a seal, she can take advantage of a gata, which will absorb the very insatiability. And absorbing each other, these forces release tremendous energy. That is why a real surprise is that his body is still intact. Rudo confesses that the anger of the peasants seems to be burning in his soul, and Mana is raging insanely, ready to break out, but at once everything falls and disappears without a trace. He can't even understand where it disappears. The king suggests that the ring of the owner of the dragon, who wears on his right hand, is a wonderfully seeking to unite these abilities. He suggests that some of the excess energy emitted by his body probably nourishes Rudo. Ruto notes that despite all the circumstances, he still grows up. He insists that he finally realized how this world is arranged. Holding his breath from horror, he asks whether he has come to open the whole truth after the king's words. The man hesitates whether he said quite clearly. He emphasizes, to overthrow the owners of demons and gods of demons is not as easy as it seems at first glance. He confesses Ryuto that he is not able to save the hero or change this world. Rudo specifies whether he realized correctly. Now it is really unattainable for him. Thank you for depriving him of his last drop of pride. Ryuto understands that this is still not enough. The man repeats his previous words again, but this time adds something new. The king reveals that the reincarnated Moses can be a much more complicated rival than it seems at first glance. He obviously understands the true essence of this world. The monarch adds that he will certainly try to take advantage of this feature in his favor, meanwhile hinting, the wise men are able to make a desire to reality. Ro is calm, they say. It does not bother him at all. On the contrary, he probably intends to use this anthem, and too much he receives a profit. According to him, even an ordinary person will be able to defeat the sage himself. The next morning, at exactly 6th, the instructor is already convinced that Safudza, along with McLean, has been defeated, and should be prepared for leaving the academy. Lilith asks whether he has common sense at all. He confidently states that in the future, Rudo will become famous as a great hero. He is now going to expel him. The man notes that this is an incredible story for the evening before bedtime. Let it continue to unfold. In the meantime, someone exclaims everyone to pay attention to the gate. Rudo goes to the camp. 2 backpacks are behind him, and Hara is emblazoned on his shoulders. He reports that McLean and Segas have coped with their task brilliantly. Kurotun asks them to wait a little. He is interested in why he did not use his magical abilities. This Kurotun replies that using magic would mean instantly fly out of the competition. Rudo asks for permission to first take Quar to the medical center. She fainted. At the same time, he adds that he should notify one important case before. The students wondered if the real demon was hiding here. Ryuto mentioned how he explained to them that during her attack, his charming paws were destroyed. But he was incredibly fortunate enough to break free, and they continued to believe in his words. The first hour of the same day received a special order. Everyone needs to leave the old school building immediately. The students were immediately transferred to a new building. The children were vividly discussed the reasons for this resettlement, and could not agree whether the decision was really correct. Ryuto is convinced that the protective barrier is powerless in front of the charms of Eastern Oan. The reason for this is that the North and the West use conventional magical practices. Instead, the South and East rely on their own, unique traditions. He concludes that it will be extremely difficult to resist Eastern magic, so the chosen action plan looks quite justified. It seems strange to him, with what peace everyone behaves. Perhaps they involved such a development of events, and that is why they decided to eliminate the Kawara. However, he concludes that it is not at all. Now he is confused and does not imagine how to proceed. He is convinced that he should go to the help of Cordelia. He is convinced that he has received valuable information about the enemy. It seems that enemy troops are already coming from the northeast, and Cordelia itself is on the western flank of the fortress. The guy does not lose hope that they will still be able to escape. Ruto hesitates whether to rush to help, but in the end he assures himself she is strong enough to overcome the monster of the royal level, so he decides to entrust this battle to her. Lilith with interest asks for his further plans. Ryuto first is lost, but soon confidently takes her hands and smiles in response. He reports that he intends to deliver them to Cordelia and its accomplices. The man explains that the new structure was designed by the demons themselves, so they are almost unrealistic to break the established order, and the main forces of the academy are already inside the fortress. Lilith watches with interest how Ryu is preparing to change the route, because they should move in the opposite direction. Smiling, he replies that a small improvisation will be needed for this. Rudo turns to Arthur and says he has to sew his leg. He asks him for help while in a carriage. He realizes that, of course, it would be easier to relax, but at heart he hopes to find a resistance, someone's reliable shoulder. Returning to Lilith, he wonders if she hears it. The answer was not delayed. Lilith claims that he really hears his thoughts. Ruto reports that all the preparations are completed. Lilith suddenly stops the class and states that he should look at the new school building from this place. The teacher asks what she is talking about. Lilith is rapidly flying up like lightning, cutting the air. A man watches her with surprise, assuming that it is the result of a charming ability to flight. He thinks at what incredible speed she overcame such a huge distance. Lilith rises into the air, inspects the entire area carefully, and after landing reports that the situation is actually disappointing. She reports that Ogre has already come around a new building. Obviously, the barrier still keeps them away. Creatures cannot penetrate inside, but it is also impossible to get out. Lilith invents the story of a formidable horde that chases them to the fold. She confesses that she cannot understand at all where they go, to some new building or perhaps simply towards her own death. The girl insists, Whatever it really is, they should immediately change the route. Lilith shares the news. She noticed a fortress nearby, which, like them, was captured by Augury, but they were repelled. Among the defenders, she said, were people in the form of an academy. Lilith is convinced that it will be easy to get there, although the road will take some time. The man notes that the carts should be taken care of. It is impossible to leave them in the forest. Lilith confidently takes this responsibility. She promises to take everyone further and show the right path.